Welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I'm Josh Sokol, joined again today by the one and only Matt Canick. How's it going, Matt?
Oh, it's going awesome. Day two coming your way right now. This is just day two of a 5-day Scrabble tournament. 10,000 US dollars is the first prize. And of course, Josh, bragging rights to say, hey, I won the North American Championship. So a lot going on here in Iowa indeed. And I am so stoked for it. We're going to have round 8 coming up as soon as announcements wrap up. And it's going to be a banger of a game, isn't it, Josh?
Absolutely. We got the person in first place and the 2024 champion and the favorite coming in, probably Mac Meller, versus his longtime friend and opponent, Joey Malik. They have played so many times, especially online in their Blitz sessions. Mac posts videos of them very, very often. So they really know each other's game very well, and I think it's going to be a great game. So they're almost ready to start already. I just wanted to very quickly thank NASPA for sponsoring this stream, as well as Wiggles for allowing the interface to be used for annotation. If you're in the YouTube chat, you can take a look at the game while it's in progress, which is really, really cool. But without further ado, I think Joey is ready to go. He's first. And Mac's going to shake the bag. That is the tradition. Joey is going to draw 7 out of the bag, Matt. So let's do it.
Let's do it. And we did not show the standings, but Mac Meller is currently atop said standings. No player made it out of day one unscathed. No undefeated players already. But Mac, with his plus 636 spread, currently leads this event. And as a reminder about the format here, you just need to be in the top 2 after 28 games. You'll make it into a best of 5 showdown for the championship. That's what's at stake here. Joey, 5 vowels on the opening rack, A-E-I-I-O-P-R. Josh, looking at exchanging here, or you try to fight through these vowels?
I think Joey's probably going to play POI, keep AEIR. If he draws a couple consonants, he'll be okay. I think he likes to put a little bit of points on the table in these situations, but an exchange would be also pretty good. Exchanging OI, exchanging OII, exchanging OIA. Lots of possibilities here. I wouldn't recommend playing OI for 4 because that would lead to a more cramped position a lot of the time, and that does not favor getting a quick bingo down. So we'll see if Joey exchanges or plays, and he exchanges OI. A nice play.
All right, this maximizes his bingo percentage next turn, keeping the 3 vowels and the 2 consonants, about 40% to bingo next turn against neutral play from his opponent. But Mac likely to adjust by playing smaller. Mac now ADILRRT. So Josh, my eye goes straight to a play like retard here. But after Joey's hit you with the change 2, you don't make a play like that, do you?
It's very interesting. Yeah, just RITARD is the standard option here, but we might see an exchange 2 in response, keeping trail, or just a more defensive play like the one Mac has lined up here, Durrell, a slight adjustment to respond to the fact that his opponent is probably pretty close to a bingo. So any letter he throws out there is going to increase Joey's chances of getting said bingo by decent amount. The D, the I, the R, the L, those are all prime tiles for 8-letter words. So what's the value in associated with putting those tiles out there versus just throwing them back in the bag? I would really like to see actually a counter exchange here, maybe DR or something like that, but you can't feel great about any option.
Yeah, I mean, after the exchange too, Joey's just in bingo range so often. Does he hit a 7 every time? Absolutely not. But would I kick myself for the rest of the game if I expose a floater that gives him an 8? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely will. And so Mac has a tough decision here. Again, if Mac were playing first here, I think Durrell or Retard would be a pretty straightforward play. But because of that extra information, because we know Joey's in bingo range, I think the exchange 2 makes more sense here as well. Mac is going to kind of split the difference and play Durrell for 10.
Yeah, this is definitely a reasonable play. The 7-letter words that would fit on the board prior to Durrell now score a lot less, expose a lot more. You're not opening a double except if Joey has an S hook. And in this particular instance, Joey drew a Y, so he's not going to be able to bingo here. And Durrell's going to work out at least immediately in Mac's favor.
Yeah, every second that passes means Mac is more and more sure that he did not give Joey a bingo, and check out the draw from him here on his rack. So it might be Mac bingoing first in this game, despite the trade 2 from Joey Malik.
That's so interesting. Matt, you had left us by this point, but in game 5 yesterday, Chloe Fatzes versus Jackson Smiley, austere was the final play that was made in the game. So seeing a little bit of flashbacks, and yeah, that might come down very, very soon. We'll see what Joey does. He probably wants to play something like play, but he's going to play yipe instead, take a little bit more on the scoreboard, open a little bit less. I love this play.
No, I think this is a great idea. Some players, after the opening turn exchange, will overcommit to the bingo and feel like I've got to play off the Y ASAP. They make a little fish like an AY or a YELP kind of play, but this is good from Joey. Take the additional points. You're going to stay in striking range, but don't commit 100% to the bingo. I like the decision. And now Mac on austere has just the one playable bingo. Durls and austere is 70. He hasn't instantly played this. This has to just be Mac looking for 9s.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is. Mac obviously sees the 7 and he sees the spot for it, but maybe there's something from the PI. That would be the only thing worth playing over austere because it would hit the triple potentially. But yeah, austere coming down just after a little bit of due diligence. And Joey has drawn another close to bingo rack, but doesn't have the floaters he needs. He would need to see an M on the board, a P on the board, or a T in the center of the board to be able to bingo here. And that is just not the case.
Yeah, so then what is Joey to do? Another decision like the one he faced last turn. Do I play very short, something like just grab my A and my O or 2 of my A's and play them off? Or do I go ahead and play long? And Josh, there's some merit to both of these. What jumps out to you on a turkey?
Yeah, the first thing I think about here is LiDAR from the L and Durls. That overlaps all the way. It scores over 20 points with a low scoring rack. Problem with that play is it blocks the board a lot. So I'm not really sure I love it in the end. Danio is a very interesting option that Joe has lined up now, setting up an S hook. So that would overlap the ERE, making DEAR and NE, and set up an S hook on the triple. And 1 S is already gone, 3 S's to come. And when you're behind, making threats like this have 2 benefits. The first benefit is maybe you draw the S and maybe you'll be able to play it before your opponent. The other benefit is maybe they think you have an S and they try to block it and you don't. So it's an interesting idea. What are you thinking?
Danio makes a lot of sense. The other play is this, as Joey sets up now, austerer and inroad. This scores 1 more point than Danio, 24 versus 23. But this forks the board very nicely for Joey. It's not desperation time. We're only 3 turns into this game, but you want to make sure this board doesn't get walled in. Inroad is a cool way to do that. But Danio, 1 fewer point, keeping the R back. That's a more stable leave. Simulation has these about 2 points apart with Danio on top. But those, I think, are the 2 standout options on this turn for Joey.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up doing. This is a very tough position. Everything is kind of middling, kind of mediocre. Really has to do with what you want to do to the board, how close you want to stay in terms of leave. So keeping the A and the R is definitely quite superior to keeping just the A. But I think he's actually playing that here with did, which actually also makes a lot of sense. Opening the top left of the board, taking maybe a small point sacrifice to do so. I love this play.
Yeah, this leaves 1 point on the table over the austerer hook, but it leaves that hook available, does get up into the top of the board. Not sure this is what I would have chosen in Joey's shoes, but I don't think there's a clear right play on that turn. So Joey going with his gut leaves 1 point on the table. Now Mac, EIINQRW. Josh, QI, how quickly?
Yeah, this is just a classic Scrabble position. We don't get a lot of positions where you just pretty much know what you're doing instantly, but QI, most played word in Scrabble, easy decision, 24. Mac plays it within 30 seconds.
And we are back on Joey. AEHKIJV on the rack. Lots of high scoring tiles that could do some damage on the board. So this will be a neat turn for Joey. Is he going to cash the J? Is he going to cash the K? Is he going to cash the H? Some combination of those for sure, but which is he going to leave back? What is he going to try to hold? There are all kinds of plays here, Josh, that score between 30 and 40. What are you looking to do?
Yeah, and that's the benefit of a play like Inroad. It allows you to maybe bingo soon, maybe just keep scoring, catch Mac with some bad racks, maybe come back that way. But Joey's going ahead and playing Jive here, making JIN. There is a D hook, DJIN, but that's not super, super relevant here. 3 or 4 letter word is the most you can do damage with. So I think this play makes a lot of sense. You don't want the V. There are a lot of other options. Keeping the J, overlapping the ERE of austere. This is a standard option, I think.
Yeah, this crushed it on a simulation despite setting up the front D. I think just getting rid of the unwieldy JV and keeping the HK, which plays strongly at the bottom of this board above the A or E of austere. So points now, points later. This makes a lot of sense for Joey. Mac EILNRTW has no playable bingos on the turn on this turn. Is it time to play some defense here, Josh, with a play like WERT above the ERE of austere?
Yeah, that looks really good. Maybe in another universe, if Mac was behind 21, he'd consider just dropping the W for 13. He's probably considering it anyway. He has the R hook for austere. Linter is a very, very good leave. Works with so many different tiles that you can draw out of the bag. Particularly, we haven't seen more than one O played on this board, so still 7 O's left. If Mac drops the W, he'll draw into retinal, which fits to the left of Jive now. And there's just a host of bingos you can draw, so it actually might still be worth it to just drop the W and hope for a bingo draw next turn.
Yeah, we'll see what Mac opts to do. I think he's going to score more than just the 13 here, build on his lead. And yeah, he has set up WERT. So this is sort of a past archaic version of the word B, wort. So it has no back hooks at all, making this a nice defensive play above the ERE of austere.
Yeah, this is the more, I would say, thematic idea. When you have a small lead, don't throw throw a wrench into the darkness and just try to draw a bingo immediately. Because if Mac doesn't draw a bingo after WE, let's say he draws an E, for example, then he's just going to be saddled. He's not going to be able to score much, and he might want to continue scoring almost nothing to try and bingo, and he might never achieve that goal. So doing something like Wort is a lot safer, and you want to play it safer when you're ahead.
If Mac wants to do something completely different, he's got 28 points in Wintle and AE to the A in austere. Just blow this board wide open. I'd be surprised if Mac makes that. That doesn't seem like his style of play, but with 2 unseen blanks, I do think there are some players in the room who would try to go digging for him, but Wort just makes too much sense. As you said, Josh, thematic play, and that's what we see from Mac.
Joey tends to line up some funny things on his rack. Home bake, I think, is what he was thinking. Joey, a huge fan of The Simpsons. If you ever talk to him, he'll reference The Simpsons at least once. Right now, home baker, that would be a fun word if it were valid. Would
Right.
play, but he's got a host of scoring plays here. And I wonder what he's going to choose, if he's going to find 43 with ab ohm underlapping austere, or if he's going to cash his K in on top of the A of austere as well. He's just got so many ways to score.
Yeah, this is part of the reason you keep that HK combination behind is, yeah, I'm unlikely to bingo next turn, but I'm probably scoring 35, 40, even 45 with those high scoring letters. So this is now Joey reaping the rewards of a good play last turn. Ab Ohm for 43 looks very nice. There's also 2 fun options above the A in austere, either BOKEH or just OKEH here, saving the B. That's what Joey's going to opt to do here.
Yeah, that would be interesting, just to leave the B off, but I don't think it's worth it. So this is really nice. It doesn't open anything. This is really classic Joey Malik. Score points, leave well, don't do anything crazy, and just try to get back in the game that way. And he's only down 12 now. Over to Mac with EHILNRT. And it's a similar rack, a very similar rack to what we just saw. The H, the only different tile here. And suddenly he's in a situation where, okay, maybe I need to just keep scoring. Maybe I need to just work on myself. Hiker fits through the K and bouquet, doesn't really open much. LEHR is a possibility as well, with Jiver, but that seems a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy turn for Mac. I went ahead and generated the top 15 options, and all of them were within about 4 or 5 points of one another. So no standout play, and many, many candidates that do many different things in the game. Initially, an Engine's liking the play of Hotline through the O and bouquet, 28 points, exposing a triple with 2 unseen blanks. Is that insane, Josh, or is that the kind of play you need to make to keep scoring pressure on?
Certainly not a play you need to make, but it's something you can consider. I think Mac as well is a pretty risk-averse player, similarly to Joey, and so I don't think a play like that is going to hit the board unless he's behind by a lot. And this is going to be very interesting to see how much time Mac takes. He's looking at Holier now, which doesn't do anything crazy through the O and bouquet. It doesn't open a triple. It scores very well, keeps NT, which is super balanced. The only issue is you don't really want to keep an N with 4 Ns remaining. But I think this is the sort of play he's going to make. The problem is, like you said, so many plays are so close in value. And although Mac is not a calculator, he's as close to one as one can get. And he's going to be trying to assess the nuances and the mathematical values of all these plays. And he's just so good at it. He is so good at figuring out just the little bits and pieces that he can use to his advantage to choose the right move. And with an overwhelming amount of options to choose from, you need to be able to make a decision and be confident in it. And Mac is really good at that.
Yeah, Mac has put more time into this game than nearly anybody else out there, despite his relatively young age compared to those on the scene. He's been playing at a master or grandmaster level for what, 14, 15 years, Josh, at this point. And he spends so much time making YouTube videos, playing against BestBot, doing analysis of his games. He can do so much. Second nature. He can do so many calculations in the back of his head in just a few seconds. He's just a great analyst and able to go through some of the nuance, but this turn has tons and tons of nuance. And I don't know what he's going to end up choosing here. Looking at Hirer now, Hirer through the RE on the board. That opens up some space, sets up a big S back hook. Do you like that play, Josh?
I do, and there's problems with every single play. Mac, I think he's noticing the fact that there are only 5 E's remaining and less than half the tiles have been played, and he knows how good an E is on a semi-open board, like one we're going to probably get within the next few moves. So that's probably why he's pivoting over to Hirer, but there's a bad part about it. It opens a triple for free, and LENT can go south if you draw 3 1-point tiles. So he's going back to Holier. I'm really, really curious what he ends up doing, but there's not much of a difference between all these plays. And at some point, you have to just say, all right, I've spent long enough. I'm just going to do something that I think is decent. And I think Mac very, very close to having that timer in his head just say, okay, time to wake up, time to make a move. Got to keep going. This game is going to last many, many more moves, maybe many difficult decisions ahead of me with both blanks unseen, lots of complications. I need my time. And we'll see. He's down to 14 minutes. That's not that bad, but Joey Malik is a very, very fast player, and Mac knows that. Joey can just find plays, make decisions super quick. So can Mac, but he also likes to be able to think through his moves, and he might not get the chance to do that if he doesn't take a decision here.
All right, so Holier does come down after much thinking. I've been crunching the numbers since Mac drew into that position, and the Engine loves Hotline over any other option. 4.5 points above anything else, including Holier. It says Mac scores on average 49 after that move versus just 41 after Holier. Although Hotline would give Joey 4 additional points, but 8 back for Mac. I guess it's those 2 unseen blanks, but the engine wanted Mac to play a little bit longer there, open some stuff up, and there is one of those unseen blanks on Mac's rack right now. We'll come back and look at that one in a minute, but Joey now.
No, we have to look at it right now. He's lined up debenture, a 9-letter word, to the RE on the board. This is ridiculous. But okay, Joey Malik, is he going to do something similar to Hotline here? Frogman? No way, right?
Go digging into the bag isn't the craziest thing to do here right now. Frogman is also 38 points, but it keeps a W on a board where you kind of like to get a bingo pretty quick. That W is really going to get in your way. I think Frogman just gives a little bit too much back when you've got plays like Foam or Fawn making REF available on this board. I think we're going to see Joey play Foam instead.
Yeah, Foam and Ref, keeping the WNG. Only 3 eyes to draw for the ING combination, but I think this is a little bit more sensible. Frogman would just give back a very, very easy triple, and it's not just giving back a triple. You know, you can give back a triple as long as after the triple is used, you still have something to do. But after a play like Frogman on the second to bottom row, triple gets used, you probably have nothing. After Foam, if one of the triples gets used, well, you have a letter to play through, or 2. You have a letter potentially in the middle right of the board that you can use to hook and play a 7-letter word. So the board will stay open at a small deficit.
Yeah, big decision from Joey, and he's opting to play Foam here. Just makes a lot of sense. Doesn't give nearly as much back. Seems like a strong option for him. And Frogman would have been hit by an 87-point bingo. Now Mac's flashy 9 debenture blocked. Mac will still bingo on this turn, but no triple triples, no bingos even using a triple word square. The best Mac can do now on this turn is just 72.
Yeah, so we'll see how long it takes Mac. I mean, he is so good at blank bingos, and that is an incredibly important skill in Scrabble, to be able to find your candidate moves with a blank really quickly. The blank can be extremely difficult to use and find your best plays with, because it can be any letter of the alphabet. So we'll see how long Mac takes here. He has 2 playable bingos that are in the 70s. Brunette through the R of Holier, but Betel Nut to the T of Wirt is a really, really difficult find for many players, and it is certainly a more reasonable choice than playing Brunette.
Yeah, Brunette does just give back a huge triple line back, but it is 2 more points. I don't know. Josh, there is also a 33-point non-bingo available to Mac here in Butene, B-U-T-E-N-E, underneath Foam as a 4 overlap. Is 33 enough to consider that play?
Absolutely, especially keeping the blank behind. You could potentially draw into a triple through the ME that you're creating. The M on the board now, Butene, would create ME. And we could potentially see a non-bingo triple or a 9-letter triple. Mac with the blank would be the first person in the room to find something like that. So it's very interesting. A lot to think about. And this is kind of why the Holier decision was important, to try and make a little bit quicker maybe. It was such a complicated position. Mac might take a while here trying to decide if it's worth sacrificing the bingo now, scoring 33, or if he wants to play for 70 or 72. Butenes, certainly with refs, would not be, in my book, as good as just Butene.
Yeah, Butenes for 66, I don't think scores enough. It's really, I think, between the 72-point Brunette or the 70-point Betel Nut and maybe Butene passing the bingo here. But how much time does Mac need to spot every option available to him? He's got to look at that M for quite a while, too. It's just such a trap. It looks promising, but nothing there.
This is one of the things that I think a lot of people can learn from top-level Scrabble. Someone like Mac is almost certainly going to find all of his playable bingos, like with just the click of a button, basically. You just turn him on, he finds everything. But the question is, how long is he going to take to decide which one to play? The strategic aspect and the trying to think about the little intricacies of every move is often what's going to take Mac Meller a long time to think about. And it's not a weakness of his. I would never say that, but it is possible that in some positions Mac just takes a little bit too long trying to decide between moves that are very, very close in value, and that's pretty much the only way that somebody could potentially gain an advantage like Joey Malik over him in a game, if Joey just uses his time a little bit better.
All right, here does come the commit with 10 minutes on his clock. Mac is going to pull the trigger on Betel Nut. 70 points makes his lead 72 points. And we'll look back at Joey Malik, who's on 6 consonants, AGLMNPW. Once again, Joey's just going to hammer out about 35, 40 points. This will be the 4th straight turn. Joey's going to score between 34 and 41.
Yeah, he's just got so many scoring tiles for so many turns in a row. After the exchange going for a bingo, he drew a Y. Inroad was his only rack where he didn't really have any scoring tiles. After that jive, after that bouquet, after that foam, and he's just got an M, a W, a P, and he's just going to be able to keep scoring, but he needs a blank now. If he doesn't draw that second blank, he's going to be in really big trouble in this game. He's down 72.
Yeah, that second blank is going to be huge, and only 3 E's unseen means those E's are quite important. Mac has found one of those 3 E's as well, so I wonder if we're even going to see another bingo this game, Josh.
Yeah, if we see another bingo and it's not Joey Malik, then Mac is winning this game. If we see another bingo and it is Joey Malik, it's going to be a good one. So he's looking at Wangle to the E. That's a very sensible play, keeping the M and the P, playing 5 tiles, going for that blank. I like that option. Gnaw is 34, like you said, overlapping the A and the B, or overlapping the B and the E, excuse me, of Betel Nut. I much prefer Wangle here.
Do you really? That's interesting to me. Gnaw is significantly more and opens up the top of the board. At least short term, I think Gnaw keeps the board alive. Joey's opting to pick this one instead. I like it, Josh. Can you tell me a little more about why you don't?
I'm just a little bit concerned with keeping an L, M, and P on this board and opening a triple for Mac. He's just going to have so much tempo on Joey a lot of the time just to keep scoring, keep padding his lead. But I guess Wangle also opens a triple. The difference is if Wangle hits the board and Mac plays to the W, that opens the top of the board. But now with the G in the middle of the board, it's not a good tile to bingo through. And it just feels like Max can use the triples, block the board, and just stay ahead. But it's very interesting now. What do you do if you're Mac Meller? You have 2 triples open. So the aspect of the play of Gnaw, which is just like the scare tactic, I think is its strongest suit.
Yeah, I mean, it distracts Mac. It makes him make a choice between, am I blocking the G? Am I blocking the M? Or maybe if I've got a strong play elsewhere, I block nothing and make this a wide open game. It puts Mac in a tough position here. Mac's strongest play in a vacuum is just KIF from the K in bouquet. 32 points holds EILNT, but Josh, Mac is winning this game by about 40 points. He's going to make it 60 or 70 this turn. Is it insane to play Kif here, or is it just too many points to pass up?
It's definitely not insane. It's certainly not what Mac is likely to do. He's looking at lift men through the M. This is a more thematic decision again. Playing 6 tiles, trying to draw that final blank, trying to block the board. I think this is a great play and a great adjustment. Again, if the scores were reversed, the play of Kif would be fantastic. But because Mac's ahead and he's clinging on to his bingo score leave, bingo score lead, Liftman makes the most sense. I love this play.
I think there are a lot of players who would have played MILF over Liftman in that turn, but I love Mac's decision to score 9 more points, to play a little bit longer in that situation instead. Dig into the bag, obstruct a little bit more space. I think it's smart, and score points right now with the bingo lead feel very imperative for him.
Yeah, and he's drawn the Z, which is super great to continue and try to score his way to victory here. He just has to fade a high-scoring bingo or a triple-triple, which I guess is also a high-scoring bingo. At this lead, he's in great shape. So over to Joey, and I wanted to say also, remember the play of Jive? Remember that D hook on Jin? Nobody cares about it. It's just been there the whole time. There's been other things to address. And this can sort of be a teaching moment for a lot of you who really are very averse to opening spots like the one Jive opened. Jive was the best play by a mile, and it's because that spot, it really isn't that relevant. It's an easy spot to use, but it's not a huge deal. And we see it. I mean, the D was just drawn by Mac. There were 2 Ds left. And I don't know if he's even going to use that spot in the end. We'll see.
Yeah, we will see indeed. Joey's got a really hard turn to make right now. He's set up Plasm on his rack. This plays for 39 points beneath the FO of foam. Holds TV back. Joey says, this is too much for me to pass up. I know I'd like a bingo to win, but if I sacrifice too much, if I play VIM for 16 holding Plast, I'm just going to get outrun. Joey taking the points here. I think I like it, Josh.
I do too, but it just feels like he has only one more move to draw into something before the board gets exhausted. We now see the situation that Naw created where if you play it to the G, what's left on this board? How do you bingo? Do you bingo through the R of Holier? That's basically it. So there's a big threat now of things just getting totally blocked in. And Did doesn't take an S, it only takes an O. So Grizz now blocking the G. And now where does Joey bingo?
I mean, Joey sort of did this to himself. He knocked out one of the strongest bingo lines on the board in Plasm, but that was just such a good score for him. There were lines through the M, through the G, backhooking ref, through the IER of Holier. There's all kinds of stuff that could have happened, but you're right. Now this board looking very exhausted, very quick. It's been a big swing in the direction of Mac, but the X on Joey's rack means he can score as high as 59 right now. Tax available alongside Betonut, but the leave Josh of VGCU may mean Joey's cooked even despite the X bomb.
Yeah, this is really rough. Again, Joey was very desperate regardless. I don't think people understand necessarily being, maybe I should be a little bit nicer to the viewers, but the fact that he was only down 60, but the board that was created being down 60 is just going to allow for so much scoring. But the play of Tax now threatening to come back into the game without a bingo is exactly what Joey needed, especially knowing that he's keeping CGVU. And there's the blank. So suddenly, Joey's only down 18. And Mac, he's going to be able to score nicely with Jin here. But he could lose to a bingo now. So he's going to be a little bit concerned.
Yeah, Mac probably did not have Joey Malik scoring 39 and 59 on his next 2 moves on the bingo card, but that's what he's seen here, just an 18-point game. Last turn, Mac very quickly played Grizz because he knew he would hold the D for Jin plays, so a very nice sequence for him, 45 into 30 some odd here. Udo looks very straightforward to me, Josh.
Absolutely. And if you're a chess viewer, I feel like there's a really good analogy here. In chess, if you don't develop your pieces and you're up by maybe a pawn, you could just get killed. But the top players have this sort of uncanny intuition, knowing that there is still enough play, there's still enough threats on the board that creating a situation that might seem really, really difficult and just hanging in the balance, players like Jory are able to do that and still stay in the game and still threaten to come back every single turn. So Udo coming down, Mac ahead by 52 points, and Joey with the blank. What do you do here? Do you have to exchange? That can't be the right call here, can it?
I mean, I don't know. If that's not the right call, I'm not sure what is. A bingo is pretty imperative to win this game. And you could try to get yourself out of this rack. Joey looking at a play of a VUG or maybe exchanging CVUG. Voger into the ER looks to be one of the only ways to get rid of the Drecky tiles, VOGUER. It's only 10. It holds CC blank. So Joey, with 10 in the bag, can exchange. Can't really play out of this rack super well. The longer I look at it, the more I think Joey needs to exchange here.
Yeah, keeping CO blank is really, really savvy here. I think that's what Joey's trying to do. There are O's left to draw, but you keep the O for Dido, D-I-D-O. That's the only really relevant hook. There is a Y out he could draw for Didi, but look at this. Mac is just going to close the door, play Gorditas. It doesn't matter what Joey was going to do there. I still think that was a great decision. He might draw into a bingo now, but yeah, it's over now.
He does not draw into a bingo now, at least not one that plays. And Gordita's coming down for Mac does indeed look like game over in this one. We'll just see how much of that dreck that Joey put in the bag Mac will pull out of it here. But it's going to be too little too late, even if Joey is able to fish one more time with 3 tiles in the bag. The bingo's not going to do it anymore. Mac set up agatoids on his rack for the second straight time. We're seeing a lot of repeat words, Josh. The double austere, the double metanoia, and now the double agatoids. Phony for Mac.
Yeah, that's very funny. So now with just 3 tiles in the bag, Gordita's coming down, shutting the door on Joey Malik. Mac is now up over 100 points once we get those scores updated. But Joey has one more turn to try and bingo. I wonder what he's going to do. Is he going to attempt it, or is he just going to take points? He can play underneath Gordita's and just score a lot and empty the bag, or he can play something like OY in the bottom left. The problem is ACES blank. Fantastic leave. Where does it go on this board?
Yeah, I think we're actually going to see if Joey wants to play through the G, Yoga is like the equity play, but Yage, Y-A-G-E, looks stronger. The O allows you to bingo both with Dido and underneath the S of Gorditas. You expect Mac's going to take away the S in Gorditas most of the time, but I think the O is pretty important. So maybe Y-A-G-E, empty the bag, and just hope you draw a bingo that plays in both spots.
Yeah, maybe KG as well as an option, similar to YAGE. Emptying the bag, and if you draw a bingo in both spots, Mac cannot block. In both spots, we mean next to did and under the S in Gorditas. But I'm not sure. Even if you threaten a bingo with Dido and not underneath, that's going to save you a lot in this game, because Mac's going to have to sacrifice a ton of points to block. Maybe he has to play something like Cog, Dido, and Pig. And then Joey could potentially just play underneath. Gordita score really well. So it's going to be a closer game than it seems right now. But yeah, Joey's just a little bit out of range here, unfortunately.
How crazy is it, Josh, that we saw Joey exchange 2 tiles on the first turn, and then he never bingoed, and Mac bingoed 3 times instead?
Yeah, that is really insane, actually. Wow.
Just sometimes games go off script. Joey's script was pretty straightforward. Make a small exchange on turn 1, draw a bingo on turn 2 or 3, and then just hold on to a lead. And that never materialized at all.
So we'll see what Joey ends up doing. He has a lot of time. He also needs to first make sure he's not missing something. Could have a 7-letter word here. Just a weird one. It's just gotta take the time to make sure. But yeah, he's considering the OY play. That would be a normal standard play, but again, like, where is he going after OY? It does leave the Fog of War, and maybe he draws another O. But I think after this, Mac can safely just play under the S of Gorditas and outrun anything that Joey has.
And Mac is going to look at the unseen pool, realize with 1 in the bag, there's ACENOSV blank, and he needs to assess the threats. There are some huge threats available at the bottom of the board. If the N is in the bag, Joey threatens octaves for 101. If an A is in the bag, novices for 94. V in the bag, sonance for 91. So that's the spot Mac has to block. He sees big, big threats. He's already identified ounce, a high-scoring play at the bottom of the board. What Mac is doing now is counting to make sure that should Joey have another bingo, something like conveys and Didi and PIS, ounce is definitely going to outrun it. But Mac's lead already 97, 30 more points coming. He'll survive any bingo backhooking DID and win this game.
Yeah, and it's really too bad. There was a suggestion of Joey actually using the same letters, the O and the Y, to play YOU in the top left, going for a triple triple. It's just so unfortunate that the score was such that Mac could just easily play up top, score a little bit of points, and just outrun just barely anything that Joey could draw on the bottom. But that was a really, really cool suggestion. Mac's going to go ahead and play ounce, like you said, Matt. Just take 30 points, go up to 448, and just, again, leave the door closed. Joey Malik. And that'll be that. Mac Meller retaining his only one loss after this game and potentially staying atop the standings. There's a lot of people at 6-1. You did mention nobody undefeated, which is quite odd, actually. I don't remember the last time that after one day, nobody in the top division was undefeated. So it's potentially going to be a very, very close race this year. But we'll have to see what happens.
We'll have to see indeed. Again, just try to be in the top 2 after 28 games. Make it to that best of 5. That's what you're looking to do here. The magic number is probably going to be 19, 20 wins, somewhere in that range. So try to win 20 games before you lose 8. Mac Miller off to a 7-1 start. Well, that's going to work great for him. But so many players still nipping at his heels. This one's still very early, and I'm so excited to see how it shakes out.
Absolutely. So for those wondering, do we have the matchup for round 8? Yes, we do. Joey Kravchik, who we haven't seen yet, I think second seed in this tournament, playing against Jason Lee, my clubmate from Montreal. So that's going to be another banger. Jason Lee has had some very good finishes in top tournaments, best of which was in 2014, where all he needed to do was win one game against Conrad Bassett-Bouchard to become the national champion, but Conrad got him in that one. So we'll see if Jason Lee can make another run for it this year. We'll see if Joey Kravchik, one of the best players of all time to not win this tournament, can make a run for it as well in round 9, of 28, before 2 finalists are determined in a best of 5 match.
Yeah, there are just so many players who I think are deserving to be in there too. Probably 15, 20 players in this room who, if you told me they won a national championship, I'd be like, yeah, they're really good. They deserve it. But only 2 of those players will be in the finals. So excited to see who it's going to be. Is it going to be Mac for the 3rd straight year? Is it going to be Joey Malik again? A rerun of 2023? Will it be Jason Lee in a rerun of 2014? Will we get some new challengers on Scrabble's huge stage in a best of 5? Someone like Ori Swift, someone like Joey Kravchik, they make a ton of sense. Someone like Chloe Fatsis makes sense. I have no idea. We're just going to have to stay glued to our chairs, eyeballs on the screens over the next 4 days to find out. No bingos here for Joey, and he has found his second best in-game sequence, evinces for 31.
Yeah, that's a great find by him, making those underlaps, using that blank, and just leaving himself with 1 tile. Over to Mac, who has many, many different outplays, the best of which is 17 points. And finally, we see that O-hook on did coming down, and that'll be Mac's best outplay. 465, getting 2 points from Joey's rack. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Really well early there.
Yeah. It's probably the first time I've been shut out on bingos on stream.
Oh yeah, I guess you didn't.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I mean, you were scoring a lot though. Like,
Yeah,
I never felt until I hit this. I was just I snickered because I had that same rack against Mike Thielen in this.
That's what I was wondering about.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was because you drew like super badly or something. But
No, yeah, I just because I remember I was considering agatoids, and I ended up playing Go.
I remember that. Yeah.
I lined up agatoids just so hopefully the commentators got a laugh out of that. But I hadn't even seen Gorditas when I was just very lucky that fit.
Yeah. I kept CGUV with that.
I figured it was bad because you.
That's exactly what I exchanged because I do
Yeah.
CO blank. I do the blank, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I mean that was about the only bad stuff left from my perspective. So given how hesitant you seemed to play that, I figured you didn't have like blank ERS or something.
Yeah, I might have missed something on the turn before, but it wouldn't have mattered. I don't think I I had case blank with OY.
CASE blank.
Yeah. I mean, I probably shouldn't bingo anyway because
deity,
yeah, I was looking there. Is there even a 7 that didn't play?
Kainos is no good without.
I've gotten away with that
D.
before.
I don't see a 7 yet.
Yeah.
There's not.
No 7s.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't draw vowels really, either.
Yeah, but no.
I kept an A with inroad. That was also hard.
What'd you have when you traded 2?
I had AEIPR and I threw an IO.
Interesting.
I thought about POI. I didn't like POI.
No, I might have gotten rid of both eyes there personally,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
I mean, the P kind of
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I drew AY, which was
Yeah.
No, NY. So,
you need another P of all things, or papyrine.
oh, I didn't see that. I only saw repaying, but yeah. I'm glad I didn't have that to miss.
Nah.
Yeah, inroad saved an A. I hated doing that. I thought about Dainio, but I didn't have an S, so, but that seemed like...
That was after I bingoed.
Yeah. I could have done it with Austere too. It was a lot of...
No, it seems reasonable.
That's why I took this long.
Going for turnover and...
You can beat me by 3 seconds on the clock.
That's true.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure. I had a 9 here. I had debenture, which I was going to play. But
Which turn?
when I played Beetle Nut before you played Foam.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss like a triple or something.
Yeah, Foam I kept G and W. It's like
G and W.
I could have done No. Then it's like I couldn't get rid of more than 2 of the letters I really wanted to. So.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, you were scoring a lot, which kept you in it for.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I didn't miss bingos because they were scoring like that. But there was a lot of like intermediate plays all along. But eventually, I needed to hit one and I never did.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look. I could have played Birdnat, but I didn't want to do that for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't love creating that X spot, but I also don't hate doing that when I'm up because I could draw it and then neutralize a bingo.
Did you have the blank with Holier?
No, NT.
Okay, because you took a while on that turn. I thought maybe
yeah,
you had one.
I thought about Hiker for 6 more, which might be better, but I didn't like keeping the L there. It gives you overlaps S-hook, which is annoying to block. But yeah, I've even thought about Hirer briefly.
Yeah, I mean, Plasma, I set TV. No, I saved LMP. I just had a lot of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, no, I mean, you had scoring tiles. I just had too much good synergy. Yeah, I never really had any, bad racks.
Yeah. Except your first rack, I guess. You only scored 10.
It was fine. I had ART.
Yeah.
I mean, I was... Yeah, I could have, because you traded 2. I mean, normally I might play Layered or Drail, but that's so much better defensively, especially after a trade 2. That's got to be right.
Yeah.
I mean, I could have traded back, but, what am I even keeping? That's so good.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah.
And if you don't have an S, this is actually kind of annoying to play against in some cases. So.
All right. Another very nice and lengthy postmortem courtesy of Mac Meller and Joey Malik. Mac won that game to bring him to 7-1 after 8. Potentially still atop the standings. Lots of other people were at 6-1 to start this round off. Ori Swift right behind Mac, David Pearl, who we saw yesterday, Joey, who's falling down to 6-2. And that's about it. Chloe Fatsis was at 2-2 at some point yesterday when we saw her on stream. Now she's up to 6-2. Tables can turn. Jason Lee is at 6-2. Lots of players up there, and we're going to be seeing one of them on the stream next. So, Matt, I guess we're going to go for a small break while the next game gets set up. But yeah, Jason Lee versus Joey Kravchik. Who do you have?
Oh boy, I have coffee and popcorn. That much is for sure. Jason and Joey, both 2 very, very strong players. We'll see who gets the W in this one. Jason and Joey both at 6-2 with a big, Joey's at 5-3, Jason at 6-2. Big matchup coming your way very soon. Let's top off the coffee and see you soon.
Welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. Josh Sokol here with the one and only Matt Kanik, about to commentate Jason Lee starting versus Joey Krafchick. What a great matchup this is. Jason Lee at 6-2 plus 287. Joey Krafchick at 5-3 plus 171. Who did Joey just lose to, Matt?
Chloe Fetz has defeated Joey Krafchick. And coming off a loss like that, Joey's got to try to right the ship quickly. Joey, longtime top expert, 31 years old. He does wear headphones while he plays. We're not going to unpack all of that right now, but can play lightning fast, lightning strong. He's been studying a ton. He truly feels like this is his year to win a Nationals. We'll see if he's finally able to put it together. I'll say that I've heard the same narrative from Joey a few times, and it seems like sometimes when he gets on these big stages, he can rush. That would be his weakness. So can Joey slow down, lock in, stay calm, and play the high-level Scrabble we know he can? That's the narrative I'm looking for here, Josh. How about you?
Yeah, we'll have to see it to believe it, but Joey, the second best player this year in terms of performance rating, just under Mac Meller. And look at this. EIO RSTV for Jason Lee. This is a famous rack.
Famous because it does not have any sevens in it, at least. And that makes this turn tough for Jason. Exchanging O, exchanging OV, exchanging V, or just trying to fight through. Vireo is 24 points, Josh. Are you trading or scoring?
Yeah, this rack very similar to the IORSTUV rack, which bingos with every single vowel, but this time you have an E rather than a U, so your leave is so good if you just exchange the V. It's very, very close between exchanging the V and playing something like Vireo, V-I-R-E-O, keeping the nice ST combination. What direction does Jason Lee want to go into? The metagame, so to speak, of exchanging one? Or is he going to play Vireo?
Yeah, we'll see. I think, Josh, I'm not exchanging the V if I exchange here. I think I'd exchange the O and keep Strive together.
Wow, that is super, super interesting. Yeah, there are two exchanges you can make. Normally, never keep a V on an exchange, but with the EIRST, it is such a strong combination. I think it bingos with pretty much every vowel and so many different consonants. What we do know is if Jason Lee decides to play through this rack and plays Vireo, he will get bingoed on. RST will fit for Joey Krafchick. But if we see an exchange, Joey Krafchick will probably just exchange very, very quickly in response. Maybe just one E, maybe two E's. Wonder if he's thinking about that already. There we go.
So Jason exchanging the V, not the O. This is actually 5 points down on a sim over exchanging the O, 3 points down over the play of Vireo, but he will not get bingoed on. No I for eateries, no R for arrestee. Joey's going to exchange 2 here, Josh?
He's looking at the exchange one, and what you have to do here is look at, and this is what Jason Lee already did as he redraws the B for Orbius Broius. You have to look at every single tile. You have to go through the entire alphabet, just like when we were kids, to see how often you get a 7-letter word. And Joey's decided, all right, let's do it. Exchange one. So Orbius going to come down for Jason Lee. This makes sense. Broius also possible, but I think this is probably slightly better.
All right, now Joey putting his last tile upside down for right now. He's going to wait and see what Jason does. Jason plays the bingo. We'll see what Joey draws, but with 7 unique floaters, it would take an absolutely abysmal draw for Joey not to be able to get a bingo down. Even a J bingos for Joey here. I think it's just a Q that misses.
All right, well, it's a G, so that is perfectly fine for Joey Krafchick. A-E-E-G-R-S-T, and he's wasted no time. The only thing that could be better than greatest is a double-double through the I of Orbius. And this is going to come down very quickly.
Yeah, Joey's going to realize no double-double. Maybe take just a second to look for crazy overlapping or underlapping plays on top of Orbiest, but greatest, the highest score for Joey by 8 points. Yeah, you don't need to waste any more time than that. So we're off to the races, 80-74 after opening turn exchanges from both players. Now, will we see another exchange from Jason Lee, whose post-bingo draw is Beeeoou? Or will we see him fight through with something like Bouse or Bootee through that T in greatest? What do you like here, Josh?
Like anything. There goes the first turn advantage for Joey Krafchick. We'll fix that score. He did play the natural greatest for 80. But Bootee, Bootee, is 16. Bouse, as you said, is 18. I like that better, even though it keeps the extra E. Jason's actually just very quickly going with this. This might be a little bit of a rushed play.
Yeah, Bows just feels a little bit better there, although it keeps 3 vowels EEO as opposed to the 2 vowels kept by Bootee. Keeping that U could really slow you down. You're exposing some big scoring opportunities to an opponent with a random rack, which means high scores are likely going to be there. I think Bows would have been a bit stronger here, but Jason making a play quickly will preserve that time to try to do crafty things later on in the game. Over to Joey, who has found the Q on his post-bingo draw. No H for Kof means this is an awkward turn now for Joey. He's going to hold the Q here, right, Josh?
Yeah, the Q options are just not good enough with a rack like this, and you have enough scoring power to just fight through. Little does Joey know, Jason kept a U on his rack, so it makes it a little bit less likely he draws something. But yeah, you keep the Q here. And a little bit more about that last decision by Jason. The leave of EU, I mean, is more palatable than the leave of EEO, which Baus would have kept. It's just the scoring opportunities, like you mentioned, underlapping the B and the O, hooking onto the Bootee play with one of the 2 remaining S's, maybe having an X play under the E of Bootee. Lots of scoring opportunities that were not there after Baus. And it could sort of feel like, oh man, like I got my bingo down. Joey had a better bingo than me, and I drew 6 vowels. I guess I just have to do this and just say, well, I'm at a disadvantage now. But yeah, Baus, I think, really would have been a wiser decision. We'll see what Joey ends up doing. Palmar, Palmar, through the A of greatest is his top play on points and leave. That's a tough find. That's a really weird word.
Yeah. Wow. Palmar is going to score very, very well, 32. I think most players are just finding prom and moving on here, and that's a totally reasonable play as well. So we'll see. I am running the numbers, and shout out to Scrabble in the chat. QI actually bingos 37% of the time. If you just play it for 11 here, you're averaging 50 points per turn. Huh.
That's very, very interesting on a board so open. It is potentially just worth dropping the Q. It would be really cool. Oh, he spotted Palmar. Wow, this is a really amazing high-level find. This is a 6-letter word, doesn't take an S. It's just a random word pertaining to the palm of the hand. But yeah, a little bit more on just dropping the Q. It would be so interesting to see a 1-tile exchange, another 1-tile exchange, then just a 1-tile play right afterwards. But we will not see that. Joey playing Palmar, and is Jason Lee going to hold this? Or has he seen it before? Has he studied this word?
This is a kind of common word if you do what I do. Jason basically does what I do. We both teach high school sciences and stuff, so no hold here. Joey's drawn the tiles. I will point out Palmar, as you said, Josh, does not take a back S,
but it
does take
Y.
Yes, a Y indeed. So we'll see if that comes up.
Yeah, and there's a U for Joey Krafchick, getting maybe potentially rewarded for keeping the Q here. Over to Jason Lee, keeping EU, drawing EEMSV. So not the worst, not the best. He has that S for Bootees. He has a V you might want to get rid of. maybe see Revue as a potential option from the R and greatest, setting up a terrible high-scoring spot for Joey. What are you liking here?
I think I played EMEUS like as soon as it was my turn. Maybe that's not like a slam dunk best play because it exposes the triple word, but I really want to get rid of as many of these vowels as I can. Jason now looking at Revue from the R in greatest 16 points, sets up a big hotspot, but it keeps very well. Josh, do you like this?
I don't know. I don't like it. Again, it's a similar situation to Booty. It's turns like these where it's not like I like a play. It's just that I like it more than the other plays. And setting up your M could be pretty good. There's a lot of scoring spots on this board. There's the aforementioned scoring spots that Booty created. So it's a little bit more reasonable to open such an easy spot. But yeah, it's certainly something that a human being would just balk at.
We'll see. Jason now looking at EMEUS. It does give that big triple back to Joey, but cash that S before he's able to do it. He's now played off 5 tiles, increases the odds that he has a play there. And there's already a big scoring spot on the board beneath the AB and LO and booties. So maybe open a second one? No, Jason opting to play V's here instead, choosing some defense. We'll see if that U slows him down next turn.
Yeah, if you're going to keep a U, of course, having a Q with it is nice, but the M is the best tile to go with the U. It really eats up the U's. So many MU plays. So I think this is a very rational decision by Jason Lee, who has spent a lot of his summer in his home country of Mauritius, but he's been studying up, try to perform very, very well at this tournament. WOE coming down very quickly for Joey Krafchick within 15 seconds. There is EHMNOU blank. What a great draw for Jason Lee. Will he be able to find a bingo here through one of the open tiles on the board? There's nowhere for a 7-letter word, though.
No, nowhere for a 7-letter word and nothing doing. It looks so promising for Jason. He'll need to spend some time, but there are no bingos available to him on this rack. So, time trap here for Jason. He's going to spend a few minutes at least, I'd say, looking for these bingos. And then he's got to decide between a bunch of plays that all look okay, but nothing looks great. We're going to see Jason Lee really buckle down and spend, I'd say, at least 3, 4, 5 minutes on this turn, Josh.
Yeah, this is a turn that completely destroys a lot of players' confidence levels. You just look and look and look and look and look, and you've come up completely short. There's no bingo on this board with this rack. It's a balanced rack, 3 vowels, 3 consonants, and a blank. The ORBI of Orbiest are pretty open. The E and the S, you can play from them. The G in greatest, the R in greatest. So many letters to choose from. How long will Jason Lee take before he gives up? And like you said, once you give up, there isn't really a great option. Maybe HM to the right of V's, just not opening anything up, keeping the blank. Other than that, yeah, the options are just pretty bad.
HM is 27 points. ENOU blank the leave. Not ideal, but you've got a G in greatest with a ton of unseen eyes. Maybe ING is in the works. I think that keeps too many vowels to draw an ING bingo. One thing that pops out to me that might be absolutely crazy, I'm not sure, is UH and OH underneath the front O of Orbiest, 10 points, but sets up OHM for 75 or 80 points next turn. Josh, do you like that?
That's a really great find by you there. Just a very crafty way to try and maximize the value of the tiles remaining on your rack. For only 10 points, it's a close game, 23 points between Jason and Joey, but with that blank, Jason Lee certainly recognizes the fact that on average, he is a favorite in this game. And wow, is he done searching? That level of confidence is incredible if that's the case. But he's starting to shuffle, just trying to make sure there's nothing he's missing. I would say Jason Lee is a pretty confident player overall. but you can get so lost in the sauce with racks like these. Unhomier, just a little bit of a potential play there. Unhomely is only a word in the international lexicon, which I learned recently by playing it.
Oof. Jason set up unmother for just a second. Now look at it, home run. Yeah, no, but it's not there. No home run for you this turn, Jason. I don't know that he's quite done looking for bingos yet. Now setting up HUN, I think this is the beginning of our play finding for him.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes you say, okay, I'm done, and then you're like, wait a second. Let me just double check. Let me shuffle a little bit. But this is actually a very reasonable amount of time for a turn like this. And I'm happy to see that because, again, you could just take forever on a board like this, a rack like this. You just don't want to miss something. If you have a bingo here, it is far better than any other option, even though you have a blank and are likely to bingo within the next couple of moves. So UH, very, very cool idea. HM to the right of V's, HUN on top of the PA of Palmer. Yeah, some okay options. We'll see what Jason chooses. Joey kept QUAIL, and he's drawn another 4-point tile, another W actually. So a very similar rack. So he doesn't have much to think about because he's already been on this board with a very similar rack. We'll see what Jason Lee does. We'll see if Joey can do something hooking whatever Jason does, if it changes the board enough. But yeah, this is a situation where Joey Crafter just has to sit there and wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah, and Jason just continuing to shuffle. We'll see if Jason spending a ton of time gives Joey any information about maybe he's got a blank. That's why he's shuffling so much. That's why he's spending so much time here. So Joey with a lot to think about, but not too much new to think about. Jason, I actually see an option we haven't called out yet that looks okay for him as well. That's the play of Muon, M-U-O-N, above the PA of Palmar. Similar to Hun, H-U-N, but plays off one more vowel. I think I'm a little more partial to that one than Hun.
Yeah, Muon is a great play too. Keeping HE blank, which is so flexible. It's another thing, the fact that this game is being live broadcast might actually change the thought process. Jason Lee, you don't want to miss something, but you also don't want to miss something live for an audience. Under 14 minutes, again, it's not great. Time usage, Jason Lee can play very, very fast, very, very accurately. So I'm not super concerned. And we see Muon here for 21, as you said it. So yeah, a great play here by Jason Lee. Down to 1340. Joey Kravchik, just under 20 minutes. Let's see how quickly he responds. Does he think Jason Lee has the blank? I think he probably suspects it. And Umiak immediately, oh my goodness, that must feel awful, awful for Jason Lee.
Yeah, wow, missed that. Did not think this far through, but yeah, Umiak is about the worst thing that Jason could have seen after that play. 72 points. A big swing advantage Joey here, and the draw for Jason. This does give him one and only one playable 8-letter word, and wow, is this going to be hard for Jason to play.
Yeah, even if you see the only bingo here from one of the S's in the center of the board, do you play it? It's just so dangerous. You're going to be behind still. You're just giving back a gigantic triple to Joey. So this is really, really bad now for Jason Lee suddenly. And I don't think Muon was a bad play. I think that might have been the best play. But here we are, down 74 points. Tables have completely flipped on Jason Lee.
Yeah, wow. We were expecting Jason, I think you just called him a couple minutes ago, a favorite in this game, and not the case anymore. Even though he's got the first blank here, Joey just hammered him for 72. So Saphine, S-A-P-H-E-N-A-E, plays for 62 from either of the two S's on the board, but both string an E in the 7th spot of a triple. Joey next turn averages about 27 points per turn. If Jason keeps things tight here, he averages 54 to 55 after the plays of Saphine instead. So just crazy different lines here for Jason. Blow it wide open or keep it tight and try to find a better bingo. A lot to think about here, a very hard turn.
And this is exactly where Joey Kravchuk wants to be, in a pretty commanding position with a huge time advantage, where his opponent is just scrambling to make a good move. Yeah, this must feel very, very crushing already for Jason Lee in this position. You probably just can't afford to play the bingo, even if you find it. AAH on top of the RBI of Orbeus is very, very reasonable. And we see Jason has found his bingo. Is he going to feel desperate enough in this situation on this board to say, well, what better opportunity am I really going to get here? Is he going to play something like HA to the left of Umiak, making HI and AA just to keep the board a little bit more open? If you don't bingo, your options are terrible. Hair for 15?
Hair for 15 or HA for 20 along the IA of Umiak. Jason is just going to pull the trigger on the bingo, and Joey's got WELT beneath the ENAE. Holds III, but a slam dunk. 50 points for Joey.
Wow. So bingo has been played, hoping Joey is saddled. It won't look like it. Welt's probably going to come down very quickly. Huge play for Joey Kravchuk to retake a bingo margin lead. But little will Jason know that Joey holds on to I, the play of Welt. But I think you have to play it, Matt.
No, it's so much. It's 52. You can't really do much else. EW also takes away the spot. That's just 32. Still holds all three I's. So forget it. Very, very seldom are we in the booth going to recommend keeping I. But this is definitely an instance where it's a no-brainer. You got to do it.
Yep. And Joey actually taking some time here. But yeah, it's just that's the only play. He's got to hate it. And I guess if he takes this long and then plays Welt, what is Jason Lee going to think? He's going to think, oh, maybe he has a blank. Maybe he has not so great tiles. Maybe he has many options in the same spot. Went could also play there. Yeah, I think Welt's going to come down. And then what? Again, Jason Lee is out of the woods in terms of having blank racks that are really, really hard to deal with. But this board is going to be really, really tight. And, I'm not sure how to approach it.
I am surprised that Joey has spent so much time on this turn. Yeah, you see on his face he does not want to keep I, showing some frustration almost. But 52, dog, do it. Nothing else is going to happen here. Joey texting me a couple weeks ago, we had David Elgar in the booth, and he said, don't ever worry about time trouble and trying to rush your opponent and put them into it. And Joey adamantly disagreed. He said time trouble absolutely wins game if you can pressure your opponent. That was a great opportunity for Joey to put some pressure on Jason, and instead he spent nearly a minute on a pretty straightforward turn. We'll see. Time trouble may be brewing for Jason, who still has a tight board and a 64-point deficit to overcome. EEFNOTU, no bingos. I think Boof from B, Josh, looks really obvious.
You have to play this, I think. BOEUF. It's a French word. Jason speaks fluent French and a nice Mauritian Creole as well. But with the time pressure being under 10 minutes, this is a missable word. It's a very, very hard word to spot. And knowing that you're 10 minutes almost below Joey Kravchuk, one of the fastest players in the world, that might be enough for Jason to whiff on, I think, the best move in the position.
Oh, man. And if you miss, it's a pretty brutal miss as well. He found refute. This kind of does the same thing. Also scores 20 points. Also opens the bottom of the board.
But look, these are the last two E's. Can you believe it?
Whoa.
Has Jason just noticed that? Wow, I have the last two E's. He's taken his play back, which again is just so bad. He knows he has to act quickly. Maybe he's noticed the situation. Maybe he realizes how valuable keeping an E is here. Is he going to find Biff, which I think in this specific position is a lot better?
All right, chat at home. If you like math, here's a fun math puzzle for you. What are the odds that all 12 E's are drawn out of a Scrabble bag in the first, 61 letters? Or maybe even first 54 letters? 57 letters, the first 57 letters. It's got to be insanely small. I don't think I've ever seen E's exhausted so early. If Jason has noticed that, yeah. Oh, and here he goes.
Let's go. All right.
Speaking
Very
of-
happy to see this. Very, very happy to see this. Nice job.
All right, so back on Joey, drawing into I, picks up ADOP, an awkward rack. He should have expected an awkward turn. We'll see if he plays two of them. Iodine into the NE is just 14, but cleans up the rack a lot. Is that what you're looking at here, Josh?
That's what Joey Kravchuk's looking at. It's already on the board. Very reasonable play. Doesn't do anything dangerous. Gets rid of the problems. And suddenly, here we go with Jason Lee trenched, available through the E. He has to find that and play that quickly. And he's well within his right to reclaim the lead after the find of Boeuf. You have to play it. You have to find it. You have to go. You're down to 8 minutes. It's time.
Yeah, big play here. Big swing for Jason. And I thought that was going to be it. But yeah, moving the T to the front. He's got to find trenched.
There
He's
we go.
found it now. Big swing. Jason up by 14. Joey AAIINPR is not going to have a strong counterplay. Ooh, this one, Josh, looking very interesting now.
Very, very interesting. Jason up 14 minutes. Joey banging the table a little bit there, a little bit of emotion there. Like, how could you have the last E? How could I be behind after such a nice advantage just a few turns ago? But that's how Scrabble goes. You got to roll with the punches. There's still a blank out. I think that's the biggest deal. If Jason Lee draws the final blank, he's going to be in fantastic shape to take down Joe Kravchuk. What
But
do you
a
do
lot
here?
of consonants lurking for Jason. Every vowel is huge. The Y, the I, the O, all big. And that X. Okay, Jason drawing an awkward rack, but a big rack for him. Yoki. Oof.
That's really, really good. That is a fantastic draw. Even though Jason didn't draw the blank, he's going to have scoring plays for days with a rack like this. We might even see, if an A gets floated out, the opportunity to play Alcoxy again for the
that's
second
incredible.
time in 2 days. But that's probably not happening. If you're Joey Kravchuk, what do? Do you play Rapini underneath the E and the D just to really rush for that blank? Well, that's going to get hit pretty hard with the comeback.
Yeah, man. How do you change your thinking in a game like this? No E's left. Not many great bingo lines on the board either. So it feels like scoring is going to be your priority here, but you don't have the letters to score points almost at all. Some players would definitely be inclined to grab an A and an I and play AI alongside the AQ of Umiak. That's 15, keeps a balanced lead, but AINPR without E's unseen. I don't know how I'm feeling about that, Josh.
Yeah, and this is a turn we were talking about Joey Kravchuk not rushing. This is a turn where you don't rush. This is a turn where you really think about your options, try to assess the position, try to figure out what the best approach is. And yeah, playing off the A and the I actually, to me, seems quite reasonable in this position. It's just not great. I don't think you're drawing into many bingos, but you're drawing into more bingos than some of your other options. You're keeping things tighter, you're keeping things complicated, and you're keeping a balance. We'll see what Joey Kravchuk does. Tons of options here. I have no idea what I would do. So I think you want to take some time, try to maximize the value of the letters you have, realize there are not many vowels left. That might be the reason not to play two of them. But he does have 4.
If I'm Joey, I am thinking Jason's down on time, and I'd like to wield that to my advantage as much as possible. I feel how complicated these positions are on a board that is this tight, and Jason probably feels the same. The last thing I want to do if I'm Joey is see that advantage by giving Jason really obvious or really easy plays. And so I don't think I want to open the board here. I might play AI and just keep things tight. Rapini, if he's got an easy underlap, I make his life so much easier, and I don't want to do that. So I don't know. The longer I look at this position from Joey's perspective, the more inclined I am to keep it tight.
Joey was considering a very interesting option of nip through the eye of iodine. That's 28 points, but keeps duplicated A's, duplicated I's. Is this a position where you can be patient with it? Seems like it is. AI coming down for 15, keeping AI NPR. If Joey's able to draw one more vowel or certain draws, he's going to be able to score very nicely next turn or keep a balance. He can play nip next turn, depending on what he draws. This does leave his options quite open, and that's a pretty good draw for him. Wow.
Wow, yeah, it is. We will continue to watch over there, but we'll shift over to Jason now. He trails by 1. Y, Y, K, X, all threatening to score, rounding it out with an I, an L, and an O. Jason does not want to spend a lot of time on this turn, but there are some good plays that do different things, Josh. What jumps out to you?
Not much. Really not much. Oxy under the D, blocking the bingo lane, reducing the variance in the position, scoring pretty nicely, not opening much in the way of scoring, blocking that triple from the E entrenched. You could just drop the X on the top left. Ox is a very nice score of 36 OX, but you're only keeping one vowel. Again, lots of consonants remain in this pool, so I'm liking Oxy here, I think.
All right, so Oxy is what Josh is partial to, at least right now. Yeah, it doesn't get overlapped super often because there aren't very many vowels left. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, Josh.
Look at this, though. Look at the play that Jason's thinking about. Cylix, C-Y-L-I-X from the C entrenched. I actually love this play.
Yeah, that looks very, very strong as well. Well spotted by him. I saw it with the K. I didn't see it with the C. This is big. And this is the engine's favorite play by almost 5 points on this turn. So if Jason's able to make this play, make it accurately, and make it quickly, that would be huge. Shifting now over to Oxy again is Jason Lee.
Yeah, well, maybe it's the play of AI. Maybe he's inferring that Joey is close to a bingo. Maybe he's really worried about leaving that lane open. But no, there's the confidence that I was talking about. Just leaving the board open. And this is a fantastic play. I think it gives Jason the best winning chances. And Joey, again, he has balance, but he doesn't have much else. Are we going to see nip now? Are we going to see some other play? Does he have something from the E entrenched? That's what he was looking for on Jason's time. Let's see what he's decided.
Yeah, nip makes sense. 28 points. AAIRT is not usually what you're looking to keep, but given there's just 5 vowels in the pool, keeping your 3 here makes a lot of sense. PIA in the same spot through that second I and iodine also feels strong, but just seeing how few vowels are left, this is a great adjustment from Joey.
Yeah, great play. Just being so patient and mature in the position. Both of these guys making fantastic middle game decisions. Now up to Jason Lee. He has not drawn another vowel. The blank is still out there. There's a V and there's an I for Joey Krafchick. Not a great draw, but it is another vowel that Jason Lee cannot draw. I think if I'm Jason, I want to play under the ED of Trench now with something like Doc, but it doesn't feel great. You're keeping a Y, which can work as a vowel, but that's it. I think, yeah, you just don't want to play a phony here. There's lots of OCKY words. He doesn't have a single one on his rack.
Well, you also want to play quickly here, Jason. Under 5 minutes left. This game is almost definitely coming down to an end game unless a player scores a cheap bingo on a dead board. After Doc, nobody's bingoing in this game again, almost definitely. So what is he? No, he's not going to play Naki. He's not going to play the phony here, I don't think.
I hope not, but he's looking at it. It's still in his rack. He's man, please don't play Naki. Yeah, Doc, I think, is the best play. And there it is. Okay. Yeah, you need to start playing quickly. Jason can play a game within 5 minutes very, very accurately. Me and him do play a decent amount of blitz in our free time. So hopefully he'll have enough time. But this is a complicated game. Like you said, very likely to come down to an end game at this point. And there we go. Varix very quickly. That was actually a great draw for Joe. I didn't see this play. And just putting the time pressure back on Jason Lee. Will he see the blank? It is still lurking in the tile bag. There is no vowel. There's a vowel. That's very, very good for Jason.
Yeah, he needed that last vowel to save his rack, and there it is for him. Hasn't drawn the blank. We'll see if Joey draws it. A blank, good news. A vowel, good news for Joey. There is the blank indeed, but 3 consonants to go with it. This game's still wide open for either of these players. Oh boy.
Wow, no, that is incredibly huge draw for Joey. 2 vowels, the J to score with, the blank. With 6 tiles in the bag, this game is hanging in the balance. Jason Lee would love to play 5 or 4 tiles here, but what are his options? His options are terrible. He can't even score. He can score 21 points with Tiny, and that's it. Tiny on the top right, opening a big triple. That's going to get destroyed so often by the J. This is awful, awful news for Jason Lee. He is up by 2, but look at all the crazy, crazy high-scoring tiles unseen to him. This is why he needed to spend his time a little bit quicker earlier on. This is a ridiculously complicated position. What do you do?
What do you do? Oh my God. Yeah. Looking at TINY in the top right corner, there's Juts, there's Zits. So if JUS, JU blank, ZIS, ZI blank on my opponent's rack, it's basically just a game over immediately. But maybe Jason just has to take that risk. He doesn't have enough time to think through anything else. And whatever, if you have it, you have it. And if you don't, fine. Maybe Jason's going to be looking at the G at the top of this board, maybe an INGLY bingo, something he can gun for here.
But he has to go. He has to move. He's down to 2.5 minutes. Ginny, GINNY through the I of Silex. Maybe that's the play here. Leaves things as complicated as possible. But he has to move. He cannot afford to go over time.
Yeah, he's grabbing just NY now, looking to put these 2 tiles down. I think Nay through the R in Varix, try to hit a bingo through the I in Kylix next turn. That seems fine. But yeah, Jason, you've got to do something, and you've got to do it quickly. Under 2 minutes now, still 6 tiles in the bag. Joey smiling, chatting a little bit, it looks like. Here comes Nay.
Nay for 12. Yeah, when in doubt, keep the best leave possible. Maybe you draw something, and here we go. Just Jarl here for Joey Kravchuk, leaving 1 tile in the bag. What will Jason Lee draw? There's an A. There's a U. Wow, but that's still not good enough, is it?
No, it is not, but check out the unseen pool now. DFGISTZ. Joey's going to be in some trouble depending on what he draws here. Will he leave the Z in the bag?
Wow.
Yes, he will. The Z, the last tile for Jason, could give him some big scoring opportunities. He's counting. He feels 1 left. He's got under 90 seconds to play the remainder of this game. Oh, my goodness, Jason, what do you got?
And yeah, there's just nothing. There's nothing good. You want to play as many tiles as possible, try to go out, but doing that opens so much in the way of scoring for Joey. What do? Do you just play the U off and try to fish? This is just impossible with such little time to think properly here. I think this is Joey Kravchuk's game. He's up 13. He has the blank. He's a huge surprise, Jason Lee, when he draws that Z out of the bag. Man, 50 seconds.
I mean, 2 lines for Jason here. 1, just try to bingo and win the game. But with 1 in the bag, even if you hit a fish, Joey can know what you have and block it. He's got 12.5 minutes to figure it out. So option 2 is try to score a bunch, play a bunch of tiles, and hope you draw an out in 2 sequence next turn. But with this little time, you got to find a 5-letter word that scores points on a board that's dead. He's just going to fish the U in a time crunch because that's all he can think to do. He's going to draw the Z out of the bag. We'll see if we see any kind of emote from Jason here. Nope.
He doesn't have time to emote. He doesn't have time to think. And yeah, that was just a panic move. He just couldn't find anything. And maybe there was nothing in the position. Maybe it was just completely dead. Maybe something like Aunt, a do, and Newt was possible, but just no time to think. And I think now Joey can just relax. It's the end game. He has 7 tiles. Jason Lee has 7 tiles. So many ways to win the game now.
So many ways for Joey to win the game. Indeed, just go out in 2 and don't let Jason play the Z for 1,000,000 points, and that should do it. So a pretty straightforward line for Joey seems to be DITS, DITS, underneath iodines. Don't expose anything new. Keep FG blank and go out next turn. That'll win the game for Joey, as will many out in 2 sequences.
What an insane game, Matt. I mean, just this is exactly what time pressure can do to you. So just Joey's just like, all right, I have all the time in the world. Figure this out. He only has one vowel, so he just has to make sure that he keeps the blank maybe to ensure he goes out next turn. That will be all she wrote in this one. Jason Lee putting up a great fight. Trenched coming down. Just didn't draw that blank. Didn't draw enough vowels or firepower to be able to tussle with Joey Kravchik.
And strangely, the biggest mistake, according to the engines in this game, was probably Jason's decision to bingo for 62 on Safine. Engine strongly wanted Jason to forego that and score just 15 or 20 points on that turn instead. Not often where the 62-point bingo is maybe your biggest mistake of the game.
Maybe, but in terms of hidden value, the practical value of playing the bingo, and also the fact that Joey Kravchik on a closed board is never going to open anything good for you, maybe makes the decision far more reasonable than you might think looking at just a computer's crunched results.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Safine was right as well. It's these things that are hard to know in the long term what keeps your chances alive. But Joey, as you said, a great closed board player is never going to open it back up to you and throw the game. Who knows?
Yeah, and I think if Jason Lee were to think about this game, he's like, oh, I must have missed something better on Muon. But Muon was a totally fine play, just got completely punished beyond reason.
Yeah, Joey said time pressure can win you games, and I don't know that time pressure definitively won him this game. I think it was more his crucial blank draw, but Jason probably had something better to do than out for 3, salvage some few more win percentage points, and he was just unable to do it with the time pressure Joey applied.
So what is the best endgame here for Joey Kravchik?
Let's see. He's only got a handful of plays that win according to what I've crunched. I'm sure in real life it's probably a little bit more, but Jason does have some threats. Izar and KI is 32. ZIT at the top of the board is not a weak play as well. Joey just needs to go out in 2. Best in-game looks to be GIF, GIF, and IF alongside Iodine, keeping DST blank to go out next turn for a bunch.
Very nice. Yeah, Jason just has to sit there and hope for a blunder. At this score, he knows. Joey has the blank. He has all of the cards. The only thing that would win me the game is if he somehow either mistracks or misses a play that I can respond to his play with.
Trying to figure out if Jason would win if he drew the blank on his one-tile fish. Yeah, no, Jason would lose even if he drew the blank after out. Joey has 4 paths to victory there. So this is what we thought from Joey. This is his second best in-game sequence, but one that is far more human to play and is going to do the trick just fine. I think GIF was 1 additional point when it's all said and done, but Ditz makes a lot of sense. We're going to see Izar come down from Jason here instead of under Doc, taking away Joey's outs of gift through that eye and Kylix.
Yeah, but it won't be enough. Joey Kravchik going to win this game by small margin, but any margin is good enough when you got the W. GIF for 17. That's 422 plus 10, 432 to 397 in this crazy game. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
17, 430, 397.
Yeah, good game.
Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, I drew that blank after Varix. That was a bailout. And Aviatrix didn't fit. It was kind of a sick. I had my rack.
Okay. I kind of ran out of time, yeah. It shouldn't have taken so long in the early draw. Crazy. I had weird racks. I'm going to check after, but...
This left three eyes.
Okay, that's why it took you a while. Obviously, you have to play it, yeah.
Yeah, I think I have to, but we'll see.
Yeah, this turn, I don't know. This is the one that took. I still don't know what I should have done. I can't play tiny here because you have the Z a lot of the time. So
Sydney left what?
TRING.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a pretty desperate spot, I suppose.
So I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I don't know.
What was your exchange one?
V.
And just drew a B?
I drew V.
Nice.
I could play TIYIN. That's interesting. Maybe I should have done that.
Yeah, I guess, let's see. I would have had Taj there, I guess. I had a T, so that would have taken that out.
TIYIN? Yeah, maybe that's. I saw it, but this is almost. I mean, what is about the same? And the other, this one keeps my I, my vowel. So maybe names wrong. But this rag, oh my god, I had a rating. So I don't know. Like I want to play long here, but I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, it seems like a situation at the end there where whoever draws the blank is going to win.
Yeah.
Maybe if there was a spot for a Z, there would be possibility there, but it's just such a tight
So
board.
you were expecting me to play Izar here, then?
Nah, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
No, but yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the exact best end game. Hopefully it is, but I think that's
It must be close here. It doesn't let me play this. So there's some use into that.
Yeah. All right, so 33 difference.
33.
Alrighty, so that game going to Joey Krafchick, a very important win. It is day 2, but you definitely want to start winning games if you're at 5-3. So both players now at 6-3 after 9 rounds of the Scrabble Players Championship. Again, would like to thank NASPA for sponsoring this stream, for the production team behind everything, Christian Andrew K, our annotator, Kristen Chu, my co-commentators, and especially Matt Kanik, who's here with me today all day. So much more Scrabble to be played. 2 more rounds today before lunchtime. Our next matchup is another big one. Ori Swift, who we saw a couple of times yesterday, and Chloe Fatsis, who took down Jackson Smiley live on stream.
Man, Chloe already knocked off Jackson and Joey Krafchick early on in this one. Can she also beat Ori? That would be huge for her. She's had a lot of success at these SPCs in the past. We'll see if she can continue that run here. Ori is also a player who's had success at these in the past, finishing 2nd in 2022. Always a lock to finish in the top 10, feels like. So we'll see. Big matchup coming your way in Game 10. We're going to take a little interlude while we get those players wrangled, but Chloe and Ori coming your way soon.
Welcome back to the 2026 NASPA Scrabble Players Championship in beautiful Cedar Rapids, Iowa. A little bit smoky today, unfortunately, due to the wildfire smoke, but we're all having a great time here. Matt, you're back at home in Boston, but we have a great matchup for you guys for the 10th round of the 28 game, 31 game, 33 game, 32 game championship.
Number of games. 28 games and then a best of 5. I'm hoping it's 33 because I always love those pivotal game 5 matchups. Soren on his feet because he is excited for this next matchup as well. A good friend of mine in Ori Swift, who we've already seen twice on stream, and a very strong player in Chloe Fatsis to face up against him. Game with a lot of playoff ramifications. Ori in second place right now at 7-2. Chloe right at his heels. She's in 7th at 6-3 currently.
So she did drop a game just now, but the players are seated and ready to go. So we will pan to the live board view. And Chloe going first in this one. 6-3 plus 328. Ori Swift 7-2 plus 509. Huge thank you to Woogles for providing us with all of this information that you are being transmitted live so we can follow the game as best we can. Matt Canick with me all day today to call the games. This will be the penultimate round before lunch. 2 games left, including this one. Then around an hour and a half break. 3 more games in the afternoon. Let's see what comes out of the bag, Matt.
Indeed we will. A T, an O, an R, an E, and an F. Footer.
Yeah, this looks like a play that I would make pretty quickly. Footer. Looks close to a few potential 7-letter words, but there are really no downsides to playing footer. Fetor as well is a good play, keeping the T. Both of them play in the same spot. Maybe this one's slightly better.
Sure, why not? Just pick one or the other. I guess putting the E on the star is a little bit weaker to bingos to and from that E than the O, but this a little bit weaker to the overlapping plays, as having the O and the E next to each other instead of 2 O's makes overlaps a little bit more likely to go down. Anyway, feeder played quickly, I think, is most importantly. Played vertically, also rather important. Chloe's up 26-0. CDDIITV for Ori. Yuck. Are we going to see COVID?
Unfortunately, yes. COVID is the best play. It was added as a word in 2023 with a lexicon update. And it's 22 points, gets rid of all the problems. And this is coming down very, very swiftly for Ori. So 22-26. I guess another thing about feater versus footer is, do we have a situation where maybe there's a 3-tile extension to footer that Chloe doesn't know, that Ori might know? I actually, more than I think about it, would have preferred putting the E on the star to help Chloe bingo with racks that are close to like this one, but without the WU combination. So ANNRTUW, not so great. Can we play the WU? Yes. WUD is possible, but unwit maybe through the I makes sense here.
Yeah, WUD just 7 points, keeps double N's. Unwit looks to be the strongest play here for Chloe. No surprise that she's found it already, set it up, and well, got a W and a U. I can get rid of both of them. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Unwit looks to be the top option here for Chloe. Well played by her. DILLRT and a blank for Ori. He does have 1 bingo on this turn, and it scores 58.
Yeah, and he's going to spot it so fast. Look at this. TR already set up. What could you have here? Trilled is a word. Doesn't fit. Do you have something through the U of unwit that was just opened? He's already been thinking about this rack and found trolleyed, his only option, through the O. Troll ID blank, maybe trolling us a little bit here, but it puts the blank on the double letter score, and every other tile scores face value plus that 50-point bonus. 58 points. Nothing to sneeze at, but not a very high scoring bingo with a blank.
Yeah, it's one of those, this is one of the saddest bingo ever kind of situations. But hey, at least you have a bingo. This rack would be brutal if you didn't. Ori is going to take just a little bit of time to find non-bingo options, but he'll find that all that really exists out there is will or wild from the W for 17 or 19 points. Whatever, just score 58.
But he's taking his glasses off. He does this when he's thinking hard about a position. So I wonder what this is about. It looks like he had set up trolleyed. It is his only bingo. It's hard to imagine something better. See how long he takes on this one. Chloe has drawn to RAN, an S, an N, a T, and a Y. So she has that S stuck onto COVID. But not great stuff. Wow. Okay. I don't think this was a choice, a purposeful choice by Ori Swift.
He set up troll-id blank. I don't know if he chickened out of the word. If this was a tactical decision, it's a rather poor one. This seemed 11 points down over just taking the bingo immediately. I wonder if he just whiffed the word trolleyed there.
And he's going to be very unhappy with this post-will draw. 3 more consonants. That is swift justice, unfortunately. Karmic justice for the miss. Yeah, it's certainly worth playing for 58 there.
Yeah, wow. And yeah, justice, as you said, delivered to Ori. And maybe even worse coming, as Chloe now has a bunch of plays with either Willie or Wills on this turn. Nasty is 40 points, Josh.
Yeah, nasty is a very nice way to score, but if you play try and Willie, you're not opening nearly as much, but you're keeping 2 ends. Is it really worth doing that? Is nay a better idea to keep TNRS, try to draw a couple vowels? I like taking points here, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about it.
Let me throw out Tryna as well, Tryna. That does expose the triple word score, but does undouble the ends. Do you like that a little better for 31?
I do. It's really funny. I saw Tryna very quickly. And I'm like, oh no, it's try-ma. Tryna is a word now. That slang word added to the dictionary, scoring 41 and not 41, 37. It looks like Chloe's going to go with nay, set up an easier way to access the top right triple, but keep the most potentially lethal combination of NRST if you just draw a couple vowels. I'm not a huge fan of this play, though.
Yeah, this just, you got to score a little bit more here if you can. Nasty and Tryna both just look much stronger than this, but AAE on her draw makes her feel kind of smart here.
Yeah, mold coming down in Santera, the word on Chloe's rack, will be played with molds or with feeders, actually. I'm wondering.
Feeders, probably.
I think so. I mean, neither placement is great, but at least if you play with feeders, you're locking down the left side of the board, and bingos ending in S will no longer fit with the Santera's hook. And more consonants for Ori Swift here. Santera, wherever Chloe plays it, is going to be a very, very nice way for her to take a pretty good lead here.
Yeah, Santera's and feeders, you've already got a 15-point lead. You're scoring a lot more. You're not seeding as many bingos back, not exposing as many floaters. Playing it horizontally here is definitely the MO for Chloe. Of course, she's wasted no time finding the word. She might spend a little bit more looking for 8s in different places, but yeah, no-brainer decision here.
And Ori's not going to like the look of this. What does he do now? Do you play Newt through the E of Santera, open the board a little bit further downward, and hope to draw something? None of the options you draw, save for the Santera's bingos, are going to score very well on this board.
Yeah, I mean, Newt just feels kind of forced here, unless you want to get crazy aggressive and play something like Crew, setting up an S you don't have. And look, Chloe's found the second blank on her post-bingo draw. Maybe Ori wants to play something like Warn, W-A-R-N, through the second A of Santera. That's only 7, but maybe distract Chloe with the triple word and then try to bingo at the bottom. I think that seeds too much. I think this has to be Newt, Josh.
But if Newt comes down, it will block Panbroil through the R, but give Chloe a really, really cool option through the T with her newfound blank rack. Is she going to spot this? This is going to be a really interesting gut check or word knowledge check for Chloe Fatsis. She might have a better option, but making the blank an X.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's so missable. Paint box. Panbroil blocked. This is the only bingo available now to Chloe. It is 64, but blank X, that's so hard to think of here. She's also got other straightforward plays. Blip through the L and Willie looks pretty obvious. Play the B, play the P, score pretty well. Will she find the bingo, though?
Yeah, and it's barely worth it, right? Because you have the blank and you have some good scoring options. I think definitely worth playing in the same way that Trolleyed was worth playing. See Ori still with the second blank on his rack. He's drawn some vowels finally. But if Paintbox comes down, Cringy might be the response underneath it.
Wow.
So if Chloe misses Paintbox, it actually might work out better for her.
Wow. Yeah, no, I think you're spot on with your analysis of that one.
Yeah, right now, if you're Ori, you want to be really trying to find as many 8-letter words as possible. But nothing plays through the A. Cinerary, Vicinary just don't quite fit. So we'll see. Chloe Fatsis has been taking down some of the best players in North America since she was a teenager. Even when she was a child, she was just beating people. She's gotten so good. And we'll see if she's able to find this extremely difficult blank bingo. But if not, she's still in great shape. She's up 72 points. She doesn't need to bingo now.
And one of the storylines I was interested in following as we came into this national championship was what level of rust do we see from Chloe? She's been focusing a little bit more on her career. She's working as a teacher overseas in Greece right now and hasn't had the face-to-face opportunity or the tournament exposure because she's not in North America, not able to play games. So she's showing no signs of any kind of rust or fatigue with her 6-3 record right now. But Paintbox, that's the kind of thing you got to be firing on all cylinders to notice. I'd whiff it for sure.
Yeah, and I feel like at this level, you either see it quickly or you don't see it at all. It's so hard to think about this play. It has to just like come to you. Also, like one of the strategies you use when you have a blank is you just go through the alphabet. But oftentimes people will just like skip letters like the Q in the alphabet, maybe like the X, because there's such poor tiles to bingo with. So this is certainly extremely missable. And honestly, if she misses it, it'll work out better for her because Cringy is so many points as a response. But she's in commanding position, like we said, regardless. Does she have rust? She did commentate the Causeway Challenge. She got to see some of the best players in the world for 36 rounds straight, playing some Scrabble. So there must be some osmosis there. We'll see. Knob coming down for 21. We haven't really seen any issues in Chloe's play so far.
Well, there is an issue with this play, and it's the 29 vowels to 30 consonants that were unseen from Chloe's perspective. Vowel trouble likely coming, and that's not something you want to see. I may have just spoken that into existence. So now Ori will not have Cringy for 90 after the bingo missed from Chloe. Both players have missed one bingo in this game, but one of them will still be winning for sure. Ori can not bingo on this turn. I think he's realizing right now, wait, what? Now what do I do?
Wow, that is crazy. The T looks so ripe, but unfortunately not. And if the T doesn't get blocked, Chloe is Paracite. So see what Ori Swift manages to do here. He got what he wanted. He got a couple of vowels, but if you don't have it, you don't have it. Very tough position, down 93. At some point in this game, you must wonder if you're Ori, like, what? Why is this so hard? What did I do?
Right.
So what do you do now? Klein through the L of Willie? Keep RY blank? Try to draw one of those S's?
I think that's it. Klein just scores so well. 30 points on a turn where nothing else is really doing for you. You could also play Moldy, like literally just plunk the Y, or play Moldy and yet. That's 19, but Klein for 30 feels really good to me. If you have a bingo prone rack, there's a good chance it doesn't do anything for you on this board, as Ori is showing us on this turn. I just grab some points and see what happens.
Oftentimes when you're making these, 3-tile plays, keeping the blank, just hoping for a bingo, you tend to try and get closer and closer to bingo despite not scoring anything. Once you get this close, it's like, well, I'm so close. What's the one problem? My Y. Just want to drop it for 11 points. But it's a psychological trap often. You get stuck in the deep woods of fishing. That's what we call going straight for a bingo. Is Moldy worth it? You draw so many bingos with Santeras, making the blank an S, and with Newts, and you just bingo so often. But being down 93, you have a blank. I think I really like taking points, just trying to keep playing for score and bingoing at the right time.
Yeah. Ori has identified Klein now. He's thinking hard about this. I think Moldy, as you said, Josh, just scores too little. Maybe a play of Icy through the C in Covey. A COVID is a way to split the difference here. Icy is still 18. It holds CENR blank, drawing into a pool that has more vowels than consonants. That feels okay to me as well, but Klein I do think is just a bit too much for Ori to pass on.
Yeah, and it's a very, very well-reasoned and mature decision to just play through this rack. You almost got there. You still have a blank. You still have a lot of time to bingo. Klein coming down for 30 points. Over to Chloe, who's just going to drop Parakite very, very quickly if she spotted it.
Yeah, we did see her miss Paint Box last turn, and now Parakite, the only playable bingo for her this turn. She is alphagramming the rack, which to me indicates I don't think she's seen a bingo yet.
Maybe so, and there's an S for Ori Swift. So if Chloe doesn't see Parakite, Ori's going to have something like grayish available with Newts and Santeras. That's not getting blocked.
Yeah, grayish goes in both spots.
That's another miss. Very surprising.
Oh man, Chloe is so good so often, and both of these are tough bingos to spot. Paint Box outside the top 15,000 by playability. Parakite roughly 7,000 in there, but back-to-back bingo misses for Chloe, and here comes the big punish from Ori.
Big punish from the tile bag too. Once again, 3 vowels now. Ori's going to basically tie the game with this play. And Chloe, what the hell do you do with that? EUIIA. We're seeing a lot of karma here in this game.
Yeah, we are. Almost overkill on the punishes from the tile bag. My goodness. But that's Scrabble. You're trying to pick up 1 or 2 points here and there, and sometimes the ramifications can really spiral. We saw Chloe choosing knob over a play that played an additional vowel or 2, and now this is where she's at. Like, my goodness, it's spiraled, but maybe this was avoidable.
Certainly was. We saw a hold. I believe Chloe has released the hold. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, in this position, you're still in great shape. You're up by 3. You have the last blank. And the board is pretty much yours for the taking, save for that those last 2 S's unseen that could hook onto teaks. But it's still not great, and it's really hard to find a good play. Is this an exchange?
No. There are a few good plays through the R in Fetter. AUREI is 20.
That is an awesome play. It can't feel good to play something like that, but I think it's got to be worth it. It sets up a huge X spot. We'll see if Chloe has the. Yeah, she's found it, but is she going to play it? Because it sets up a big X spot. I think you still have to do it. And there we see it. She doesn't like it, but it's a great find.
You know what I like even less than this play? It's scoring 0. You got to get some points here. Exactly. You're winning the game.
Exactly. And if an X bomb comes down, you get tiles to play through. So there's a cost-benefit analysis there. And Ori Swift, so how is he drawing consonants out of this bag? 7 consonants, the J and the Z. What is going on here?
Yeah, that's actually insane. Like literally 50-50 vowels and consonants, and then he finds 7 consonants anyway. So, do you play? There are maybe 2 plays worth making here. Putts through the U and unwit for 15, or PHT and AT underneath the A and Ori. I think you play here, Josh.
Yeah, this could be a setup of the X. There's tons of racks where you have the X and you just want to play this to set it up. So Ori maybe smelling something afoot, playing pft, keeping both the J and the Z for scoring later. He's in an okay position.
Yeah, the J and the Z, as long as you can hammer 40 points with both of them, you could even survive a bingo from Chloe in this game. So it makes sense to just hold him back and see what happens. You've got to draw some vowels. There they are.
There they are. Finally. Yeah, Ori's been struggling in the weeds for many, many turns on end. The U isn't a great vowel to draw, but it's something. Now over to Chloe. She has an unplayable pierogi, one of the probably 55 spellings of that word. But she does have some interesting options, not great options. Ori didn't have the X, otherwise he wouldn't have played PHT. So maybe you play POI underneath. That feels really awful, though.
But what else do you do with the rack like this? You just play POI. You've got a lead, so it's not like you're desperate to bingo. I know you've got the blank on your rack, but just be patient. See what unfolds over the next few turns. Score some points. POI is literally the most you can score on this turn without burning the blank. I think it's fine.
Yeah, and if this, I don't know, if Chloe was down like 30 points or something, maybe pick to the C in COVID to set up the epic hook might be interesting. But I think, yeah, here you're still ahead of tempo. GIE, POI in the same spot. They both look pretty similar in value. POI with Pat and OK setting up an S hook is something as well. But with those 2 S's unseen, with the constant heavy play, I think you can't do that.
You could also consider GOPIK into the K of Teak, but given your opponent just played PHT, that O is going to bail out so many racks that are rife with consonants. You can't play Go Peak here. It's got to be POI, but then the longer you look at POI, the more you're like, well, I've got Ori pegged on consonants, and POI bails out lots of consonant-heavy racks. I actually kind of like this idea of PIC into the C of COVID now, given the inference, given the read.
If my opponent has consonants, that means there are lots of vowels in the bag. If I just draw one more vowel, I'm going to be in a similar situation. This is a really, really ugly turn for Chloe, and it's understandable that she's taking a lot of time here. There are no ends to draw either to facilitate the use of the G. So that's another thing in favor of not making this play. There's so many things, so many counter currents available to think about to not make this play. But she's going ahead and doing it. It's her highest score. It keeps punching, and we'll see what she draws out of the bag, as Ori now is going to be staring at that spot underneath POI, trying to find a high score.
Okay, yeah, POI. What is Ori gonna do now, Josh?
He can play D Burr. He's just setting it up right now, making POD and HIE again, keeping the J and the Z together, which is something you might see a relative do in a casual game, but it's actually not an insane way to play this. Taking a small lead, keeping a scoring tile that can completely punish some board opening plays should Chloe choose to make one. That might be the play here.
I think it is. Yeah, D Bird, keep Jay-Z. So many vowels to come, and Jay-Z with the vowels feels great, actually. He's looking at Z now. This is 42 points underneath the PO of Poi. But I don't know. D Bird looks pretty strong to me.
Yeah, there's really not much of a negative aspect to the play of D Burr other than keeping such clunk on your rack. You're opening a triple, but a 4-letter word from an R that's already on the double letter score, that's not a big concern. You're scoring very nicely. If you play Z, underlaps with an A could be pretty bad. You might not be able to respond to those. So I like this, and that's what Ori is doing. Great play.
Great play from Ori indeed. Engine approved as well. And we're back on Chloe into EGI blank. She draws bingos. The S is huge for her, and she's got bingos using the teak back hooks. The highest scoring one, 77 for Gustier, or its anagram Gutsier. Big swing towards Chloe.
And there's just nothing to think about. Gustier definitely better than Gutsier to not allow easy underlaps of the G using that middle bottom triple. And that blank R in the corner of the board is not a threat at all. So this is a great swing for Chloe. Like you said, 302 to 228. Suddenly Ori back in a really, really tough situation.
Yeah, man, as soon as the game seems like it's going to swing in Ori's advantage, Chloe does exactly what she needs to do to catch back up. And Ori did draw the S for Teaks just one turn too late. So Ori trailing now by 74. JO and GO makes a lot of sense from a points and leave perspective, but makes no sense from a game state perspective. That slams the last line on the board shut. Puts Ori down 50. You got to be more creative than that here, right, Josh?
He is thinking very creatively. Biz set up from the B and D Burr. If Chloe hasn't drawn one of the 3 remaining E's from Ori's perspective, he might get a huge chance at coming back in the game without a bingo. But yeah, you're in a really, really, really bad position here. The top left of the board is completely crushed. How do you get there? JO just seems so difficult to win after. So I think this might be a time to do something very desperate like Biz.
Yeah, if you play Biz and Chloe's got the E, it's basically game over. But if you play JO, it's basically game over. So why not open up the chance? Ori's great at adjusting his game based on whether he's an overdog or an underdog. And I mean, Biz looks a little bit crazy. It's going to blow up in his face in this one, as Chloe's going to have HEAD for $1 million. But he's going to play Joe.
Yeah, just what is your winning condition after this play? I guess you could make a similar play. You could play Biz next turn and maybe draw into something. You have the last. You don't have the last S, do you? Is that the last S? S. It is. Okay, so yeah, maybe just playing the long game, trying to set up the S later. We saw the potential for a play like Pika, setting up Spika earlier for Chloe. Maybe that's what Ori is hoping for. Maybe it's a long-term plan. You play Joe, then you play Biz, then you play something up top, creating a new threat.
Okay, I see it. I see the lines. Yeah, set up Biz and then try to do something later. If you draw 1 more E or even 2 more E's, you feel great about playing Biz. So maybe just trying to be patient is Ori. Chloe now on turn. QI for 22 available above the I on Gustier. QAT into the T of Fetters, also 17 or 19 points. Are you playing the Q here, Josh?
Certainly. You could also play Quid through the U and Unwit to set up an E, but that just lets Ori use that spot and set up a lane for himself. So I think it's between the 2 plays you just mentioned, and why not just take the extra points? That T in Fetters is not a threat. It is so hard to bingo to an AT or an ET.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm going to draw an AE or O so often after QI, and I don't want to. But Chloe's found an R instead. Ori playing Biz almost immediately on this turn, and Hedarim on Chloe's rack with no spot, but she does have 1 6-letter word making buys here, and I think that's a no-brainer play for her.
Yeah, you have to find Admire, and once you play Admire, Ori might expect, okay, worst case scenario, Chloe has a 6-letter word ending in E, but then maybe it gives me a lane, so maybe she doesn't want to play it. But putting an A in the bottom left corner of the board, that's not really a lane. So Admire is going to pretty much slam the door shut in so many different scenarios. And we'll see if she's able to spot that.
Yeah, I think what's coming up next for Ori is probably OCA through the C in COVID, setting up Soka. Ori's great at finding little setups like that. So there will be one more shot for Ori to create a line at the top of the board, setting up his case S in this game. You see Chloe now covering up each of the tiles. What 6s do I see in ADEHIR? ADEHMR. She's probably found Admire already, wants to make sure there is not another 6 to compare with. I do the same thing, Josh.
Yeah, this is a great way to try and find words on your rack. You just cover each letter individually. The E, I don't know why she covered that one because she needs it. But other than that, yeah, great way to find the 6-letter word and put yourself in fantastic position. Ori's probably like, oh gosh, this is really awful. Yeah, Oka setting up Soka through the C in COVID, maybe Ori's last chance with 3 tiles left in the bag. But that just seems quite blockable so often. But maybe there's some other line. Maybe there's something you can potentially try to draw from the A, make another play. Maybe something you can draw to the T in feeders. I know I said that's not a good lane, but desperation calls for very unlikely scenarios.
Well, how is Oka blockable other than roof or hoof?
You could play through the U sometimes of Unwit, but it is kind of difficult without an O. And from Ori's perspective, there is only one O left. So yeah, maybe you just have to do it and hope the O is in the bag and hope you draw exactly what you need.
There's also a nice play of Ova. Ori's got this set up. It plays between Klein and Grayish for 24. This will empty the bag, score 24, keep a nice ELOS together, but no bingo lines on the board unless you bingo down to the A and Admire or the T and Fetters. Just,
Yeah.
I don't see it working. I think Ray.
Maybe Ori was thinking about playing that with pod on the board and hoping maybe there's an N unseen. He looks at his tracking sheet, realizes no N's for him to draw. Yeah, this is very difficult. So yeah, you might be right. Ori holds the L for Loka, the S for Soka, and you just have to hope for something to go your way. But what can you draw out of the bag?
What can you draw out of the bag?
Grumbles.
OSB.
So this is the thing. This is how desperate Ori is. Not only does he need to draw into something with Soka or Loka, he needs the O to be in the bag for Chloe to not be able to block, probably. And he needs to score enough with his out bingo to fade that X that's unseen as well. So yeah, tough one. Very tough one for him.
Simulation suggesting that Ori is about 11% to bingo after playing Oka, but I'm hesitant to believe that number. Simulations really struggle on the closed boards like this in situations like it.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely an overestimation, but I think his chances are non-zero. It is kind of hard to block after Oka, and he's looking at it right now, and it's pretty much the only thing that we're seeing in the position. But the only other thing that might be possible is just some directed fish. So a fish is a play going for a bingo. We talked about that earlier. A directed fish is going for something very specific. Oka goes for a few different things, but maybe there's something you can try to draw on a weird part of the board, like through the U of Unwit, to the T of Feeders, to the A of Admire. Or he's going to do his diligence. He has a lot of time to think about that. That is why top players tend to use their time very wisely, leave themselves with enough time in positions like these to actually go through the possibilities. But looks like he's pretty much ready to play this. He's shifted the OA from the left side, the consideration side of his rack, to the right side, the I'm about ready to fire side.
Yeah, you can't make a play like Oka unless you actually see a draw that hits. And those do exist. If Ori draws GR, he'll draw Glovers or Grovels. If he draws GA, he'll draw Lavages, and both of those would play. Now, if he draws those, it means hoof or roof pretty likely to be on Chloe's rack, but you take the shot. Once he sees that there are possibilities that can hit, you take the shot. Now, GR can't actually be drawn. AG can't actually be drawn. So this is GG, but a good idea by Ori.
Yeah, the X is the bad news. He's going to be able to maybe cut his deficit a little bit if there's something unseen to Chloe that fits. But like you said, the two things he could have drawn are not even in the pool. So from Chloe's perspective, she just has to make sure there's nothing to worry about. And we'll see if she ends up trying to block, if she's confident, just to leave it open. She's doing her tracking. This is very important, actually. Retracking. She might have the 8 unseen tiles from her respective E, E, G, L, O, S, V, X. She might have those tracked, but she wants to double, triple check. So if you make a mistake here, you can't go back. If you make an error and Ori actually has something, you've just lost the game. You could just do your diligence. You have 9 minutes.
Yeah, so take the time if it's been given to you. Literally, it has happened to me before. I was playing a streamed game at a Nationals against Will Anderson, and I had tracked correctly, but then read my handwriting incorrectly, blew a game on stream by seeding a triple-triple. That didn't seem possible to me, and it's the worst thing that's ever happened to me in my life. So take the time, Chloe, and avoid the nightmare situation that could happen. Why not?
The worst thing that ever happened, yeah.
Nothing worse has ever happened to me than the time Will Anderson played a 9-letter triple-triple on the last move of a streamed game at a Nationals.
Yep. That's completely insane, and you'll be thinking about that for the rest of your life. Translating the story down the generations. So, Oka coming down, there's actually a suggestion by our analyst yesterday, Kenji Matsumoto, of going for something specific like Love Seat to the T over Valorous to the U, exactly echoing my sentiments, but also putting them into practical perspective, finding the possibilities. But I think Oka possibly still the best play. I think there are a couple of scenarios where you get lavages, or grovels, and the O is the last tile in the bag, and Chloe can't block, but who knows? It's a very, very tough position to analyze.
Yeah, now that she's seen there's nothing, just play FAH, 36 points, hammer it out, whatever. I can't lose.
Yeah, so 6.5 minutes now for Chloe. We'll see the level of confidence. If she wants to be really, really safe, I think she had the play of HAO lined up. It's not like fully safe, making oof. It actually allows overlaps to fit. So maybe if she puts this on the board, she'll be like, oh, wait, I don't want to do that either. So we'll see. HAO also fits on top of Admire. Maybe that's what she's thinking about. AH, lots of options. I think at this point she knows that she's locked in. There's nothing available for Ori. Maybe play the F first because you have the 27-point spot with HAE in the center of the board. So maybe FOE makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, no, keep the H, hammer out some extra points. I think she's also just thinking, what if I draw the X? Is it going to be a huge headache, or will I be okay after all of this? Ori's not playing Oka and keeping the X in pretty much any universe. So from Chloe's perspective, there's a 1 in 3 chance she's about to draw it. If she plays FOE, keeping that H, will the X be really annoying? That's what
Absolutely. Yeah, great analysis there. So you have to be a little bit careful. You're only up 65. You will almost certainly lose to a bingo. But at this point, I think it's just about, okay, how can I maximize my winning margin? So again, Chloe Fatsis is going to take down one of the top players. She's a top player herself, of course, on stream. There goes Ori. There goes Joey Krafchick. There goes Jackson Smiley. And Chloe Fatsis will be at 7-3 after 10 games, as will Ori Swift. Ori just has to wait and see what happens. He has Voxel and Loka, or Voxels and Soka, available for himself. Vexes as well, depending on what Chloe does, depending on her final rack. He'll also do the calculations necessary to try and find the best option for himself. I think Voxel and Loka is a little bit bad in pretty much any scenario because it sets up a big triple letter score on top of the E. So Ho coming down for Chloe Fatsis, keeping that F rather than keeping the H. She certainly has a good reason for that play. And over to Ori Swift, down 92 points in a losing position. Let's see if he finds his best move.
Yeah, this thing's getting interesting. As we said, going into this game, Ori Swift was in 2nd place. He was 1 game behind tournament leader Mac Meller, who sits at 8-1 coming into the round. Ori losing here means Mac could start to run away with this thing. We've seen him do that before at these big tournaments, just easily clinch a spot in the big finals. We'll see if he does it again. Joey Malik did win this round, so Joey Malik on 8-2 has moved up into second place, at least for now, once this result is final.
Oh, the idea of Hose set up ARF. That's so nice. That's so cute. Okay.
Nice.
ARF on top of the HOE. So it was 40 points. Yeah, good job. Good job by Chloe there. And yeah, standings are getting interesting. Things are very tight at the top. It's still very, very early, 28 rounds before the two finalists are crowned. You can start to see the makeup of what might be a race for those two all-important spots the final day. So, once again, huge thanks to NASPA for sponsoring this stream and the co-stream that is being run on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel for the International Lexicon Division. Players like Wellington Giguere, Alex Seaholm, Josh Castellano, the Ranky Twins, Austin Shin. So many big names in that environment as well, that universe. But here...
Yeah, thanks definitely to all those people. I'm just seeing the best end game for Ori now is hilarious.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's something really bizarre available here. But do tell.
All right, so what is the big threat Chloe has right now?
ARF.
Is there any way Chloe can block Voxel?
Nope.
So you want to block ARF and hold Voxel. So you play Spode, SPODE, for 8.
Of course.
Duh.
Perfect sense there. Block the best play and go out with your best play. That is Scrabble 101. I mean, what's the big deal? That is insane. Spode for 8. Very cool.
Best in game by 6 points. Second best in game is either Voxel's first and then ES and QIS, or do it in the opposite order. You can do whatever you want, but Spode taking away ARF. Definitely Ori's best in game here. That's funny.
It's really funny because you have to play the S. Normally, it's easier to play one tile than two, but you cannot play the E, save voxels, and block. So it's just really bizarre. If Ori finds this play, what should I do? Who should I buy a drink? I don't know. Something. Eat shorts. Well, we got to figure something out.
Dye your hair the color of his choice.
Get an Ori tattoo.
Ooh, Ori tattoo. You know, fun fact, Ori Swift has tattoos.
Okay. Hey, this is getting a little personal. Wow. S set aside. Why is the S set aside? Is Ori close to finding this ridiculous endgame play? It is all math. Endgames are all about math. You can solve them. Is it worth me blocking the 38 point play of ARF? What is Chloe's next best option? Then you go from there. What can Chloe score if ARF isn't there? Not so much. Maybe ARF in the bottom right. Maybe something else. That's a 21 point delta. So is it worth me sacrificing points to block it? That's how you get to this crazy situation where we're in right now, finding the play of Spode for 8.
Ori's down the right path. I think he's looking at SHA to block, but if he sees the way to play off ES together, guarantee the out and 2 sequence, I think it could happen. We could see it from Ori here. He's got 4 minutes left, and it won't win him the game, but would cut down his spread.
Yeah, I think if he sees Spode, he's going to play it. It's just you have to see it. It's like, what the heck? You have to think about, okay, I want to play off SE or just E, and you find the spots to do that block ARF. Because if he plays just Shah, Chloe's going to go out in two turns. She's going to be able to set up that potential for herself in, I think, a few different ways, with Apod specifically. So you can't go out in 3. You can't just slow play and play Voxel in 3 turns. You have to play it next turn.
Yeah, if you do play Spode, Chloe's endgame becomes just dropping the F, playing Fem and Fe. Otherwise, yeah, it's just R for 15. So Ori spent his time, did some great thinking, didn't quite come up with the sequence. He'll play Voxel. Second best endgame for Ori is this sequence.
Yeah, this is the human play. Doesn't actually give back the overlap we were worried about, given that AF is not a word. AXFE available. So now Chloe just has to continue with their plan, play ARF, and let Ori go out with ES. And that'll be this round 10 matchup. So let's start looking at the possibilities for next round. Who should play who? And we'll get back to you guys on that since the pairings. No, the pairings are not out, are they?
Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, still don't have pairings up for round 1. So we did make a little mistake yesterday on the stream. Forgot to grab the players who we wanted on the stream, and then they started their game elsewhere. So we want to make sure we avoid that here, but can't do that without pairings. And players can't start their own games without pairings either, though.
Yeah, so we'll get that as soon as we can for you guys. As time ticking down, Chloe just double checking everything. Not really sure what she's looking for here. Is she possibly holding Loka? No way, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. I think it looks like she. I think it looks like she just said, "Okay, I accept." Possibly. We'll have to figure that out. We can talk to her about that, but it's all speculation. So 396 for Chloe Fatsis, 38 for ARF, 434 will be her final score. Ori Swift going out with ESQIS for 18 would bring him to 361, getting 6 from Chloe, 367 to 434 after all is said and done in this one.
All right, so Chloe's committed her clock. Ori's going to plunk down the ES, and we'll see a lot to talk about in this game, but 3 bingo misses. One of the sloppier games we have seen so far, and one of the sloppier games I expect we're going to see all tournament. But Chloe coming out on top, despite 2 of those being hers. She's got a big win here, both players at 7-3, and we'll cut to the overhead mic.
Seems both of the players lulled to sleep in this endgame. I think we can hear Michael Fagan in the background.
18 now.
361 and 6 from me.
Yep.
434, 367. Good game.
I think I might have missed a bingo. I had one rack that I just wasn't sure. Yeah, I wimped out a trolley and then it cost me the game.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Like,
TROLLIED. Oh well.
no.
And then I like struggled for I deserve that. I struggled for 4 turns in a row.
I really did not remember the front hook to Loka. I was thinking S in my head for so long.
I had the L and the S.
Yeah, no, I know.
Nope.
No,
you
I mean,
deserve that
no,
one.
I don't
Played
know.
like a dingus.
I don't know. I had this blank for a while, and I felt like I kept trying. I don't know. This should have been HAE, I think, but I guess it didn't really matter in the end. But just in case you blocked, you couldn't do anything with it. Anyway. I don't know. Everything felt relatively straightforward for me.
Yeah, after passing on trolley, I drew all consonants forever.
Was that? Sorry, when was that?
Oh, that was trolley. That was Will.
Oh, Will. Oh no.
Yeah, it was like DRT, energy, whatever that is.
Oh, that's so tough.
Feels bad, man.
Oh shit! I missed paint box.
Well,
With
that's
a
more
blank
that's more
X.
forgivable than trolley.
Blank X. Okay, yes, I forgive myself for that.
Might have missed a bingo on this turn. That was a really tough turn. Cinerary, Vicinary. Anything through a
Thought.
T? Oh no. Wow, I don't think I missed a bingo there. That was tough.
When?
RY blank.
What was there? Yeah.
Yeah, it just comes down to trolley. You just gotta play it.
Right.
Just gotta play it. Ori unsure of the word trolley. He did see it like we thought, but yeah, getting the bad news. Both players checking on their misses. No need to text them, Matt. They have already figured out what they did wrong in a couple of those key positions. But Chloe Fast is taking Ori Swift down in her second stream appearance. And while we wait for the next round's pairings, I guess it's time for a little bit of a break on our end.
Yeah, we'll drop the matchup in chat once we've figured out what it is, but with no pairings up, we'll have probably about 5 or so minutes. This will be the final round before the lunch break as well, so we'll try to jump in as early as possible, get you one more game, get everybody fed, and come back for the afternoon. We'll cut away for now. Keep y'all posted soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. Josh Sokol and Matt Kanik here on the mics. And we have Table 8 matchup on the stream. Jackson Smiley struggling 4 wins to 6 losses versus Jem Birch. And this is a story, a very, very interesting story of a player. Jem Birch has always been incredibly talented. He's only recently started to take back Scrabble as a very important hobby of his. He has been a school Scrabble player for an extremely long time, I guess. I think he won in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. But I remember commentating a game of his where he played Kalisaya against Chloe Fatsis. But yeah, Jem Birch, a very, very interesting player. His word knowledge is fantastic. He's able to stump Mac in terms of word knowledge. He's playing Jackson Smiley, who is one of the top contenders in this tournament and fighting to stay alive. And so Jackson going first, AEELOTW.
Yeah, woe is me has kind of been the tale of the tournament. It's hard to paint a narrative on day 1 or early day 2 of a nationals, aside from the narrative of, whoa, I think this player's already out of it. I didn't see that coming. And Jackson is one of the few players who people would be very surprised to hear are below 500 at this stage in the tournament. Jackson really is fighting for his tournament life. He needs to go probably 14-2 over the next stretch to have any chance. OWE is how he's going to start this game. Set up the front L makes a lot of sense. Looks straightforward to me, Josh.
Yeah, this makes sense. WOE also possible if you want to be a little bit more conservative. But AELT, a great leave to set up the L hook. There's also an H hook on available for HOWE, but only 2 H's out and 4 L's. So it looks like Diluent is Jem Birch's rack, and he's going to play that without much further ado for 73, using that L hook to his advantage. And Jackson with a really bad draw. He needed an R for Aereo late. He's already in a really bad spot.
Yeah, so Jackson pulling 3 more vowels into AELT and getting hit with a natural bingo on turn 1. That's just kind of how the breaks are sometimes in Scrabble. It's probably been the tale of the whole tournament for him. I suspect Jackson can at least have a good time at the bar in Cedar Rapids for the next 3 days of this tournament.
Definitely. So Jem Birch living in the LA area. He's been going to club a lot. He's been playing in many tournaments. One of his ratings is actually 1950, basically a live rating, but he's coming in this tournament as the bottom seed because his rating in the national, the North American Scrabble Players Association is 1590. He has almost never lost rating in a tournament. Every time he plays, he improves. And he just needs to keep playing. So over to Jackson now. He's looking at playing Toia, either below or atop the ENT of Diluent. What about Olia making AD and AI? Those are the types of options you have in such an ugly position. I think playing on the right makes sense to retain the lane that Diluent opened on top of the DI. What are you thinking, Matt?
Yeah, probably Toia on top, scores 16 points, and just move on. Like, there are some stacks that are still going to go on top of this word, and just kind of staircase up to the top of this board. Otherwise, makes sense on a turn where you can't do anything much. Just score pretty well, keep bingos in range. Yeah, seems fine.
And we'll see if Jackson's rack materializes. It is still early, but he's already at quite the deficit. Over to Jem, who's hoping for a D out in space, more open than the D in Diluent for Hangard. And there is a B, a blank, an N, and an E. So finally, a little bit of a more furious alphabetization there for Jackson Smiley, realizing he's back in the game with that draw. But Jem, how do you respond to Toia? I think Jem is a player who does not fear. So he's looking at playing Hag and HA, perhaps?
Or slide it over Hag, Het, and Ah.
In either case, you're opening a triple up for Jackson more than you're opening up for yourself. But yeah, it's 24 to the left, making Het and Ah, and it is 24 as well, making just HA. So probably better to shift it over, like Matt said. Is there not a way to score a little bit more on this rack? It's very surprising.
RHEA scores 27, but strings an A in that triple column. I don't think you're going to make that play here. Hag, we saw Gem set up GEAN for a bit. This would play beneath the ENT of Diluent. 23 points on that. Some good defense, but I think Hag just makes a little bit too much sense.
I actually much prefer playing just HA, HET, and AA here for 20, keeping the very, very, very powerful Anger 5-tile leave. But HAG, that is the play for Gem Birch. And Jackson now, with his blank rack, has been spending time trying to find the highest score for his tiles. So you're looking at that E and low. Now you're looking at, can I hook onto Hag? Do I have something there? We'll see what he does.
He's got 8 through the eye in Diluent, and given he was looking at mostly a similar position last turn, he may have already seen them. Lineable, finable, mineable all play as overlaps to OWE. They do give back potential plays. No, they don't give back potential plays unless 5-letter plays down to the triple word, and they score more than any other bingo, 73.
So yeah, tough position where you'd really want to score more than that with such a nice rack, but yeah, finable, lineable, mineable. Those are the 3 73 pointers. Enables with LOES is not a great play. Enables with ED and SI opens a triple for only 72. Yeah, it's kind of sucky situation, but at least you're going to take a small lead here. You might be thinking the play of Hag. That really smells like a setup for an S. Turns out Gem doesn't have one. Does Jackson know anything about Gem's game, his reputation for fearless plays like Hag? But he can't do anything about it now.
Yeah, can't change anything about that for sure. This is a big decision for Jackson. Depending on where the L gets played, it could give back re-nailed. And this is indeed going to seed re-nailed. So Jackson has found his highest scoring bingo. Kudos to him for that. But now he's going to get nailed by re-nailed.
Yes, indeed. So the blank L at least going to give only 1 point less back. If Jackson had put the blank first, Gem would score 1 more point. But obviously that's no huge deal in this situation. Gem going to retake a bingo lead, and we'll see if Jackson's able to draw something out of the bag. One of those 4 S's remaining. Very likely he'll draw one of those and potentially be able to score with Hags.
We'll see. Yeah, an S draw would be huge here for Jackson. He reaches behind his head. He's been drawing this way since he was a youth Scrabbler himself back at 12 years old. Hasn't changed the technique at all. Can he find a blank? Or a blank or an S?
Yeah, something good, honestly. Renailed is going to leave the board open, so you could just get a natural bingo. You could just draw something pretty decent. But there's 2 T's, an A and an O, a U, not so great, K and an M. So no S, no blank, no natural bingo for Jackson Smiley. So he's back in a pretty rough situation here, it looks like.
I don't think it's as rough as it looks. Once you spot takeout through the E and re-nailed, opens up the top and left side of this board, scores 34 points. No doubt this is Jackson's best play here. He'll run his hands through his hair, get that center part rocking, and then find 34 points.
Yeah, takeout would be really, really nice here. It's a tough play to find. Weird, I guess, pattern of letters, but Jackson's play finding is pretty much second to none when it comes to open boards like this. Alphabetized, but look at that draw for Gem Birch. That second blank, that is huge for him. He's going to be in fantastic shape.
Yeah, well, I wonder. Jackson needs a win here so badly. To watch him fall to 4-7, it's not mathematically game over, but he would have to basically win out. Maybe could afford to drop just one more game over the remainder of play. Can Jackson mount a big comeback and keep his tournament alive, or will this be the last we hear from the whiz kid from Montreal?
Yeah, this is pretty much the time to make a big run for it. Crazier things have happened. Crazier comebacks have happened. Jackson, like you said, can maybe afford to drop one more game and then make an incredible run back to the top 2 players to make it to the finals. So that's part of the reason we're showing this game. Let's see if he can do it. Jem Birch at 5-5 still has some chances, but his spread is very bad. So both these guys fighting for their chance. The final table. Jackson has spotted Kratom through the R of Renailed, but not Takeout. And this would be a really big miss, Matt.
Yeah, this would be a huge blunder, but it's just so hard to keep the ship upright when the brakes don't seem to be falling your way. This is probably tilt-induced more than anything else, but this is not a good play.
It would be a good play if not for Takeout, but it gives so much back on the overlap, keeps a U, doesn't score that much. So very unfortunate miss for Jackson Smiley. And with Jem's rack and his lead, it's going to be really hard to come back if you make any missteps in this game.
Yeah. I mean, drawing a bingo ending with an O would be a wonderful Hail Mary, but that's just so unlikely. We'll see. This is not the draw Jackson was looking for either. More vowels for him. We'll see what Jem does with this blank.
Yeah, this is interesting. I kind of wonder if the play, so he's looking at FEH to the right of the OM, I believe, of Kratom, but PEC, is that crazy to set up possibilities of huge CH plays next turn?
PEC alongside the OM of Kratom actually feels pretty good, except you don't want to create a high-scoring bingo line for Jackson to hit потentially. It could just backfire so hard.
Look at that, lining up half pence. This is the incredible word mastery of Jem Birch. He loves 9-letter words, 10-letter words, but he's got to focus and try to take down this behemoth of an opponent. He's in great position, up 34. You're totally right. Maybe not the time to try and set yourself up. Just score as well as you can. Don't set up a big spot. Starting with the C, for those wondering, 8-letter words, the S is the best word, best tile to start an 8-letter word. Second best is a C. So the H there instead of the C makes a huge difference. And here we go. That is 32 points. Jackson, his play of Unitize blocked through the end of Renailed. He was probably hoping that something would be played on the left side. Now I don't really know how to approach this position.
Yeah, now you're just destroyed. There's nothing good for Jackson to do. He can score 24 with AZINE, open up the top of the board, but holds ITU? That's terrible. He can try to clean up the rack with a play like Unai through the in and Renailed, but that scores 8 and doesn't keep all that well, Josh, just EITZ. So just sit here and be sad and stare into space, probably all I could do if I'm Jackson.
Yeah, this is where we might see Jackson's creativity in action. When he's in really bad positions, such as this one, he tends to find incredible resources for himself. I'm not quite seeing something, but you could try and set your Z up somehow. You could maybe you play like Tug up top. That's crazy, isn't it? To set up ZD. It's a really rough position. We'll see if Jackson comes up with something.
I'll see Jem going to try to come up with something really cool here as well. CEIOPY blank has some really fun 8s available to him. Chat, if you're having fun, or if you want to have some fun while Jackson suffers through a brutal turn, find the 7 8s that Jem could make with this rack.
Jem's already lined up a couple. Copy, edit, epicotyle, the anagram of epicotyle lipocyte. It's been mentioned in the chat. Polly Enoch is available through the N of Renailed. But there's, what, 4 more of those? Wow. Yeah, it's a very, very potent rack, despite the 3 high point tiles there. And yeah, for Jackson here, I really wonder, is he going to consider playing alignable, putting the A on lineable or lineable to play a phony 9-letter word? There could be something like that in store for him. Otherwise, what do you do? Etui? You probably want to keep the Z. Etui and DE under the D of Renailed. Something like that. What's very interesting is still a blank out, still 4 S's out. If Gem draws none of those, Jackson will have a lot of time to use the high scoring spots available on the board. Right now, the H of FEH is a big, big threat for high scoring play. You can just see, keeping the U on the rack, how badly things could go, even with a decent draw after Kraton.
We'll see. Chat pointing out Jim has great word knowledge, but also maybe has developed a little bit of a habit of playing phonies or being unsure of certain words. We're wondering if this might be hypogoeic, which is not valid. There are no valid bingos for Jim from that H, but a cool play for over 100 points on stream. We might see a blunder from Jim. I'm not sure if he's setting up a 9 like hypodermic that he sees us, or if he's thinking about playing the 8 there. We'll continue to monitor for him. A big decision, big swing potentially looming in this game. I have no idea what Jackson is thinking to do here.
Yeah, he's taking a ton of time. This could also be hyponic. Hyponia is also a word.
Yeah.
But either way, if this does come on the board, Gem will lose his turn and Jackson will have a chance back. But yeah, what in the world does one do in this position? You can ask an engine, generate like 600 possible plays and try to find the one it likes best. But again, such creative energy out of Jackson Smiley. It looks like he's considering playing Tug up top. Like I said, setting up ZT. Now copy edit's going to come down unless Gem doesn't pivot away from hypogoeic or hyponiac. Or lipocyte, actually.
Oh my God, lipocyte, triple. Here it comes.
Oh boy.
And yeah, Jackson, I texted him, he was on stream before the game, and he said, you can see the final dagger go in, and there it is. Final dagger for Jackson. He's done.
Wow.
What a find.
Oof. 17 times 9. 153 plus 50. 203 points for lipocyte. This is game over. Unbelievable. Wow.
All right, and that's it. We'll see you guys after lunch. We'll be back at 3:30 Eastern time.
Oh man. Oh man. All right, well, I guess Jackson doesn't have to try and win anymore. He can just play whatever he wants. But, again, at 4 and 6 plus 30, he's in positive differential. Positive. No, I'm hearing an echo there. Jackson still has positive differential. And if he's able to try and numb his deficit here and then win the rest of his games, he'll still make it to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, crazy things happen in Scrabble all the time. We saw last year Nigel Peltier was 7 and 7 and ended up winning the entire event. Jackson will be 4 and 7. Is he the caliber of player who could come back? Yeah, he's probably one of the very strongest in the room, but this looks to be a good night, and enjoy your next 3 days in Iowa, Jackson Smiley. He's wanted to win this thing so badly. He has won the Word Cup 3 times. That is the other tournament in North America with the $10,000 first prize. But this is the one that Jackson cares about the most. This to him is the championship, the one he has wanted to win since he was a teenager. And it's not going to happen again for him this year.
We'll see. Still a lot of games left, but this would be the most ridiculous comeback of all time to make the top 2 for Jackson. But right now he's down 261 points, and he's going to go ahead and play Diazo, setting up potential for an S-hook later on. This makes sense, but he had 48 points for Zonai if he wanted to just try and narrow the gap a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what is or isn't a correct play in a game with a 250-point delta, because who cares? You know, technically, Jem doesn't want to open the board and play Dojo and OK here, but, like, who cares?
Yeah. Fjord was spotted. We have Will Anderson in the chat, and that's a word that I think he often misses. FJORD, a very tough one to spot. Doesn't go down here. JO for 27, plus 9, 36, blocking the Diazo's hook. And Jackson probably just going to play something like KV here, or Vinnick through the N of Renailed. Events, I guess, is a little bit more of a fighting play through the N to set up the top left of the board a little bit more. And Jem is drawn poorly. So we'll see if the deficit can be narrowed a little bit, but this is as close to game over as you'll ever see, less than 2/3 of the way. So Mavi instead keeping the C to try and bingo with. Perfectly sensible play, getting rid of that huge scoring spot that Diazo set up that Joe made even worse. Yeah, sensible decision there.
Yeah, and only one E unseen, so playing events through the N, that's not going to be super fun for Jackson. So keep one back, try to do some damage. Ooh, damage could be happening. Not quite.
Yeah. So for those just joining, welcome to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. This year we are in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. I am live in the booth on site. Matt Kanik live from his room. We have a lot of star-studded players to look at, a lot of star-studded commentators that are bringing you the best commentary that we have to offer. So thank you for joining us. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe. Huge thanks to NASPA Games for supporting this live stream endeavor every year. The biggest championship in North America as Favor comes down for 22. Jem just trying to eliminate space on the board. Jackson probably just going to play BO and Job pretty quickly here.
Yeah, or COZ into the Z of Diazo, making Mojo if you want to flex, but BO, slightly stronger play here. He's going to play BA instead, realizing he has the final O in the game with 2 A's still lurking. Sure, that's fine too.
It's interesting. You can draw maybe into like Senecio and OK on the left, though that would fit with Hags too. But yeah, CEIOS is actually probably maybe slightly better in this scenario. One of the words that Jackson could almost draw with the sleeve. Jem Birch draws an E. That's the second vowel. And he's looking at sedging. That's not a word, but edgings is. That plays with Mavi's. Let's see what he chooses.
Yeah, this is his only bingo. Edgings and Mavi's is 74 points if he's able to pull the trigger on it. So we'll see. Jem, you want to drop 600 on Jackson Smiley on stream?
Yeah, if Edgings gets played, Celosia with Mavi's is blocked, but that will also fit with LA under Lipocyte. Is Jackson going to rage challenge this word, though?
I mean,
no.
If it comes off and you play Celosia, you still probably lose, so I don't even think you can gain anything.
Yeah, this is a word. I think Jackson studies words by list. Words like these are hard to know. Does edging take an S? But there was no hold, nothing at all. So the word knowledge, super solid. And Jackson going to go ahead and play Celosia. At least he's going to score 300 this game. So 28 rounds over 4 days. After 28 rounds, 2 finalists are crowned for a best of 5 matchup on day 5. The rest of the field will be playing 3 games to finish the 31 game championship. And Jem Birch drawing the X out of the bag, but actually doesn't fit next to the E of edgings that he just set up.
Yeah, so he's going to have to figure out what to do with the X. Doesn't fit next to the E and edgings yet, and there's only one tile in the bag that will make it fit if he draws that final A, but no O's, no E's unseen, just one A. I don't know if it's worth going for it. The other thing Jim may be a little worried about here is the unseen Q. So if I'm Jim, I want to keep my U back if possible, just to prepare me for Q draws, minimize the spread in this game, or maximize, I guess, my winning margin in this game. He's found unpins? No, unwins. This is not a word.
I don't know what he's...
There you go, unpins.
Yeah, that plays through the I and Mavis. Okay. Very sensible keeping the X, trying to draw the last A out of the bag, which is out there still for Axe. And this leaves 3 tiles in the bag. There's also a Q to draw, so things are going to get a little bit ugly in this end game. But of course, it is all foregone. 555 to 285. And Jackson may be going to empty the bag here with ugly. But this is a very complicated position. He might want to take his time to try and not get stuck with the Q, for example.
Man, I've gotten to watch Jackson Smiley get eliminated from this SPC so many times. Sometimes it's been at my own hands, but it does seem like it always happens in the most brutal and painful ways for Jackson. I remember a few years ago, he played a game. He was having sort of a collapse at the end, and all he needed to do was beat Joey Malik to win. And he got blown out by over 300.
That wasn't actually true. You're not telling the full story there, Matt. Sorry to interrupt you.
No,
all he needed to do was not lose by over 200 points, and he would have made the finals.
And then he lost by like 300 points. Never had a chance.
Yeah, so sometimes it can be that way. Just Scrabble can be very, very brutal, a very brutal beast. As Jackson, with this DLRTTUY rack, getting close to the end of the game, he still wants to try and make his best play, no matter what. He has a very, very, very relaxed way of playing Scrabble. Even when he's totally lost, he might play a little bit faster, but in positions like these, he really does want to maximize or minimize the losing margin. And it's a very, very mature way to play the game, and we can all learn from it.
Yeah, just make the best play regardless of the game state, regardless of the game score, and Jackson's going to try to do that here. But man.
So yeah, if you're Jackson, I was thinking about just playing Guy for 21. Oh no, okay. So he's playing ugly, just hoping he does not draw the Q. Don't think there's a spot for the Q on the board. Even if he kept the U, that's what I was thinking. Like, where does the Q go even with the U? So I think he's determined that the Q is just a ticking time bomb and he just needs to avoid it. And he's going to draw RAS. So XIQIRRW for Jem Birch. Again, the Q is just total poison here. I don't even think he can play it anywhere. So I think he's stuck.
Yeah, he will be Q stuck here.
Jem will make it to 600 after his next 2 moves. XI is going to score 38 under the EL of Celosia. Tell us how we're pronouncing our words in the chat. That'll bring him to 593. Jackson saddled with only 1 vowel. We'll have to make a couple more moves at least to end the game. There we have
All right.
it.
Here comes XI, 593 for Jem Birch, and he's guaranteed at least 1 more play, as Jackson clearly cannot go out with these 6 consonants. So have a day, Jim. Welcome to the stream. You would think, why are they showing the bottom seed on the stream? But Jim is no ordinary bottom seed, as you've seen from the way he's played this game, the speed with which he saw Lipocyte, his rating in the WIGPO organization. Have a day, Jim. Welcome.
Absolutely. So a really, really interesting story for Jem Birch. He will go to 6-5. A positive record in this field is no easy task, and we'll see if he's able to come back and propel himself into the top of the standings. Whereas Jackson Smiley at 4-7 is going to have to Swiss gambit his way and basically win all the rest of his games. He's going to go with Rex, start the Q stick. It's so brutal to have to play 7 more moves, but I think that's the correct approach. Gem is never going to be able to play his Q, so you just play one at a time, maximize your score over the next 7 plies, and just go ahead and lose by 200 plus points.
Yeah, wow. If you told Jackson, hey, you're going to draw a blank and you're going to Q-stick your opponent and get to dink 7 times, that's usually a good omen. But no, you're still going to lose by 250.
And in response, we saw Gem Birch nodding at the play of Rex, being like, yeah, nice job. I'm stuck. This is going to be a long one. TEW for 14, EW for 13. Look like the best spots for Gem's W. But the IRR going to be kind of hard to deal with. But I think in response, Gem does want to play one at a time himself. Sometimes in positions like this one, you could play something like Leary, L-I-R-I, from the top of the board, setting up a spot for the Q, forcing Jackson to sacrifice points to block. He can do that next turn as well. And we'll see if he does. It's just a way to sort of maximize the margin of victory or minimize margin of defeat. Jackson with he has a very high scoring play available. Ash for 31, bottom right. If he plays the S off first with SH, I think that gives him a little bit more. So Med is the play for 6. It doesn't seem to. Oh, that blocks possibility of Shri after SH. But Gem isn't going to do anything like that. He just drops the I for 6. He's not going to try Leary. Probably a little bit inaccurate there. But these are really fun endgames, despite the result being foregone.
Oh yeah, they are. Trying to optimize every single point out of these is a fun little puzzle. Often you've also got a time trap going on in these crazy situations. So at least something for us to think about here. Jackson now grabbing his R. Going to plunk this down for a score as well.
Yeah, and you want to just look, if you have the same tile as your opponent in endgames like this, you usually want to play it as soon as possible so that they don't get the best spot for said tile. But in this particular instance, many spots for 4 points for the R. So ER now, but AR is going to fit right there. So there was no need to do that immediately for Jackson. Gem Birch now with an R and a Q left over. He's going to be stuck with that Q. That's going to give Jackson 20 more points. Now Jackson has 2 T's to play. He's probably going to play Lit for 6 or 2 for 6. Maybe there's a better spot for the T that I'm not seeing. And then SH and ASH looks like the last thing to do in this endgame. You could do it now. We remember the Athleisure sequence, Matt, where Nigel Richards set up Athleisure for a huge score, but didn't play it as his last move, which was a huge lack of style in my opinion. But I think you want to save the coolest move for last.
Style points don't matter to Nigel Richards. He just tries to make the right play. God, it's hard to believe that's been a year since that sequence now. It feels like it was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, that was the only thing stopping Jackson from winning 4 years in a row, is Nigel Richards just going insane in that championship. So TEW for 6. Where does the R go? There for 3. And now Jackson, if he wants to do something really funny, he can try and set up a spot for QAT. Is there someone to do that and take it off the board? But yeah, play off the T, then you play off the S, then you play off the A. We'll see if he's got that all figured out. 4 minutes to go to Gem Birch's 12.5 minutes. He only needed half of his time to get 620 points. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Why he's a dark horse.
I mean, Capstone was the 203-point triple of Lipocyte at the top of the board. I think that's the highest scoring play I have ever seen played on a stream, Josh.
I think so. And there we go. Kratoms and SH. Another nod of the head by Gem. He appreciates the precision. Watching Jackson, one of the best Scrabble players of all time, maximize his margin of defeat minimize his margin of defeat in the end game. Ash for 18, and that'll be it. 380 plus 20 is 400. Jackson actually managed to get 400 in this game to Gem Birch's 620. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Oh, we were doing paperwork at the end.
It did.
We're doing a government
Good on
form.
you to eke an extra 100 points out of it.
It's kind of a cool end game.
Yeah.
Because like this blocks your blocks
Yes,
of
it blocks
of
high.
Ash. So it's like
I didn't even see Ash. I was sort of just going through
it's just like my own consolation prize to like try to calculate the end game. Like it.
Well, I shouldn't have done this. I didn't take a close enough look at the pool because I blocked like a good Q spot and
I see. Yeah,
gave up my S and my U.
Right.
I didn't have the Q at the time.
But it's, I can't blame you for not being too spread focused when you're already getting so much. Yeah, super kind of poetic. Like, you know, this is a really hard turn. I didn't see anything. I had AEIIZ, so setting up the city.
Okay.
Super
I
weird
think
turn.
in any other context, it seems very reasonable.
I
This does
mean,
not.
I don't think
give
it's-
anything back.
I don't
Maybe
think
not.
Tug looks reasonable at all.
Oh,
I think most would say that it looks crazy. And this was kind of my response to like,
fair.
is this a crazy play or not? And so far the answer is yes.
Well, my payback for getting the triple is getting Q stuck. So I'll leave it settled. But is Hypogeeic good?
Hypogeeic? I don't like it.
But Hypogean is good. Hypogeal,
And
Hypogean.
Hypogeo, I think just Apogeic.
Yeah, I was like, think I would have played it if.
Yeah, it's no good.
Okay.
I think I would have challenged.
Okay. I wasn't seeing anything through the N, so I was like,
For the end.
in renailed with
Oh,
this
I
rack.
see, I see.
It was close to a lot of things.
Eponymic, polyenic,
Polyenic.
and pyogenic.
Okay, I saw pyogenic and I was like, am I making this up? I was more confident of hypogeic than pyogenic.
That's cool. I like those racks are interesting.
Yeah. Some other things, but
Well,
is sedging good?
No, it's just
okay.
edging.
Okay, good. I was like, surging is good, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm probably thinking of.
Yeah, I know it took me a
Yeah.
while to get edging.
Yeah. And I think I missed. Oh, it's untiled is no. Okay.
No.
I had a moment of fear.
Okay.
Where I was like, is that a weird
Yeah.
anagram? But thank goodness thank goodness I didn't listen too hard
To your inner thoughts.
my inner thoughts. I've been trying to like tiptoe around phonies this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
It's working out for the most part, but got close this game.
Pretty interesting. Yeah.
Pyogenic. Yeah, it ended up being quite a high total. 1,020.
Yeah,
Nothing
pretty
to
strong
sneeze
game.
at.
Yeah, so 1,020 point game, rounded scores, very, very polite.
Oh, really?
I missed takeout.
Okay.
Ooh.
Jackson getting the bad news. I wonder who texted Jackson saying he missed takeout. Huh.
What? Who could have
Jesus.
possibly done such a thing?
But two of the most polite players in the room, Gem Birch, Jackson Smiley, having a nice round post-mortem after that brutal loss. A lot of players would just walk away. So you see the maturity, you see the gamesmanship, sportsmanship at play. So yeah, that'll do it for the post day one pre-lunch games. Wow. Words escape me, Matt.
Well, you have an entire lunch break to get them back. We'll be back in 98 minutes, whatever that looks like for you. It's 3:30 Eastern time, 2:30 Central time, with rounds 12, 13, and 14 from the SPC. So go touch some grass, go get some sunshine, go breathe some smoke-filled air, or whatever there is to do in your neck of the woods. What are you doing with your lunch break, Josh?
Director's lunch, so that'll be good. I won't have to leave the premises and breathe in some bad quality air, but hopefully that'll pass. It's been a really nice time in Iowa and Cedar Rapids. There are so many more games to go. We have a whole afternoon, 3 games left today, and 2 more days of 7 games apiece. Matt will be joining me after lunch to call those. So yes, you can go touch some grass, do whatever you want for the next 100 or so minutes. And we'll be back with more Scrabble after the break. Thanks for watching.
See you soon.
Welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship run by NASPA Games. Josh Sokol here again with Matt Canick for the 3 remaining games of day 2 of 5. We have an amazing matchup coming your way. 2025 champion Nigel Peltier, 2024 champion and 2025 runner-up Mac Meller. This is a must-watch for everybody. I couldn't be more excited, Matt.
Boy, we've got the last 3 North American champions on our hands today. 2 over the board, and of course 1, Josh Sokol, in the booth with us. This one's going to be awesome. Run back the 2025 finals. We saw Nigel Peltier win that one 3-2. We'll see who wins this one. Standings early on in this one, Josh, are rather tight. No player undefeated, no player at 10-1, only 2 players at 9-2. One of them, the aforementioned Mac Meller, who is just about to win the yearly award for NASPA's Player of the Year. The other one is likely who we'll see in round 13. That is Joey Malik, who made the finals of this event back in 2023. Several players 8-3, just 1 game off the pack, but it's Joey and Mac who lead the pack early on.
Yes, and we did see the first game potential of many between Joey Malik and Mac Meller just earlier today, where Mac did take Joey down. That was his only other defeat, Matt?
I guess so.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, some crazy stars up there in the standings, but so much can change in the next couple of days. So that's why we're watching. That's why we're following the progress. So many different people are in the running still. Things are going to get a little bit more clarified as the days get closer to Wednesday, the final day. So yes, announcements are quite long right now. It's a hazy afternoon in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and all of the awards are being given out. I couldn't claim my award for, what was it, highest spread in the CSW lexicon because I'm up here waiting for this game to start, but hey, congratulations to me. Yeah, but lots of announcements, including, like you said, Player of the Year, which is going to none other than Mac Meller. Well deserved.
Well deserved indeed. It was a close race between Mac Meller and Joey Kravchik, but Mac, to nobody's surprise, coming up on top. I do wonder, Josh, do we know who's going to win the NASPA Person of the Year yet?
Not at all. I've been trying to figure that out. I guess we'll know soon enough, but that is, I think, in my opinion, the most important award given out. Person of the Year has to be someone who's just done so much good for Scrabble. We saw so many names that we know very well win Person of the Year in the previous 10 or so years. Josh Greenway, Will Anderson, the 2 people behind this live stream, Christian and Andrew K, also won Person of the Year. I believe it was last year. Well deserved to them. Lots of really great names. We'll see if we have a repeat winner this year. I was trying to figure out who it might be. And they're informed in advance, like at the, at the Emmys or whatever, at the Grammys, that they're going to win, I think, or somebody's informed. But so it's not Mac Meller, unless Mac was just like pulling my leg. But Mac could have been somebody winning. I'm just trying to think who it might be, but we'll figure it out soon enough. World Cup just went into halftime, we hear. So everybody should be watching this stream.
Yeah, tune in here. Who needs a soccer halftime show when you could have Scrabble banter while we wait for announcements to wind down instead? This is where the action is, right? This is where the hair action is, too.
Yeah, a lot of comments about our hair. Congratulations to us on our hair. There's no award for that, unfortunately.
Just a lot of hair, and that's it. This is my trophy right here, baby.
Yeah, 3 games. 3 games today to take us into day 3, 7 games per day, which is really not a terrible schedule. People were like, oh my God, Josh, you're going to commentate 5 days in a row. It's just 7 games a day. Both of us were just in Bangkok, Thailand at the Causeway Challenge, 10 games a day. Okay, that was a little bit more difficult, but just in case I'm losing my voice a little bit, Matt, got a bit of a lozenge. Thanks to Christian and Andrew for letting me steal one of those. You're going to be with me for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's me the rest of the day, and then unfortunately back to my day job, but I'm more than happy to say that Scrabble is in great hands. We're going to have Kenji Matsumoto back in the booth. We're going to have Will Anderson. We're going to have some Morris Greenberg. So I know that Scrabble is in wonderful hands. You guys are going to have some great analysis. And of course, Josh, all 5 days coming from you. That is truly beast mode. Thank you for all you're doing.
So let's cut over to the board. Players are seated and ready. I'm so excited to commentate this one. Nigel Peltier going first in, I think, the first time these guys have met since last year in the finals, where it was a crazy clash. So much content, so much good Scrabble being played. So it's all smiles and tiles for this one.
Wait, it sounds like the person of the year. Oh, no, that's the player of the year. Yeah, I don't see person of the year. We'll try to get that updated when we can. But Scrabble underway. Nigel shaking the bag. Let's do it.
I think Mac's the one shaking the bag. But Nigel will be going first and drawing. He's in, okay, I was going to say pretty much all black, but he's got his black hat on just to try and obscure potential facial tells, or just to look cool as he does. Mac Meller with his nice plaid shirt. He's always wearing something like that. He's dressed pretty well himself. We're going to play some Frisbee. Nigel Peltier, an incredible ultimate Frisbee player, but because of the haze, that might not happen later. So Scrabble it is. NAE blank R to start things off for Nigel. Wow. I have not seen a better rack this tournament. Wow.
Yeah, can't have drawn it up much better than that. AENRSU blank. Just kind of find a bingo and play it, right, Josh?
Look at this. He's just saying this is unreal. Lining that up on the rack. Wow. Yeah, just find something. Ideally, you find something that doubles one of the letters you already have, just to give Mac one less letter to play through. But I'm not actually seeing that option. You also want to try and limit counterplay by not exposing vowels next to those light blue double letter scores. A lot of things you want to do, but you also just don't want to take too long on a turn like this.
If I can find a way to put the U in a double lane and then not give up any crucial hooks and also not expose a vowel next to a double letter, I'll probably just pick that one here. What does the job?
Yeah, I'm going to read all the bingos out. Unbears, Suncare, Asunder, Danseur, Furains, Unsafer, Manures, Surname, Aranus, Nature's Saunter, Unswear, Signori. Out of those, Unsafer might be the safest, ironically.
Unsafer, or maybe Suncare, put the U in the double line, put the S on the double letter square. That seems to do a lot of the right things. Are
we going to see a, you know, it'd be really cool if you see a centered move, just missing the double letter scores entirely. It's such a weird offbeat thing. It's sort of like an underhand serve in tennis. But if you don't extend all the way up, sometimes that could be an interesting idea. But we're seeing Signori, which again, you don't have a hook there. You can't hook. This is already plural. It's very defensive. It's hard to fit words to the left of that. So this is a very good option. And after 2 minutes and 15 seconds, that is Nigel Peltier's decision. 64 points on the scoreboard for him. And Mac Meller now with AADEINN. Just one letter off, isn't he?
One letter off from a whole lot of things, but there won't be a playable bingo to Mac on this turn, and that means we've got another tough turn. All 1 and 2 pointers. Not even a strong bingo prone leave you can keep. Probably ADEN or ADEIN is about all you can keep. So we'll see how long Mac chooses to play here. I could see a case to be made for NA or ANA above the NUR of Signore. I could see a case to be made for playing longer here. Just play adenine, get rid of all of this, and try again. Josh, is this a turn you think we're going to see Mac slow down on?
Yeah. There's nothing clear here at all in the position. I guess the play of AIN on top of the YNU makes sense. Obscuring the S, which is the best tile for Mac to play an 8-letter word, but not giving much back, keeping the balance. I hate everything. This is a really tough turn. These are post bingo turns, when your opponent opens with a bingo and you don't have anything clear, anything high scoring, some of the most difficult decisions in Scrabble, and everything is really close. So Adenine makes sense. AIN makes sense. Just AN makes sense. Maybe you want to think to play perpendicular rather than parallel, so that you leave more letters open for 8-letter words. There's a lot to think about, a lot of theory here, a lot of strategy. Not that much time. So we'll see what Mac ends up doing. He's got AIN lined up.
AIN looks good. It doesn't give back as many points as some of the other candidate options here, but as you said, Josh, it obstructs the S, and I think that's the one reason Mac hasn't committed to this play yet. The S is going to give you bingos very, very often, but if you play ANA instead over the NUR of Senure, you're allowing Nigel to come back with VAR or WAR or even potentially JAR. You don't want to give up that spot if you can avoid it. So Mac has to make some kind of sacrifice here on the scoreboard in terms of what he's obstructing. AIN looks strong.
That's what he's going with. Pretty impressed after 2.5 minutes. I might have sat there for another minute or so, but Mac knows time is of the essence in Scrabble, and this is about as good as anything. So AIN for 12, and over to Nigel, who has drawn 2 Gs, 2 Is, a V, D, and an E. And this seems like somewhat obvious to play a V, an I, and a G somewhere. Veggie, Vigia are both plays that play to the A and the E, respectively, on the right side of the board. Veggie without 2 Gs looks like a much worse version. I think you get rid of the G here, Matt.
Yeah, I think you're playing VEGGIE into the E. In fact, I'm surprised it hasn't come down yet. Nigel looking at the 5-letter version of this word, but there's just not a good reason to keep a G on your rack while sacrificing 4 points to do so. Play veggie, play long. This is going to create a nice closed board for Nigel, and if Mac's not able to get a bingo down next turn, big advantage Nigel. Now we see Mac does have dead in and a blank, and he's basically locked to bingo, but a great idea here for Nigel. He hasn't committed it yet, though. He's looking at Vig, probably thinking about Vigia again. I think this is a straightforward veggie play, though.
This is so amazing. I mean, Mac is looking at deadening to the IN, playing a 9-letter word. But veggie, if you play veggie, maybe you play it the other way. Maybe you play it down from the E so that you don't give back the G lane. If you play veggie to the E, you're setting up an ING spot, and Mac's just played an I and an N for a very low score. The chances that he has another I and another N are much higher than usual. So this is something to consider. Nigel now looking at Vigia. He was looking at playing Viga as well. You could play something like Giving as well through the IN. Maybe he wants to keep the G for ING himself, but that's not happening. Viga is the ultimate decision. I guess the most balanced play. 2 vowels, 2 consonants, leaving some points on the table, and deadening coming down immediately. Nigel already reacting like, oh yeah, this is who I'm playing, Mac Meller. He plays more 9s than anybody else in the room.
Yeah, Nigel doesn't even have his tiles out of the bag before the 9 committed by Mac Meller there with a blank in it. So Mac's lead now, 98-80, just 2 moves apiece into this game. Nigel does have a nice draw here, AEL into his EDIG. No bingos available to him, but a nice balanced rack, and we might get it, chat. I think Nigel's top play might just be egg.
Maybe so. Egg making AYE. I was like, where is that? Making AYE and NUG through both of the blanks. That's a really hard play to see. Wow. But yeah, crazy stuff. Wow. Mac drawing a D and E and a blank to DANE, playing a 9-letter word, taking an 18-point lead. And although Nigel balanced his rack, like you said, it's a balanced rack with nothing to do. We like balanced racks, but we like scoring points. And it's going to be kind of hard to score points here. A Delgid to the D, the second D in deadening is a way to play a bit longer, keep just a lone E, but just E, G, G. Tie the game up through the blank G of deadening might be the play, like you said.
But yeah, the double blank blindness in there. You have to notice this play and decide it's best. I'm not sure Nigel's noticed it yet, and I'm also not 100% sure it's best. There is a nice board closing play of EDGE alongside the DEA and of deadening. Closes a lot when you're trailed by a smidge, but it takes away a ton of options for Mac. How do you feel about that play, Josh?
I think it's a great play. Just overlapping, blocking the board. You know, you're playing with one of the best wordsmiths the game has ever known. You are setting him up for a second 9-letter word by overlapping, making 2-letter words, but it's a nice way to score, not commit yourself too hard to playing a bingo soon. I like it. Edge on the right side of the DEAD of deadening.
Oh, he's found it now. Egg. Setting it up off to the side. I like this for Nigel. Yeah, Edge. Engine's got 3 different plays that all do very different things. Egg is one of them. Edge, as we called out, is one. And then just blow it up. Play Adelgid, Adelgid, into the D for 20 points. 3 very different lines of attack here. But Egg, try to bingo through one of those floaters and then shut the board down. Feels like a really good plan to me, Josh.
Yep, he's considering it. Nigel already down to 18 minutes on his third move, so taking a little bit longer than ideal for him. This is a tough position. You're just so close to something. It's just not very pleasant to keep ADEIL on this board where can you bingo? Through an A, through an E, or through a D? Those are letters you already have on your rack, and Egg blocks the S of Signori, the R of Signori. Those are your 2 best lanes for the leave of ADEIL. So I wonder if he's going to get off of this, play a Delgid or Edge, the other 2 plays that both of us have found and considered in the position, whereas Mac just has to wait and see how the board changes. This is a situation where there's not much to find for him. You can find some long plays, some short plays that play right now, but after Nigel's next move, things might change. We'll see. GE off to the side again. Is he going to play it?
Yeah, he already took off the hat and scratched his head a little bit. This is definitely a head scratcher of a turn. If you don't draw the bingo after Egg, you feel pretty tough about that sacrifice. You're setting up 2 S lines and when you don't hold an S, but you do bingo a lot. Engine likes this play. Nigel Peltier likes this play. Chat, can we hear it for Nigel's play of Egg?
Yeah, Mac's like shaking his head a little bit. This is such a weird play. The blanks are side by side diagonally, and actually the G in deadening is sideways, isn't it?
That was blank alert.
Mac's just like, whoa, that's a really cool find. This is so hard to see this word, Matt.
Yeah.
Like, that was a really, really good find, if anything else. MW, the redraw for Nigel Peltier, down 3 points. And Mac looking at playing oof. After the play of Egg, he's probably thinking Nigel has an S, but even if he doesn't have a 7-letter word and just has an 8-letter word through the D or the A, oof would block it. Even words with the E in early position would be blocked with oof to the left of DEA. So I think this is a great play.
Yeah, no, it does a lot of really nice things. And Mac's going to put it down. 24 more points for him, builds his lead up to 27. Nigel draws an M and a W into his leave of ideal. While I wouldn't call that the ideal draw, given the shape of the board now, that's actually not bad at all. The newly added Fam gives Nigel Ma for 30 points. That seems like an insta-play to me, Josh.
Yeah, you just have to double check you're not missing something. You have the word mildew on your rack. You have some letters to play through, the OD, the FA. Maybe you can have a 7-letter word starting with FA with this rack, close to like family. But yeah, MAW. Nigel is saying, oh, is this a spelling of meow? Meowed. A little bit of comedy there. But yeah, you have to see the M hook on FA. Fam is a newly added word. Both of these players have been playing far longer than Fam has ever been valid. So it's a little bit of a check to see if Nigel is going to spot this overlap, which I believe he will eventually.
And Nigel has played in a number of tournaments since winning the Nationals last year, so I expect this is not something that's going to trip him up. Yeah, there he goes, setting up Ma off to the side. He's won 3 different one-day tournaments out in the Pacific Northwest since winning nationals last year. Definitely no rust for Nigel.
Yeah. So Maw, I think, is what Nigel's going to play. I guess the only consideration is maybe Mew in a closed board position. Sometimes the A outmaneuvers the E in terms of plays that you can make. So maybe you play Mew instead of Maw. That would be the only consideration. Makes it a little bit harder to re-overlap, but you also get rid of your E to re-hook onto Fem to make Fame. So I think this is totally fine. Mac on his end has drawn 3 consonants, the V, the P, and the R. And I think this might be a situation where you play just even, Fame and Dan. Even if you don't like opening the triple on the top. You'd rather play a 3-letter word to re-overlap, Matt, but I think it's totally fine.
And the question really is just, do you play even for 28 or do you play Veep in the same spot for 26? Even holds EPR, Veep holds ENR. I think I'm keeping the P here. There's not a lot of bingo lines on the board. ENR and EPR feel roughly equivalent anyway, and I can get 2 more points to keep the P. And I don't want to get caught in 1-point jail on a tight board like this. So a lot of reasons pointing towards even. That is likely Mac's strongest play here.
Yeah, I think it's probably not even close. No pun intended. Keep the P in the closed position, score a little bit more, make it much less valuable most of the time to reach that triple on the top right with a 6-letter word. I think this is certainly the play for Mac Meller. And Nigel Pelletier is about to bingo. Out of his leave of DEIL, he has drawn LSP. That makes a word we all know. And you can hook your S onto Nug for Nugs. And there it goes, spilled.
So a big draw now for Mac. He's going to get a D in a triple line. Can he connect on a big play, potentially even a bingo? The A is going to help him quite a bit. The U and the K going to hold him back. So Nigel, I don't expect Mac to bingo back. Yeah, another R in there as well. Spilled is the only bingo Nigel plays. It only has the 1 spot with Nugs. I wonder how much more time Nigel spends before we see Spilled for 73.
Wow, I'm very surprised by the fact that parkoured isn't a word. But yeah, Nigel's about to play Spilled. He was thinking about ellipsed for a second. That's not a word. Ellipse is a noun. So he's going ahead and playing Spilled now. And Mac again at a deficit here, 50 points. He's got an open triple, and you pretty much have to use it here.
I actually don't know that you have to use it. You do have a strong play at the top of the board using a different triple in Eureka for 33.
Yeah, that's the triple I meant.
Okay, got it.
Eureka. Yeah, very nice. Mac already has it lined up. Definitely worth playing over using that triple. The D is just open, but it can't feel great, of course. You're going to be at a deficit. You're giving Nigel a free triple, but I think he's going to go with it.
I think Mac's going to take away the D. There's just so much damage Nigel can do in that spot. Playing puked, playing parked, something like that. Yeah, if Nigel does happen to have a 6 from the E, okay, but the D is easily the prime spot on this board. And even though Mac trails, I think he needs to take it away to avoid giving Nigel easy points.
Maybe, but I feel like if you're going to play using the D, you should play darker, going down just to open the bottom of the board at a deficit and keep the P again. It's not a huge sacrifice on the leave side of things. But yeah, it's actually very interesting. We'll see what Matt comes up with. Nigel's drawn 2 O's, 2 T's, HMI. That's pretty balanced as far as redraws go. So he's going to have a decent way to score pretty much regardless. If we see parked or puked, something like tomb underneath the ILLE is possible, I guess. And if we see darker, some sort of potential overlap could happen.
Probably OOH after darker, if I had to guess. But yeah, I agree, Josh. Even though darker is simming a few points beneath puked or parked, long-term board dynamics on a board that is this tight feel very important for Mac. Those 2 unseen S's are huge to play AYES and get out to the left side of the board. Mac's going to have a very difficult time winning this game without drawing one of those, but I agree. Play darker, get down into space, make a small sacrifice this turn to set yourself up for more success every turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah, if you play parked, you could get totally smashed by a Z. You could get smashed by a 5-letter word. But the leave certainly is a bit better. I'm not sure. Yeah, engines are preferring this play over darker, I guess, and Eureka as well.
Eureka's getting tanked in the simulation, 7 points beneath the top option, which is puked into the D. Parked and darker are right next to one another, both about 3 points down on puked. So engine says get rid of this Q or the U rather at all costs.
Yeah, the U is really bad to keep. The 2 R's kind of suck to keep, but actually if you think about it, lots of words start with E and contain 2 R's. So Mac could pretty easily redraw into something starting with that E and even at the top of the board, which again is not easy to hit. 6-letter words starting with a vowel, few and far in between. So I think that's probably the reason the numbers are favoring this play of puked keeping 2 R's.
All right, Mac committing to the play of parked, it looks like here. Not going to open the board, is going to expose himself up to some risk for the Z play. I expect he's going to go back and talk about this win/if he does a breakdown of his games at this tournament. Definitely some kind of rationale for this play. I wonder what it is.
Yeah, maybe there's some. Is there a 4-tile extension for parked he might be thinking of? He certainly has a great reason for every single play that he makes. And
There's one 4-letter extension, and it is still in the bag as a natural right now. No blanks unseen, but he has drawn one of the letters he needs to play a 10 here.
It's already been mentioned in the chat. Yeah, now if you're Nigel Peltier, you're just going to play Moho, right? I don't think there's any reason to leave the M off, for example, or to try desperately to play one of those 2 T's and play something like Tom. I think Moho is the play here.
Yeah, you don't want to keep double T's with 4 more in the bag, but Moho scores 36 points and blocks all the big threats. Parked could maybe be a Z setup. So, yeah. No, I'm not playing with fire here. I'm taking a bunch of points. And if I draw 3 T's next turn, well, the board sucks. I don't mind exchanging.
So here comes Moho with a 50 or so point lead. You can afford to potentially exchange next turn. It's going to be really important to see who draws those 2 remaining S's, because that AYE play, AYE takes an S. An I is a vote in favor of something. And it's going to be very important to draw one of those to at least threaten a bingo for either of these guys. For Nigel, maybe it's a bit more important to try and brace for that sort of scenario since he has the lead. And there's a 3rd T for him, and a J, an L, and a B. That is a really bad draw. Whereas Mac has 2 U's now.
Both players on terrible tiles, and Mac has some choices to make. 2 plays seem to jump out above the other options here. One of them is blurt through the L in spilled. 20 points, but Josh, the leave is IUW. I hate opening the board with IUW. Another play here is sneaky to find, but Mac surely has generated it. Through the S in Senuri, it's worst. WURST. The problem with that play is it knocks out the AYES hook. Is that a play Mac should consider here?
Wow, worst. I mean, it was hard enough to find egg through the blank. And look at that play finding. Worst making rain and TEGG. I do not know if I would have spotted that play, but you're right. It does have a problem. You're eliminating the only good S bingo spot on the board. But how important is that when you need to keep scoring and a play through the L of spilled, such as blurt right now, is going to eventually happen and potentially open the bottom of the board? That's what Mac is considering right now. He's fallen under the 15-minute mark. So do you play blurt and keep some of the most ugly tiles ever? Do you play worst, keep a little bit better, and just try and play the long game? We'll see what he does.
I don't think it's the worst idea in the world to exchange here, but with both blanks already having come out, I don't know that you want to do that either. Everything sucks for Mac. Worst might be the least bad. Pun sort of intended.
Yeah, nice job there with the double pun. Wow, I can learn from you. Yeah, exchanging is interesting. I feel like maybe you just fall too far behind. If you think about, of course, I said the importance of the S hook on AYE. If you think about how much Bingo would score there, it would also open a triple. Bingos would score in the 60s most likely. Right now, Mac's down almost 50. If he exchanges and maybe draws a bingo immediately with AYES, at best he's tying the game with it and opening a big spot for Nigel. So I feel like you have to just play through this and just hope for a good draw coming up. But it's a really, really tough position. I know Mac is not happy with the options that he spotted.
No, just worst. I think it has to be the play. Mac is just trying to find anything else at all, but those options don't really exist on this turn.
In 2014, they added a couple of extensions to the word worst. They added beer worst, B-I-E-R, and jagged worst, Jagdwurst, if my memory serves me right. None of those will be possible, but those are words Max certainly knows. Ballpark does not block. Yeah, Jagd.
Jagd worst. That's sick.
Did I pronounce the J wrong? Oops.
You said jagged worst.
My bad. Sorry, German people.
Yes, a cured German sausage. Sick.
Yeah, Jagdwurst.
Do they
That's
have
probably how
curry?
you pronounce it. I've played Bierwurst, Bierwurst. It's really so hard to pronounce some of these words. We do our best, chat. But I've played that one. I was actually in 2014, right as they added those, I learned them. And I ended up playing from a BI, fishing for it. I ended up playing it, and it was challenged off the board. Why, you ask? Well, the dictionary had not yet been updated on the Internet Scrabble Club. Sad trombone for Josh Sokol.
Sad trombone indeed. Wow. I'm learning another fun one. Wienerwurst. Wienerwurst.
It's okay. Now I don't feel so bad about my pronunciation. Oh, sorry. Is Nigel Pelletier going to play Jib through the eye of Viga for 28, depending on what Mac
Absolutely he
does?
is. Absolutely he is. Just scored 28 on a dead board and let your rack deal with itself later. Mac throwing back all 7. He just says, nah, this sucks. I'm not having fun. Try again.
He doesn't want a T. Lots of T's left from his perspective. All 6 T's, actually. He doesn't really want an I. It's not a great tile to keep. Doesn't want the U. This makes sense. Trying to draw one of those S's and maybe just build towards a bingo. That would maybe tie the game. It's a really tough position, but it's a good practical decision. So let's see if Nigel decides to play Jib for 28, keeping ILTTT. Let's see what Mac draws out of the bag after his exchange 7. SITE XNY. Very good. Very good post-exchange draw.
You just draw 69.
Basically.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a bunch of players that, like, when you bingo after exchanging, what do they say? They say nice exchange or something like that. It always feels kind of like a personal attack to me.
Yeah,
like,
and then I do personally attack them with my fist if I get one of those passive-aggressive nice exchanges.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry.
So Jib does come down. I mean, what do you do? What else do you do? It's the only way to score. You can't overlap you can't overlap the M of Moho. You only have an I. The board is so closed. There's not much risk associated to this play. Let's see what Nigel gets. Did he shake the bag enough? BW. He did not.
No, he did not.
Oh boy. Got to remember to shake the bag after an opponent's exchange.
All right. Now, Mac has found what looks like a slam dunk best play, Lynx. The only problem is which L do you play it from? There's 2 right next to each other, both for 28. You have any reason to pick one over the other?
Yes. I think I would play the one on the right. Oh, actually, wait. This is, this is really weird. Okay, both of them have a problem when you overlap the X. So the one on the left puts the X one spot to the left of a double word score. And so a play like OI and XI is a really easy way to score points and not open anything. But if you play to the right, plays like that exist as well. Maybe even higher scoring plays going all the way down to that bottom right double letter score, scoring super well. I think that's all Mac's thinking about, but he's down under 10 minutes. This has been a very difficult game for him. And I think, yeah, he has to choose one of them. I wonder what the engine thinks.
I'm going to crunch those numbers now through the engine. I was just trying to think what I would do. And you have to consider OI or AE, those kinds of plays, very unlikely after Nigel has played Jib for 28. Mac opting for right placement here. Engine kind of wants Mac to play PYX for 15. That one now starting to sink.
No.
They're all neck and neck, both lynxes and picks for 15, but that last one seems crazy to me.
No, you can't score 15 here. Engine is wrong. You heard it here first. Mac draws IIE though, so maybe the engine has some logic. Don't want to draw too many vowels with a very vowel heavy pool. Oh boy, that's an awful draw. But I think Nigel Peltier, tilt by the way, he's really putting on a show this time. What a guy. Think you exchange here?
He's looking at Stilt down from the S and Senuri. Block up. Bingo's through that in Lynx. Continue to play defense. We've seen a lot of defense from Nigel Peltier in his earlier game on stream. Stilt for 11. BTW is not a leave you right home about, but it does what you need to do in this game state. The BW can continue to pound out points, can be used to block the board when Mac opens it. Stilt makes sense to me, Josh.
Yeah, there's also something to be said about a play like Bits, BITTS, to that S and Senuri. What you really want to do in a position like this where you can't block everything at once, one of the good things to do is try and steer the ship. So if Mac's to bingo in this position, where do I want him to bingo? If he bingos with AYES, I get a triple. I get an open board. I get first dibs at a big spot. I'm not a huge non-fan of that sort of bingo for Mac. If I can avoid it, great, but still sets up a higher scoring bingo spot, potentially through the T or hooking an S onto stilts, which wouldn't necessarily open as much for Nigel. So this might be an instance where he wants to play a little bit more, I guess, on the sideline defense, just sort of board control rather than trying to block as much as possible. There's a suggestion of twixt through the X that deals with a lot of problems, but it also opens a really easy line to end in a vowel. And that would hit a double word score. So where is Mac going to bingo if he does bingo is the question that Nigel wants to ask himself. And do I want to stop something? Do I want to just lead him in the direction I want him to go in? See what he ends up doing.
Yeah, this is a really hard turn. Twixt is a really good equity play. It knocks out bingos through the in and links, and it would require a bingo ending in a vowel for Mac to play on this board. The problem, though, is looking at the unseen pool, 20 vowels, 20 consonants. There's a good chance that bingo ends in a vowel with this distribution. So I would be looking to go elsewhere. I wouldn't be playing Twixt here. Nigel's going to play Twin.
Yeah, this is a similar idea. He hasn't committed the play. He's now spotted Twixt, maybe. Or, yes. It's a similar idea. The lane it creates isn't as bad as the one this one creates, but maybe you just have to go and say, all right, I don't really have control here. My tiles are too bad. If you bingo there, it's going to be a tie game. If you don't, hopefully I'll be able to do something next turn about the spot I've just opened. I think this is a decent decision. It's just that with the knowledge that Max exchanged 7 and then played links, maybe his rack's a little bit too good to do something like this, but I think it's fine.
Yeah, no, this was the engine's preferred play by 3 points. Like, instinctively, it doesn't make the most sense for me, but you also can't be super scared if you're Nigel. Sure, if he's got the bingo, he's got the bingo, and otherwise, I don't know, this is the right way to score some points to work out of ugly racks.
Speaking of ugly racks, that's a crazy draw for Nigel Peltier, but it's actually probably pretty good for him. to draw that H for HM, and the U for UM. But wow, what a weird one. Chubb is going to fit for over 30 with overlaps, and Mac might have to exchange again. This is looking really, really good for Nigel all of a sudden.
Yeah, if Mac doesn't exchange here, it's playing TIE from either of the T's in Twixt, and that's just ridiculously, insanely too aggro, Josh.
Yeah, I think you just do it again. Keep SITE. It really doesn't feel good, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That doesn't hold true in Scrabble. You could try again. Keep SITE. Hopefully don't draw IIE again, and make it a game eventually. So I think Nigel's just going to go ahead and play Chubb. He can't do anything about the lane that Twixt has opened, the AYES spot, and he's up enough now, 60 points, where if he keeps scoring, he'll probably be fine. Keeping that Z, such a powerful weapon for him long term.
So now the question for Nigel is, what do I play? Chubb plays alongside Moho, making and bop. 33 points, looks really good. Is there any reason, though, that we want to try to play a different letter off instead? BUHL in the same spot as a 3-point sacrifice, but keep CZ together. I think this just makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's still a situation where you maybe don't want to keep a T, but you've already played 2 of them. I think this is totally fine. You can draw CUZ, COZ later on, and maybe set up Azo for yourself. If Mac's going to continue to try and bingo, you can just set up scoring spots for yourself and try to outrun him. And apparently, if Mac had exchanged his 3rd eye last turn, he might have been in a better position here. Apparently, the engine was saying that maybe he should have gotten rid of all of his eyes instead, with a lot to come, a lot of vowels left. What do you do now? Do you play Fey to the Y in links and just score points? Because now you're down almost 100.
You could do that. FAY is 30 points. EIIST is strong enough, but IF, same idea, same spot beneath the PI of Spilled, is 24 and keeps a more stable leave. Now, there's no PIST, but PINT could be a threat for me down the road. Mac's going to take the equity here.
Interesting. Now he doesn't have any good bingo spots anymore. This is looking really difficult regardless. Nigel has seen 1 vowel on his 4-tile pull, which will be good enough to continue to make plays. But what plays? What such plays does he have? Is it a play to the S insinuae now? Is it just a small play somewhere? Can you try and block something? It's a really, really weird and awkward position now.
Yeah, what do you do here? I don't know that he has a valid play that uses the Z at all.
That could very well be. I'm not seeing it. Like I said last move, you can draw into COZ, CUZ. 4 O's remain, 2 U's remain. But it has to feel a little bit weird to be potentially stuck. Do you play? I guess you play Lodged through the ODE here.
Yeah, Lodged is not crazy. I just don't. I don't know.
It's the only way to get rid of a lot of junk and keep your vowel and not open anything. I like it.
You can also play GELTS and TAIN, holds DLZ, scores 12, but that does allow Mac to open this board up in kind of annoying ways. So I actually do think if you see Lodged up at the top, just 9 points, but don't give anything to Mac. Like you said, keep control of the board. Right now, Mac either has to bingo with AYES or underneath the T in Twixt. Either way, I'm poised to pounce with my Z. So just keep myself in range. Don't give Mac anything new. Score as best as I can. Yeah, Lodged feels fine.
Yeah, I think if you play Gelts, you're just letting Mac reopen the top left of the board, allowing him to overlap or even play to the E of Gelts just to open more space up. So if Nigel spots this, I think he'll play it. But it does feel kind of weird. And 5 minutes left for Nigel Peltier, 7 for Mac, Lots of game left to play. So many short plays have been made in the last few moves. Somebody might go overtime in this game.
Yeah, we'll see. There was a game last year at the National Championship where Nigel, faced with a similarly constricted board, went many, many minutes overtime and ended up just 6 passing with his opponent. Nigel only scored 179 points in that game. Of course, he did still win the National Championship that year, but I wonder if we'll see time constriction complications and do some mistakes. This is DELLS, keeping the ZG combo together.
Yeah, this seems like a little bit worse than GELTS. But the same idea, similar idea. Guess you draw into stuff like gaze and gauze to the E with this. Nigel's seen some vowels. He's going to be able to score pretty well next turn now. If you're Mac Meller, do you play AT and TUM? I guess after Dells now you just play Quail, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to play Quail for 34. QU could be a very dangerous combination to potentially score very, very well in that lane with AYES, something like Equites or Equites, however you pronounce that word, would score around 90 rather than the average of 65 or so in that spot. But I think taking 34 now and just getting closer to Nigel's score makes the most sense. Mac told me that he went 3 minutes overtime in a game, I think a couple rounds ago against David Pearl, but still managed to win it. We might see a situation where going overtime is going to be forced upon one of the two players just to make sure they're not missing something or they're blocking the correct plays in the end game. If you're Nigel Peltier, you might be able to afford that. If you're Mac, I'm not sure. So Quail looks like it makes more sense than anything else. What is the holdup, though?
Not sure. He's really looking to try to open the bottom of this board with a play like Quate or Quite instead. Those just get punished very hard, very often. Actually, looking at the unseen pool, does Quite get hit very much at the bottom?
I don't know. I mean, there are 3 eyes unseen, so being able to I really hate playing under there. But it will set up PISTE, so that's very interesting. QUATE, QUITE under the T of Twixt sets up PISTE. Maybe that's what he's thinking about? This is so weird. Under 5 minutes now for Mac Meller. Quail 33, Quail is 34. Quite and Quate are 40, but Quail is what Mac does.
Yeah, just get some tiles out in space. Keep EST together, drawing into a pool with a lot of vowels. This play feels very good for a lot of your standard reasons. This is going to bring Mac within 47 points. Nigel has the high-scoring Gyoza plus an RT on his rack. New space exposed on the board means Nigel can play Gyoza into the A of Quail. It looks like a strong early option for me here, but I think we'll see Nigel slow down at least a bit and look at some other options.
But can you slow down here? You're down to under 4 minutes. I feel like this is such a nice hole-in-one play. With 15 tiles still in the bag, you're going to get another chance, most likely, to not empty the bag next turn and just try to consolidate. So I think you just play Gyoza pretty quickly. What else is there to consider, though?
There's the play of Gray Out through the U in Quail. That sets up Zig or Zag at the top. If you draw one of those 5 unseen A's or I's, it does allow Mac to bingo from the Q sometimes, but should Mac bingo from the Q, you might still win the game. You score enough now, plus setting up Zig for 39 next turn. There are other plays here that actually make a lot of sense. Nigel is looking at that play of Gray Out right now.
Yeah, maybe the timing really works out for this play, leaving 9 tiles in the bag. Okay, if Mac bingos, then there'll be 2 tiles in the bag, and it'll be a close one. Nigel having a certain advantage with the highest scoring tile left in the game. Look at the unseen letters. Still a lot of vowels and only a C to score with. So I think Nigel can be pretty confident that Mac's bingos are not going to score much at all here. Gray Out might be a fantastic play.
Yeah, the one thing I don't like super much about Gyoza is the ART leave with 2 A's, 3 R's, and 3 T's to go. I don't want to get stuck with something like Tartar on my rack with no spot to play Tartar or anything like that. That seems like it could be a recipe for disaster. So maybe play a little bit longer, play gray out, keep the Z, the only tile that scores in the game. That makes sense, but a lot makes sense here. Gyoza for 36 seems so straightforward. Goaty, Goaty, through the A and Quail makes some sense here as well. Playing Gauzy, Gauzy, through the U and Quail is a good blocking play. A lot for Nigel to think about, and he's under 2 minutes now. He needs to pick something.
Yeah, that's why I wish he just hadn't thought about this, because the more you think about it, the more interesting the position gets. You just don't have time. Gray out, I guess the only issue I have with it is if Mac has both S's, he hooks an S onto gray outs, scores 30 points, opens the board, opens a couple lanes for himself. Man, this is extremely complicated. I don't think the engine understands what's going on. I don't think Nigel and Mac really understand what's going on here. I don't think I understand what's going on. Maybe I'm just projecting that. Oof,
yeah, we're doing our best here, but I don't think anything can fully solve out this position. Mac is definitely going to talk about this one after the game, but Nigel, with 69 seconds left, is just going to throw Gyoza down. I'm not sure I've optimized this, but I have to do something so I can try to optimize the rest of this game. Nigel in time trouble, 60 seconds on his clock now as he plays Gyoza.
He could just draw the winning play right now. If it plays under the T of Twix, there's still an S out, but if he doesn't, he'll be probably saddled with not a lot to score with. Right now, there are 11 tiles in the bag. Mac has drawn into a bingo, but can he really afford to play it? I think you might have to just go for it.
Oh, this gives back Terraria for Nigel, triple, and game over. Whether Mac picks Rotters or Retorts, if Mac bingo's here, and here it comes.
Oh my God.
At 131. What a swing. What a draw for Nigel.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Terraria. Through the R. I think Mac probably had to bingo here and hope for a bingo again, but wow.
Watch Mac here. Oh,
shaking his head.
I can't beat this guy. I just can't beat this guy.
I don't believe what I've just seen. That is just a cold shower and a half.
Wow. All right. So Mac Meller is beatable in Cedar Rapids, it seems. This is going to knock him down to 9-3. The triple spotted Nigel Peltier in time trouble, doesn't care. 131. GG. Mac's going to draw 6 vowels out of the bag.
He could have drawn an out bingo and gotten over 400. But
yeah.
No. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
All right. End game time. You have 3 minutes. Can you solve it, Mac? Are you even thinking about this game right now? Or are you just thinking about what just happened to you? Oh boy, that is insane.
Yeah, and Nigel drawing outs in multiple places means Mac's just got to grab his highest score here. Tonic or Antic for Nigel.
Or Tinked, yeah. There's just too many spots. You can't block all of them. You just got to take your highest score.
I said drawing into A or keeping ART could be trouble. Nigel says trouble. How about 131?
Wow. Yeah, this was a great game. I think Voices might be Mac's best play now. Through the disconnected VC on the top of the board. But this is a really, really interesting game that I'm sure Mac's going to love to talk about. Obviously, it was completely moot after Retorts, but before that, it was rich. It was complicated. It was really, really beautiful.
Nigel's going to go straight to the play of Gyoza and ask about it, if I had to guess. And I'm curious to hear what Mac says as he looks through that position. I think we're going to have a fun post-mortem in this one.
I hope so. I mean, Mac is so stoic, especially at this part of the tournament, but it's really hard to deal with blows like Terraria after you spent 23 minutes just scratching your head over and over again. This is the deep and dark forest that we've seen Nigel lead people into so many times. His plays aren't always optimal per se, or precise calculations, but he really knows how to work the board. He really knows how to induce mistakes than his opponents. And he's such a strong player, such a strong champion. It's great to see him back. He hadn't signed up for this tournament until around a month ago. So people were wondering what was going on with that. But here he is to defend his title against none other than Mac Meller, who he beat last year in a best of 5 scintillating match. So voices coming down for 22. The voices in Mac's head, like you said, I can't beat this guy. What the heck? And
Yeah,
Tink's going to come
Voices.
down for 14, and that'll be it.
Oh boy, yeah, Voices is the best in-game Max got here, and Nigel's just gonna play something and go out in this one. Yeah, the voices in Max's head saying, I just can't freaking beat this guy. I got my bingo down, and that's what happens next. Come on, man. Here comes Antic. Let's cut to Mike.
$509 to $361.
Yeah.
Good game. What can I do? I know like twice as many vowels and consonants in the pool, so I was hoping you had. I figured since you took a while on this, you probably didn't have a great leave. But
it was actually the opposite. This left me the best possible. I left rat, art.
Oh wow.
And I had other options like oi.
Oh, saving the Z. Oh, I see. Saving the Z. Okay.
Or I really liked gray out, which sort of kind of goes for a little Z thing.
Yeah.
Thinking it was like maybe that would help me outrun a bingo. And
right.
I liked saving the Z for outrunning a bingo.
Leaving one in the bag, which might be better too for timing potentially.
Was there only 7 in the bag?
Well, there were 3 in the bag after I bingo.
Oh,
Yeah, there were
I
10
see.
when I.
Well, that was. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got. But it felt wrong because leaving bingo tiles when you're ahead.
Right.
It feels like that's like how you lose.
Sure.
That's how you lose games, you know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if the pool is vowel heavy, like you want to keep. Yeah, I mean, as long as I don't bingo twice, because there's no scoring tiles left after that, right? So like, as long as I don't bingo twice, you're probably fine.
Yeah, especially because the lanes
bingos
are
exactly
not the best.
Yeah. Yeah. I almost when I played this, I had EST, which is a really good leave. I almost played quite because it actually sets up another sneaky S hook here or S insertion, but I figured it's just. I mean, I knew you had another E when you. Well, I thought you had another E when you played this. I guess you didn't.
Had a lot of consonants for a while.
Yeah.
That was just turnover. I left a Z and some consonants.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think quite was right because it's just too easy for you to play here and block everything. And EST is just so much better. But yeah, the first time I traded, I had UUWB, and then I kept EIST with this, and then drew EII, so I kind of had to dump again.
It seems. No, I don't know.
What were you gonna say here?
Oh, I don't know. It's clearly important for you to score.
Well, yeah,
a
yeah,
lot. So, but both of those do the same.
Right. I mean, Quite scores a little more, but the give back is also worse. And I mean, I definitely bingo a lot more with EST in that pool than AS. I wondered after links, maybe I should have played Pixie, PYXIE, keeping NST given the pool, setting up the S more aggressively. But it's still fairly easy for you to block with an overlap or something. But it might have been better at that point.
I didn't like a lot of my plays, but I think that's just because there were, like I said, I had a number of consonant heavy ones. They all just felt so weird because how tight the board was.
Yeah, no, I mean, I still felt in it because this was unwalkable, basically. I mean, although there's possibly could be a T play here.
Every single turn, I had a T, and I was
Yeah.
basically thinking, is it worth it to do something
Right,
here? And
right.
I kept saying, no.
Yeah, no, I was aware that could happen because when I traded, I could have played worst here, WURST, which still would have kept BIU, but I mean, I'm down a lot. I didn't want to.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
This
was maybe the one I was least.
Yeah, what did you have there?
Happy about that. BLT.
Oh God.
I think at that point I could have done bits or twits.
Right. Yeah. So I guess if I had played Pixie, well, you probably would have just played Twilight and left it open then. bit. Oh, here I see what you mean. Bits. Yes. So you're blocking the end. You're giving me a line for 7s.
I might have missed Twilight, but I think I would have played Twibill.
Oh, that's probably better anyway. Actually.
That's what I was looking at with that rack.
Yeah, it's probably better than Twilight anyway. Yeah, keeping 2 T's over.
I was wondering about a little possibility.
Yeah,
there.
I was looking at that, but I had to save the S at all costs. Because I mean, I could have played X9s here, but there's no way I'm doing that. I have to keep the S at that point.
Because you were just on the cusp of within bingo range.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I figured if I bingo here, catch you with a bad rack and get a good draw, I still have a chance. There was enough time too.
Unfortunately, the polar opposite happened.
Yeah. No, looking at that pool, I was like, all right, if maybe I'll draw some of the good bingo. I definitely was not expecting you to bingo, let alone triple with that pool. But I mean, I don't think it's possible. I'm supposed to not bingo there for timing and try to
expect the unexpected. That is the conclusion of this game. After retorts, just a cold shower. Triple of Terraria. That is Scrabble for you folks. And Nigel Pelletier taking down the leader and his opponent last year in the finals of the Scrabble Players Championship. We have a great matchup for you guys coming just in a couple minutes. We'll probably just talk through if the players are going to square tiles soon. We have Joe Edley and Joey Malik. They're both antsy, ready to play, ready to hit the board. Matt, do you want to have a quick break before that?
Yeah, we're going to need just a quick little break to get reset, but Joey Malik is your new tournament leader. Joey and Mac were both 9-2 going into that round. Mac dealt a loss, while Joey winning means Joey Malik is in sole possession of first place, 1 game ahead of the field. It's going to be him against 3-time North American champ Joe Edley in just a few minutes. Should be a very short break, y'all.
Okay, see you in just a bit. Welcome back to the Scrabble Players Championship 2026. Joey Malik versus Joe Edley. Josh Sokol here with Matt Kanik. What a matchup. These guys have played each other so often. Joe Edley, 3-time national champion, won in 1980, 1992, and in 2000. Joey Malik, runner-up in 2023. This is a heck of a matchup, Matt.
Indeed it is. If you're Joey Malik, you got to play the very best out there to prove what you're worth. And Joe Edley has been one of the very best out there for about 50 years now on the circuit. So this is going to be fun. Joey Malik, as we mentioned, is your sole leader, a record of 10-2 plus 609. No other player has more than 9 wins. Can Joey keep his 1-game lead, or will Joe Edley play big spoiler and make this tournament interesting? Matt Kanik, Colby Soren, we're all watching eagerly. EENRTUY. I see Tuyer, Josh. Is that what you play?
Maybe. Yeah. Do you exchange the U and the Y? That's the other thing I'm thinking about. Maybe just exchange the Y. Probably not. Tuyer may be worth it. Entry may be worth it just to score the extra points. Joe Edley's drawn AEFLTW. And just worth mentioning those dates I just said, 1980, 1992, 2000. Joe Edley is almost 80 years old, and he's still kicking. He's still playing some of the best Scrabble in the world. It is so impressive to watch. And we'll see what Joey Malik ends up doing here. A lot of plays seem really close to me, Matt.
Yeah, it is Tuyer that's winning the sim by about a point and a half over the other options, about 2.5 points above the exchange. And I wonder, too, if psychology is going to play a factor here. Last time Joey was on stream, he went first. He exchanged 2 tiles and played 0 bingos the entire game. I wonder if he's going to change his thinking at all based on that, or if he's got a fresh memory after the lunch break.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. He's taking a while. Tuyer, Tuyer. So many options here on the first move. The total head-to-head record between Joe Edley and Joey Malik is 34 wins 34 wins Joe, 39 wins Joey, and 1 tie. So Joey with a little bit of an advantage. Joey Malik's been one of the best players in North America for over 20 years himself. Well-seasoned veteran. Entry is his choice. When in doubt, take the points.
When in doubt, take the points is what Joey opts to do here. Entry is not a play that the engine likes. I think just too many vowels on the leave, and it might be too many vowels for Joey next turn. But we'll shift over to Joe. AEEFLTW, the first rec for him. No E for alewife, I think would be a nice, or no I, excuse me, for alewife. And what do you do now?
Well, if you don't cover that N, you demons is coming down for Joey Malik. I'm looking at that Y and that R just to try and hit that double word score. You almost have something like wafery. Can we play the F, the W, and play to the Y? I don't see anything. So maybe wafer for 22. Nothing feels great, though.
Wafer is 22, Wafter 24, Flawy into the Y 28, but Flawy holds just EET back, and I don't feel great about that leave either. So no play feels great. Joe's going to get rid of the FW together, though, with Flawy.
Yeah, when in doubt, take the points. Feels like a broken record here. It's the only way to get rid of the F, the W, and use that Y, despite keeping 2 E's. Totally fine. You're setting them up to the left of FLA, potentially, for a 4-letter word. Might even draw an A for eater or something. Eateries would fit as a double-double. You demons coming down for Joey Malik, and this draw for Joe is going to be very important.
You Demons is 64, but Joey's also got 53 on this turn. He's showing us that he's seen it now. Emerald's double-double. He's going to count this. It looks great, but 53 holding a U versus 64 for the bingo. Well spotted by Joey. Flex for us, and then play the correct bingo instead.
Yeah, and a third E for Joe Edley means he will not be able to respond in turn. So is he going to just play PEE to the left of Flawy? You have the hooks on entry, Sentry, Gentry. Now have the letters to play through, you demons. It's kind of hard to overlap onto that top middle triple, so those might stay open, but not a great position. We might see Joe play a little bit longer. He does like to play a lot of tiles, go for that turnover, dig into the bag, try and draw a blank.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what we'll see from Joe on this move. A PEE next to the FL fly feels all right, but PEELER into the E is 32. It plays off all 3 of his E's with 3 more E's already on the board, but that is a lot of points, Josh. Worth it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just overlapping all the way, scoring as much as you can. Another tactic that top players like to use is scoring points. I feel like a broken record, but if you score over 30 points here, suddenly you're only down 30. If Joey's drawn a poor rack, which he hasn't. He's going to bomb that X next turn. But if he has, then suddenly you can potentially just get back in the game with another scoring play, even if you don't draw a bingo. But yeah, Joey's in great shape now. He's got Toxin on the left of you demons overlapping all the way. He's just got Ox and EX. That is a great draw for him.
Indeed, yeah, the X, set it up and then draw it and then cash it for 50 feels great for Joey Malik. Here does come Peeler for Joe Edley. Well seen, well spotted. The engine gives this a huge thumbs up as well. And I'm trying to see if there's any reason for Joey Malik not to play OX. Indeed, there is. OX is 50, but he's got 56 on the other side of you demons.
That's right. As I mentioned, Toxin looks so good. The only issue is that you do set up a bingo lane ending in T. And by taking a bingo lead, that's where you start to worry about, can I stop my opponent from bingoing? But you have to do this. Scores much more. The leave is much more palatable. And hopefully Joe can't bingo to that T anytime soon. He's drawn BMIIRT. And I don't know what his last tile is, but it doesn't look so good to me. Toxin coming down, Joey Malik up to around 150 points after 3 turns.
Wow.
That is a V.
Ooh, God, the V's just makes it even uglier. It didn't look good, and now it looks worse. So we'll see what Joe chooses to do here. I think opening the board rather imperative for him. There's a pretty natural play of Vims, V-I-M-S, into the S of you demons, but that feels like rolling over and dying in a board where I'm already trailing by 84. I'd be surprised if Joe chooses a blocky play like that over something longer. Vitrine into the NE opens a lot more space, keeps the S open, keeps the entry front hooks open. Do you like Vitrine here, Josh?
Yeah, I was just about to suggest that move. It looks pretty nice. You're keeping a B and an M, which aren't fantastic together, but it's exactly what you want to do. You want to go a little bit longer. And Joe, oops, a little bit of a mistake there, thinking he can put an I next to NE, but quickly realizing that he can't. He only showed Joey that he has a V, and he's definitely going to play that V. I think no matter what here. So a little bit of a mistake there. Sometimes our mind plays tricks on us, thinks we can play a 3-letter word. Yeah, I like Vitrine. Vims, you're right. It just feels pretty bad. I guess the one benefit to Vims, 2 benefits, is you can potentially play through the V later to fork the board. You can potentially play from the EM that would form with your B potentially, and go all the way down to that bottom middle triple, blow the board open, but that's not super likely. There was mention of the word entryway that could possibly happen later on. There's still a W and a Y left. That would be really, really cool for 51.
I wonder if there was any logic to trying to play something different on the flaw turn to keep the W. I don't think so. Fishing for that case Y feels like a bit of a long shot, and the W is an unwieldy tile. Love this play from Joe. Vitrine opened up a lot of space. Feels good.
And look at that draw for Joey. Kept an N and an R, which don't really like each other that much, but 3 R's certainly don't get along very well on the rack. Error is the play you kind of want to play. But yeah, how do you get rid of 2 of the R's here?
I think you might actually get rid of 3. Terroir down from the T in Vitrine scores just 14, but blocks a whole lot of this board all at once. I don't like how this allows plays into that second R on the triple word, but that is one play that jumps out to me early in this turn. We're definitely going to see Joey slow down. He's looking at Rover, but I don't like how that VER just asks Joe to score some cheap points to open up a bunch of this board. I'd be looking to play somewhere else rather than through the V if I'm Joey.
Yeah, is he looking at Ironier now through the eye? That actually looks pretty good. Putting the eye on the top row, it's kind of hard to make a lot of great plays through that eye using the triple, but it does leave some long-term weaknesses to try and exploit if you're Joe Edley. It will create a lane to the left of the R at the very least. But it makes a lot of sense, and that's what Joey Malik is doing, keeping his lone R, scoring a little bit, pretty much as best as he can without blowing the board open with Rover. Joe Edley has drawn the Q, so he's going to probably just go ahead and play QAT to the left of Ironier. He's probably already looking at that with EFT on the top right, but the top left is a better spot now.
Yeah, this is going to be a Q bomb that holds bomb behind. Feels great for Joe and basically an insta-play.
Yeah, so 41 points there, 121 for Joe Edley after this, to Joey Malik's 160, and FRPEEC, and one more tile for Joey Malik. Joe Edley needs some help. He can definitely draw into some stuff with the sleeve, but most likely he's going to have to spend another turn, try and balance the rack, and open the board maybe further if he feels the need to do that. So that last letter is an A for Joey Malik. And pray.
Prefacer through the R in vitrine. One bingo is already spotted.
Wow. And that's a word. I would not be sure that this is valid. Very nice find by Joey. 69 points.
Very nice.
Could get a challenge. But I think Joe's going to let it go. His word knowledge is so good. Yeah, not even a hold. These guys are so good at Scrabble.
Yeah, they are. Joey had actually a lot of cool options. 51 for Fakir through the QI at the top of the board. 34 for M Place through the M blank LA on the board as well. But 69, definitely got to play the bingo there. Joe has kept bomb and drawn CHE to go with it. BOMB plays alongside the ER of Prefacer, sets up the back E as well, and keeps that CH combination together. That feels really good to me, Josh.
Yeah, maybe. But we're seeing March here for Joe, 40 points. Look at what Joey's drawn. He's drawn that blank. He's found, I think, his only 7-letter word of Kios. That's a blank H. I'm not sure if he has an 8-letter word here, but that's a fantastic draw for him.
No 8s at all, just the 1-7 Kios, and it does not play, but Kagus and Prefacers still feels really good here.
Yeah, that looks really great. Gets rid of the problems, the G and the U, constricts the board. That R and Prefacer is really the only problem right now for Joey Malik. He has a nice lead of 68 points. He does not want Joe Edley to narrow the gap or even take a lead with a double-double. And Kagus would place the U right below that double word score, making it nearly impossible to get a double-double down. So the only problem with Kagus, the K placement. Joe can certainly just play through that K in a lot of situations and open the board on two fronts. We call that a board forking play. If you reach that triple letter score with a high scoring tile, the blue square, dark blue square, you play through the K, go all the way down to that pink square, the double word score. You're opening two spots at once, and you can't block both at once.
Yeah, you don't like, especially with the J and the Z unseen, Jakes, Jokes, Jukes, Zooks, all options that could be big bingo plays for Joe through the K on the board. I don't know if you can make many strong inferences after Joe's last play of March within about 10 seconds in terms of what he's leaving, but Kagus with all that stuff unseen and with board forking plays also quite possible. You saw Joey set up AUKS instead, but it's a 4-point sacrifice and preserves a G on the rack. Kagus is risky, but probably just too good to do anything else here.
Right, you have a blank, so most likely something's going to come your way eventually. You don't want to open the board, you don't want to let your opponent open the board, but at the same time, you just want to keep playing, keep scoring, keep padding that lead. Something is very likely to materialize eventually.
Okay, so we'll see. Kaguz comes down for Joey, and Joe doesn't have any of those strong board forking plays. Nothing really to do through that K except the rather aggressive out bake. One short of a double word, keeping DD or with DDD SS blank blank unseen. We're not going to see that come down, Josh, are we?
I saw that play. I didn't even feel the need to mention it, but it is an option. You're in desperation mode. If you're Joe Edley, you're down 104 with only around a third of the game to go. The board isn't great. What else is there? I don't know. Just bot underneath the AGU. Ugh, everything sucks.
Man, everything sucks. That's what I can continue contributing to our analysis here. I don't know, maybe Rubato from the R and Prefacer, 16 points, but gets us out to the bottom and the right side of this board.
Yeah, I hate using that R. That R seems like it's gonna stay there for a potential couple turns. But again, everything is awful here. You maybe want to try to open the board a little desperately, something like Butte through the A of Kaguz, keeping ABO to try and open a triple down there, and feign that you have an S. 2 S's to go, 2 blanks to go, a Y for beauty. Just feels like a recipe for disaster so often. But when you're so far behind, over 100 points down, chances of winning are in the single digits a lot of the time, and your opponent's chances of having a letter you don't want them to have can often be higher than that. So if your winning chances are lower than your opponent's chances of having something, you might want to go for it anyway.
I might just play Bout into EFT here. It's not a strong score, but I can play through the B and open up an annoying line on the far right side of this board afterwards. I'll keep all right. ABE is fine. Better than most other things I can keep here. I don't know. Everything is really bad. That might be the least bad.
Yeah, you have to have some creativity here to find plays. Bout is something I also thought about, and it actually allows you to just reach the triple next turn. Maybe Joey's going to use it, but that'll create some space on the top right, which is right now just totally closed off for business. Yeah, I think the more I look at it, the more I think Bout and Eft is the best chance for Joe Edley here. But Joey Malik just crushing his competition. He's lost 2 games only, and he's off to a raring start here, up 265 to 161. He has one of the 2 remaining blanks. Feels really hard for him to lose. He's only taken 7.5 minutes of time. Everything's working out for him here.
Yeah, he's drawn into Angina and a blank. It looks like no bingos play for him right now, but he's probably not super worried about that. Just go slow, take my time, keep good letters, and win the game. Oh my God, Josh, here it is.
That is amazing. I love it. I love the energy of this play. Joe's probably just like, well, okay, let's see what happens here. Just opening that double for the taking. And can Joey do anything about this with his blank?
No.
So he's going to have a little bit of a, what the heck do I do about this?
Oh my God, that's incredible.
Yeah, this is content. This is really, really nice.
Play Sangha for 40 points. No, Joey's in a really awkward place here. I don't know what kind of soul read that was for Joey, or for Joe Edley rather. So often Joey crushes the spot, but Joe rolling the dice and sneaking this one through, and now Joey's in an awkward position.
I think we're gonna see him play Nag and NE to block off that outbaked spot. Score something, keep a balance, just try to bingo next turn. Maybe you bingo from the G. The G is not a great tile to start 8-letter words with. But yeah, he's going to take some time to process this and say, well, I can't deal with both threats. And that U and outbake to the right of the triple is not a huge threat. The X is gone. The M's are gone. So there's probably not much that Joe can do there. Joe hoping for an N out in space somehow for Woodbine. That's not happening.
Yeah, wild. So I don't know if you're Joey, do you try to play some defense here, nag or ANA in front of the E and outbake? Look like the ways to do that. Do you go crazy aggressive offense and say, fine, let's open the board and play Malanga from the disconnected MLA at the top of the board? No, but that'd be really fun, and I'm here for it. I think we're going to see the block.
Yeah, another suggestion of ANA in the same spot. NAG or ANA in the bottom left, hooking that E of outbake, just handling the threat. Do you prefer keeping ING blank or do you prefer keeping AIN blank? ING is a fantastic way to end words, and on this board, you're probably going to be able to play your ING words a lot of the time if they're 8 letters long. But maybe you want to play a little safer, score a little bit more.
This is the problem with nag.
Joey's doing.
Joe can now just play ADO and outbaked, score a million, and reopen the board. ANA protects from exactly that possibility. I would have played ANA there, I think, for blocking purposes, and I think Joey Malik's about to see why.
Yeah, Adobo also for 8 more.
Ooh, yeah.
Is probably the play for Joe Edley. And if he can just draw a bingo in the next couple of moves and prevent Joey from drawing said bingo, but that play of nag seems a little bit scary to me. It looks like they're correcting the score of you demons, just making sure they're both on the same page. But the play of nag, what does that tell Joe Edley? I don't think he has to really think too hard. He just has to take the points and just hope. But wow, very, very good draw for Joey Malik. He's going to be able to score very nicely with the Z here.
Yeah, Zenaida not going to be playable for Joey Malik, but he will be able to do some damage. Adobo coming down, and we'll see what Joey wants to do. Nazi and ON is 41. Looks to be the standard play, but does terrible things for the board. When you're ahead, the last thing you want to do is create a really easy bingo line for most sevens to fit in. If he wants to play more defense, he can burn the blank. ADZING beneath the BO of Adobo is 56. 15 more points, but great defense. Is that worth it, Josh?
Wow, very interesting idea. As Joe Edley draws into Wigless, is that even a word? Adzing for 50 plus or Nazi for 35. I think you just take 35, keep the blank again. You just have to be patient with the blank a lot of the time. Something should materialize for Joey Malik. He's up 53. Playing for 41 with NAZI is going to bring him up 94. So he can definitely fade those bingos that he's setting up. So I think it's totally fine.
Ooh. Wigless is valid. So if Joey inexplicably doesn't block the bottom of the board, that'd be huge. But I'd be shocked if that's what we end up seeing. Nazi or Adzing so likely to be the play that's going to come down here. Maybe Joey wants to play GAB and AN or AD and UDO instead. Set up Udon and Nazi for next turn, but Udo also takes the back S.
No way.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's no way. Like he's looking at Adzing. Wow. I mean, you're scoring so much, but I feel like the blank is worth more here. I feel like you're up by enough after Nazi. Yeah, the only thing I would ever consider Joey doing not blocking the triple, which again we're playing hope Scrabble here. Tiz and SI for 34, keeping 2 A's, no way. Joey's gonna just take the points, make it much harder for Joe Edley to bingo and just go over by 100. Makes a lot of sense, but what if Joe still bingos and bingos again? He could still win. Interesting. You're keeping the A back. I don't hate it.
Yeah, no, it just seems really hard to lose the game after this play. And yeah, you may not win by as much burning the blank here, but just win, baby. I'm a game up on the field. It's Joe freaking Edley on the other side. Just win. This is going to allow Joey, I think, to do that the most often. Wigless now unplayable for Joe Edley. Twigless would be great from the T and Toxin, except for you demons, just slightly in the way. And now a very hard turn for Joe Edley. I don't know what to do, Josh.
Yeah, so often after Adzing, it's just like, well, all right, that'll do it for that one. How does Joe Edley untangle here? He probably has to play really short and hope for 2 bingos. How do you do that? Do you play lag for 4, law for 6 to the right of Flawey? There's just not enough time to bingo twice so much of the time. Right now, 12 tiles in the bag. If you play 1 and Joey's able to play 5, you can't bingo twice. That'll leave 6 tiles in the bag. And you need to bingo twice here, I think. You can score maybe twice. You can play wigs and Fs and then maybe score on one of the triples and then bingo. So that's probably still not going to be enough.
Yeah, I think you're just done here.
Wow.
I don't see anything.
Yeah, Joey, not with a great draw, but he's drawn a lot of the remaining vowels, which is pretty helpful. And yeah, Joe just trying to find some resource on this board that pretty much isn't there. Wigs and Fs is the standard move. That's what I expect him to do eventually. But yeah, maybe technically the way to try and win is to play off 1 tile. Maybe you play ELL. It's all about how often you bingo. So after law, do you bingo the most, keeping EIGLSS? After lag, do you bingo more? I really feel like it's either play 1 tile here, exchange 1 tile, or just give up.
In chat saying mileage through the disconnected MLA that sets up the last 2 S's. That seems reasonable on a play where nothing else is.
Sure. Yeah, maybe that gives you just enough to potentially bingo for a ton up there if Joey can't do anything about that. That's a great idea. But we're seeing wigs instead.
Wigs and loose.
Basically. So now Joey Malik, up to him. Do I play through the W? I mean, you can't really do anything through the W, can you? Play Woo or Wad or
Diwan, DIWAN for 30.
Oh, D1. Yeah, if he sees that, he's playing that, I think.
You don't want to hold AOO, but no more O's to come, no more A's to come. All right, maybe we just send it. 30 points is a ton. I'm going to go up by 115. I don't know. Send it. Diwan seems fine.
Yeah, very nice. The one and only.
Very good.
And Joey now setting up a Noah. That fits to the right of Outbaked, making OARUNTO and BA. It's a decent play. It's good enough. As long as you play more than 1 tile, prevent Joe from bingoing twice. You're good here, I think.
A Noah does allow jeers to come down for 1 million.
Yeah, but after jeers, it'll be 6 tiles on Joe Edley's rack at least.
Oh, yeah, then you're good.
So there we go. A Noah is the play, leaving 4 in the bag. Seems totally fine. D1, maybe slightly better for spread. Not really sure. Spread being the tiebreaker. We've talked about it a few times. Joey Malik at plus 609. Joe Edley plus 204. We had a tie. That's the one thing that breaks the tiebreaker. And it was Joey Kraftchick versus Chris Cree, right? I think.
Yes.
And so both of them no longer have to worry about the margin between them and their opponents in their games.
There was another tie recently in a game against 2 players who are up there. Lisa Odom playing to a tie against Michael Thielen. So Lisa at 7.5 wins right now, also up there with the tie.
And insult to injury is Gov coming down, desperation, trying to open a triple-triple. What else? Makes sense for Joe Edley for 7, but look at that blank for Joey Malik. He's probably just going to play Jowd through the W. I guess there's something to be said about trying to block some potential bingo that Joe has, so maybe you look for that before just pulling the trigger on the 51 points. Maybe you play Jived instead just to block the V.
Well, jived, block the V, but also play off an I with 2 more unseen makes sense. Joey has Josh over on the left side of this board for 60, burning the blank, making soar and HUN. Joe last turn did have one option that felt a little better than this. YWIS. Left 1 tile in the bag, strung an S out in space, scored 42. That's still probably going to get blocked all the time by Joey, but that I think maybe there's a Hail Mary chance after that play.
Yeah, maybe. Probably not. I guess Jived gives back Illites, so maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you just play Jive, or maybe you play Josh. Joey's played his blank off for a non-bingo already this game. It would be a thematic choice for him. But we're seeing Jived instead, which, again, it gives back Illites, so it might not be the most precise. But that's not what Joe Edley has. He has EIILSTY. Bag is now empty. Joey Malik drawing RLE, I believe.
Yeah, there was one threat using the V that Joey had to think about. It's virilely, VIRILELY. I think after a play of Gov, you assume Joe has the S and can't actually have that on his rack. But technically, one thing you want to think about there if you're Joey and he's blocked it.
Yeah. Maybe just Jive, though. Might have been slightly more precise. Who knows? The margins are so thin, and you got the win. You're up 150 on the legend himself, Joe Edley, who's really just so impressive at his age. And this is a bad game for him, for sure. He's under 300 points, but honestly, he played this game quite well. He just didn't get what he needed.
Yeah, and Joey showed great command of the word or of the lexicon here. Prefacer is a hard word to pull the trigger on, and Joey showed absolutely no hesitation. So well deserved for him. I think there are a lot of players in the room who aren't sure of that word, maybe try it in desperation, but Joey, a machine, crushed it.
Yeah, he's been crushing it. So Joey Malik, the sole leader into round 13. Into round 14, actually. This will be round 13. One more game today to end things off. And it'll be a very interesting arrangement of top players at the top of the standings. As Joe Edley trying to play his best endgame. Again, he's a student of the game. Speaking of students of the game, Mac Meller, student of Joe Edley. They've played tons over the years. And Mac's learned so much from Joe. They've learned from each other. They're great friends. And it's great to see Joe still playing these championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe is 78 years old and still firing on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned. A great game from him, but he is going to come up short against Joey Malik in this one. Looking like next round, as Joey Malik is going to retain first place with the win here, probably going to stick with showing Joey Malik, and he's got another tough matchup with Joey Kravchik. So a match of the Joeys coming your way to round out day 2. That one's going to be exciting for sure.
Yeah, you thought we were done saying Joey, trying to not confuse the two names. Well, we're going to have to use last names on the next matchup. Kravchik versus Malik, for sure. It's board 1. It's always a clash of the Joeys. Love to see it. And Joe Edley here, again, is he going to be able to make it to 300? Don't think so. What is Joey Malik threatening? Is he threatening an outplay? Shorl?
World, WHORL, plays over on the left side of this board for 9,000 points. Joe needs to block that.
Yeah, Shorl and Worl. Both words making roar and LUN. Yeah, how do you block that list?
You play list and soar and ton and keep EIY.
Oh my goodness. I hate it. I think maybe Yetis makes the most sense. Do you go out with LI? What do you go out with EIY?
You don't. You just don't care.
Wow.
You play for 19 next to Fly, LAY, and EWE.
Jeez. That is just god-awful, but he's making the best play. 25 points, list, ton, and soar. 280 is Joe Edley's score now. Joey Malik at 405. Gonna try and find some outplay here. I don't think he has one.
No, he does not. Oh man, and the best in game for Joey is really fun here.
It's a nice puzzle. It's always fun at the end of the game. You don't have to care about who's winning or losing. You can find your best out sequence, and it's important to try. And every player we've seen, I think, has taken that into account, just trying to find their best sequences. End games are really hard. I don't know what the sequence is.
Joey can win by as much as 134 here, so find a way to squeak 9 extra points in your advantage if you're Joey. This one's silly and stupid, and I love it.
Guess it must be some sort of setup, the way that you're talking about it, Matt.
Context clues, huh?
Yeah. How can you set up your H? Da 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 da. Log for 3? No. Wow. I have no idea. Tell us.
It is OCH through the C in prefacers, setting up LEER and Oches as an outplay next turn.
Okay. Yeah. Sometimes we see these end games and we just wish we were watching Nigel Richards solve them, because that is
know he would.
ridiculous. And OCH is one of Nigel Richards' best plays of all time, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think that's right. That rings bells.
Wow, that's really, really funny. Yeah, how the game speaks to us. I love those repetitions, those things that remind us of other games. I love the injury sequence with Jackson Smiley. If you missed it, Jackson Smiley played injury, INDRI, and then the next move he played injury, INDRI, and both times it was good play. Yeah, some comedy, some poetry, some prose, some cons. That's Scrabble for you.
Yeah, we've already seen a lot of spooky stuff. The double austere, the double metanoia, the double injury. We've seen 2 triple triples already on board 1 just 2 days into this tournament. We've seen all kinds of stuff. Mercury is in retrograde, so I'm going to blame that.
Joey Malik has HO. Okay, you didn't play him in the right spot, sadly. But OH is the play for 16, blocking YE, and now Joe Edley is probably going to play Icy.
I think he's going to play Toy, YE, and Bay.
Oh, yeah.
Joey did find one of his second best end-game sequences. This wins by 133, just 1 extra point available in the Oct to Oches setup.
Yeah, so YE for 16, Joe Edley's best play, will not get him over the hump. Really, really sucks to not score 300 at this level, but it does happen from time to time. One of the players in this tournament, Ari Sinki, I believe he had a run of something like 100 tournament games or something like that without scoring under 300, if my memory serves me. Which is incredibly impressive, because it just does happen. You have games like this. Joe Edley played at a very high level. It's just really, really rough for him. Maybe some nuances missed here and there, but played a very strong game.
Ari's streak was way longer than 100 games. I think it was like 300 or 400, if memory serves. I thought I had that record, so I went through every top expert trying to find anybody with a longer streak, and Ari's was like crazy. I think he started his career... It was several years ago, nearly a decade ago, where he had it. But it was like 300 or 400 games over 300 in a row. It was spooky.
Well, I apologize to Ari if that is indeed the case, because, yeah, that is impressive. I mean, even 50 games is impressive at the top level. But Joe Edley scoring 296 total in this one. Joey Malik going to go out with his R, L, and blank with Turl for 6. And that'll be that. Let's listen to the overhead mic here.
You made the right decision playing that. I had Wigless, my right.
Wow.
Wouldn't quite fit there, but it fit beautifully there.
Yeah, I had another A with that wreck.
Even if I had gotten it with you having the Z in the blank, you would have found something else.
Yeah.
Thought for 1 second about saving the WA in case I picked the Y up, but
Oh, entryway, yeah.
I didn't think it was worth it, so I didn't. Not much to say about this game. This was
Matt, he is ridiculous.
interesting choice. I didn't really
Seeing
have any
everything.
great plays,
Yeah.
so at least it made you think a bit.
Yeah, I had the blank. I had AIN blank with that.
AIN. Really?
Yeah.
You couldn't bingo,
I
huh?
don't think so.
AIN. A. G.
Started with an R. I missed something, but
2 N's, right? You had 2 N's.
yeah, one again. Anginas. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's tough. This was just
Yeah.
a last-ditch effort.
I couldn't believe that stayed open for me. I thought that was just gonna get used somehow.
Well, I didn't have anything.
Yeah, but
Couldn't put anything in front of it.
yeah. Kind of.
There's nothing. This was my best play by far, I think. I didn't see anything else. I had 3 E's.
I needed an E for ornery, or I had another R with fire.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, indeed. So, Joey Malik, the sole leader at 11 wins, 2 losses after 13 of 14 rounds on day 2 of the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. We have one more game. Myself and Matt Kanik, we're going to be calling Joey Malik, Joey Krafchick. And while we get that game set up, we're going to take one final break for the day. And what a banger to come up, Matt, excuse me.
Yeah, Joey and Joey coming soon, so stay tuned, strap up. One game to go. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship, game 14 of 28. Excuse me. Josh Shokel here with Matt Canick, and the players are leaving. All right. Good game. That was fun. Yeah, game 14 of 28 before the determination of the two finalists. Not really sure what just happened there. I apologize for the abrupt Joey's leaving the table. Maybe they're protesting my commentary, Matt's commentary. Probably not Matt's commentary. But Joey Kravchik's. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I don't know. That definitely leaves something to be desired. But we will see. Joey and Joey, maybe they're playing rock, paper, scissors for the right to the blank or something like that. Maybe Joey needs to get his next music album downloaded. Who knows? Who knows where they are? There's Joey Malik.
Yeah. You know, in chess we have searching for Bobby Fischer. In Scrabble we have searching for whatever the Joeys are searching for. Joey Kravchik going first. 8 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw. With really bad spread, so I guess it's a good thing he has a tie. Joey Malik in clear first place. 11 wins, 2 losses, plus 875. It has been his day to shine bright. Has he even lost once today?
I don't think so.
This is what you need. You need a run like this to stay in contention. In 2023, Joey Malik had a great run at the end of the tournament to be able to make the finals, complemented by a ridiculous final game against Jackson Smiley. And then we played a best of 5, so he's hoping to at least repeat. He was super happy to make the finals. Such a polite and sportsmanlike opponent. And Joey Kravchik hoping for his time under the sun in this one. He needs to win big in his next couple of days. And starting with this one, finishing the day 9-4-1 would be very much better than 8-5-1.
Malik was 4-1 and has been 7-1 since then. He was 6-1 going into the day. So he has dropped just 1 game today, but 6-1 and then either 6-1 or 5-2. That's a great start for Malik, who had a nightmare nationals last year. Joey Malik lost 11 straight games at this same event last year. He has clearly shaken that one off in this one.
Joey talking as he sometimes does, drawing that blank early, and he finds glutton. Is that his only 7-letter word? So fast.
Yes, glutton, the only 7. You don't want to give up the gluttony back hook if there's another option, but there isn't one. We'll see how much more time Joey Kravchik spends on this turn.
Well, you know that I want to give back the back hook and put the G on the star, but Joey Malik drawing into Tainted himself to start this off. And with this placement of glutton, that will certainly go down. Though there might be a better 8-letter word. Antidote, antidote tetanoid. I remember words fit through the O. That's all I'm seeing right now. So yeah, bingo bango to start this off for the Joeys. Kravchik versus Malik, and there's the second blank already. Are we going to see a patented just back and forth? Well, that J, maybe not.
Yeah, that J is going to give Joey a bingo, actually. Re-object playable right now into either of the 2 T's on the board. I think we're going to see Joey Malik play Tainted for 65 here, and then re-object makes this a wide open game. Joey's already found re-object. He's so fast at the blank bingos. He does them every single day on Aerolit. And he said it's the highlight of his day every day, jumping in and doing those blank bingos. So showing all that work paying off here.
Yeah, I saw re-object myself, and I didn't think it was a word. Wow, that's crazy. That is, I think, his only bingo now after, Jamboree not fitting through an A or an M. So that should go down. I don't see a reason to keep the blank and play the J off with something like Objet. Objet, objet for French people, but look at that. ACDILNO. This is bingo, bango, bongo, bunzo?
Bunzo. Yeah, Reobject gives back Ironclad for 89. No triple, but yeah, I'm not sure Joey's going to play Reobject here. He is taking his time. He should take his time. 30 points in UpJ, 70 points in Reobject. Simulation actually saying maybe Joey should pass this bingo.
Huh. That's very interesting. On such a wide open board, you can wait for a better opportunity potentially. I'd definitely play Reobject here. With no objection, but that will get punished by Ironclad. Will we see 4 bingos in a row, or will Joey Krafchick pivot, take 30 for OBJET to the Teen Glutton, try to get a double-double next turn, or just a better bingo overall that doesn't open an R out in space and score so poorly?
We'll see. This is a tough turn for Joey. Simulation's got the 3 plays, OBJET in either spot and Reobject, all within about 2 points of each other. So it's just percentage points, but a big stylistic decision for Joey in this game. When in doubt, take the points is generally the adage. We're going to see just Jet.
Okay, that doesn't seem right to me. The leave is obviously more balanced. But taking the 4 extra points and potentially getting a double-double looks good for me, but there's not much in it. This is a sensible decision. And Joey Malik, though, going to play Daltonic very, very quickly. Joey's going to be like, man, I should have bingoed, shouldn't I have?
I guess we'll see. Joey's still going to bingo this turn, but I totally agree. If you're not going to bingo, put the OB down for 4 more points. The JET got destroyed by a simulation. Joey will be the first one to say, that was probably a mistake. Joey will still bingo this turn. Best he can do, a couple of 74 pointers available to him. If he doesn't spot either of those or doesn't like what they do to the board, the other options are 64 or less. So 2 bingos, both through the D at the bottom of the board for 74. We'll see which one Joey picks here.
Yeah, the odd desorber is one of them. And that would go all the way to second to right column. Very, very disastrous potential after the play.
Here's the other one, M Border, which also doesn't do great things to the board, Josh.
But I think it's a little bit better, right, I would say, than Desorber. But yeah, not great either way. Joey Malik is going to slow down, I believe, with this post-bingo draw. A little bit too much junk. But what a very interesting opening. We could have had 4 bingos in a row. Joey Krafchick opting against bingo opening a triple to his potential demise.
We'll see. These are the kinds of decisions you make that may just haunt you afterwards. Now that Joey's seen Joey Malik opens with 2 straight bingos, maybe he wishes he got 70 points on turn 2. He is going to pull the trigger on M Border. Looks to be the best bingo here, and Joey doing what Joey does, finding the bingos, playing the bingos. Joey Krafchick leads Joey Malik by 25. Malik on AAFGNPR has several strong plays available to him. He can't take away the red square at the bottom of this board. He'll have to do his damage elsewhere, and he can do most of it through the N in Tainted, a whole bunch of different plays. Fang, Fanga, Pang, Panga, all play there. Which of those do you like, or are you doing something else here, Josh?
Yeah, Fang or Fanga, I think, would be the decision here. Do you want to race a little bit harder for that E that will underlap the second R of Border? Joey Malik cannot feel great about leaving that big spot open in the center bottom of the board. So will we see Fang keeping the extra vowel for a little bit of damage control? Or are we going to see Fanga for the extra points, opening another lane for 7s, but also potentially drawing into too many consonants? And Fang is what Joey chooses. Fang is probably what I choose as well. It's just a safer option overall.
It is safer, leaves 4 points on the table, but makes sure you're going to have at least one vowel to work with. And look at this from Wad Malls with all the A's in it. Wow.
Oh my goodness. I did not realize what was about to happen here. Triple A, wad malls, one of the weirdest words in the dictionary. Beautiful find by Joey, played instantly. Now he's up by 72. He's doing great here. Joey Malik has drawn an E to go under the ER of Border.
But it's the Y that's going to do damage. Playing on the left side of Border, he's got PRAY for 53. This is not the best play for Joey in my eyes, though. Look at the unseen pool, Josh. 2 A's, 7 E's. You think this should be PREY, or is keeping the E for Border's back end too important here?
Oh my goodness. This is a decision that would drive me crazy. The value of keeping the E is very, very big, but with so many unseen, Joey Krafchick probably has one already. He's probably going to play under there. So maybe you just play your E off and keep the A and keep the NN with it, which is actually, I think, a slightly better leave in general.
Well, Joey's going to play the A, drawing into 7 more E's, keeping 1, but keeping that E for Borders is what he opts to do. There was also repay under the back ER of Border for 50, taking away the rightmost spot, but Joey's going to take the leftmost spot. This is the play that the computer analysis likes the best on a quick sim.
Joey Krafchick has drawn 2 E's, an X with it. He doesn't have the D for XED, which would be huge under the ER of Border or Xenia or something like that. Is he going to leave that spot open again and play his X elsewhere? This is a bizarre position here, Matt, and I don't really know where to start. Do you open something else big? You're 1 letter off of something like Rewax. The X could be extremely satisfying to keep here and score huge on a future turn, but maybe you just have to play Rex.
I don't know. What I'd love to do is fish for like something like Xeric or XED. Xeric is going to be darn near 90 points if I draw one of the I's. Joey's setting those 4 tiles off to the side, but does EOU do anything on this board? I think the answer is no. You're not going to be able to fish for Xeric here.
No, he's looking at Carex through the A instead, going the total opposite direction. Yeah, nowhere to play EOU for any amount of points. So do you play Rex for 38 and take out that big triple spot with a lead? Do you play Carex for 44? Leave the spot open. I feel like Rex is clear. Much better than Carex.
Third line, while we're comparing the options, EAUX through the A and Wadmals holds CEOR altogether. Much more stable of a leave, but I agree, Josh. Rex feels pretty strong to me at the bottom. Computer says no. No, it's got a third of those options, Carex, O, and Rex. Rex is coming out on bottom.
Whoa. That is very interesting. This play feels like the human play. This feels like cover the spot with a lead, leave yourself with a consonant and 3 vowels rather than just 3 vowels. But maybe Carex handles some scoring plays, sets up some scoring plays. Maybe the engine is assuming Joey Malik is going to play to the left of Carex and open another big triple. That could be why there's some noise involved. I think this is a better play.
Yeah, no, this feels right to me. Even if the engine suggests something else, I think this is an instance where it's okay to be like, yeah, I'm not so sure. And it would require probably a 10 or 20 minute deep dive to really get to the bottom of that one. So we'll save that for some of the computer whizzes after play. We'll look at Joey Malik's rack. He trails by 57, and he's not going to be able to bridge that whole gap here on EHLNNOV. Probably a play on top of Wadmals, Josh?
Yeah, he's looking at NOH, making OW and HA. Just feels so bad to keep the V. Can we play the V with something like Haven through the A? Set up one of the 3 remaining S's that Joey doesn't have. This is a pretty bad position. I don't like a lot of his options. Maybe Nosh instead through the S of Wadmals. No, you can't do that. That doesn't score enough. Trying to find a better option. Sheol doesn't quite fit from that S. Maybe it's just NOH and pray for something really, really good here, but I hate it.
NOH is probably the word I'd play, but I don't think I'd play it over the WA of Wadmals. I'd shift it over 2 squares, make NA, OD, and HM. It's 1 fewer point in that spot, but gives back way less.
Yeah, that's a good point. It might give back a lot less than NOH to the left, but also doesn't give you a spot for Vow, which probably isn't super relevant. A lot to think about for Joey Malik, who is ahead on the clock. Both Joey's quite fast players. Joey Krafchick with exactly 18 left. Joey Malik just under the 20-minute mark. So both players have tons of time. If you want to spend time on a move like this one, go right ahead. There's a lot to think about, a lot of implications. And it looks like Haven is going to be played. That does set up a sneaky S-hook for Shaven. There are just enough spots for a 7-letter word up there. But I think this is going to get punished big, and I just feel like it's not good enough. I think the V was terrible, but you can't set stuff up here with Havens.
Haven is the computer's second favorite play to the NOH above ADM here. With 7 unseen eyes, ELNV actually feels like a pretty decent leave. But this is what we've seen from Joey Malik. Now Joey Krafchick to decide how to respond. CEEHOSU, no I for Ice House. What does Joey do here?
Looking at Kosh, COSH, making Havens at so many points, 51, I believe.
Wow.
But you know what's crazy? You said 7 eyes. Neither Joey has an eye. Are we going to see duplicate eye draws for 5 turns in a row? Something like that is bound to happen with such an imbalance at this stage of the game. Playing shorter tends to be a better choice. Kosh plays 4 tiles. That's 4 chances at drawing eyes. Joey's going to have to avoid a disastrous pull here to stay in command a lot of the time. Joey Malik with 5 consonants. He's going to probably just play wool through that O of Kosh and hope for an ing word later.
He's got wool. He's also got woolin or woolin, 1 L or 2. So not just a straightforward decision. Joey is dodging most of the I's. He'll find 2 consonants, 1 I, and an O to round out the draw. That could have been a lot worse for him. Joey Malik looking at wool, ELNG with all those I's out in space. That looks good, but ING's not going to do almost anything on this board, Josh.
Yeah, he's playing wool without much thought. You could add the EN or the LEN again. I feel like turnover is bad here. Drawing into so many I's, 3 U's. The only issue with this play, woolly plays will score nicely, 30 points easily for Joey Krafchick, but I don't think that's a big concern here. I think just not drawing terribly. And there's no I for Joey Malik. There are 6 I's unseen, 35 tiles, 28 of which are in the bag. That is a almost 1 in 4 ratio. That is terrible.
Man, that's crazy. We'll see. Some players going to draw some horrific stuff soon. Joey Krafchick looking at playing TEIN or exchanging maybe?
I don't really know. Again, he's put EOU aside.
Stein down from the S, 25 points. But Josh, he's got 23 points in VOE. This is Joey probably being afraid of all those eyes in the pool. But is this an overcorrection?
No way. This is a great find by Joey Krafchick, totally clamping down on the board. Now, after Stein, what do you do to open the top right of the board? I think this is a great idea by him. Blocking the G of Glutton, blocking the T of Glutton. Those are lanes. You can even see a 9-letter word through the AN. I feel like that's a great idea, but he's pivoting over to Vo. It is nice, 23 points, keeping a balance, but I actually loved his choice there.
So Josh saying, no, actually pull the trigger on Stein. Joey saying, I think it's just a little bit too cute. I think I agree with Joey here. Stein's a cool idea, but if it scored a little bit more or Vo scored a little bit less, this is just... It draws bingos enough of the time, and that's immediately game over. It also, unfortunately, does this a lot of the time. EI into EINTU.
Yeah, it does keep Gunite, at the very least, from the blank G of Glutton, which is some way to play tiles. But I like playing tiles when you have 1-point tiles, just trying to draw a scoring tile. I would have played Stein there if I saw it. Joey Malik now with GELN, and then VUM is his draw here. Not great stuff, and it's getting harder and harder to find moves on this constricted board. It's going to be tough for him going forward. I don't even see a candidate option here.
Yeah, I unveiled through the eye and Daltonic is 17. Well, if you want to open the board, Ulva down to the A and Wadmals is 9.
So
That's what
Joey's looking at right now. That's actually probably a good play here, but it's really bad in terms of chances. No matter what Joey does, he's down a ton against Kravchuk. He's down 77. Ulva only scores 9 and opens a triple for free. I think Unveil is the play. This is a great leave to draw into those eyes, and Joey Kravchuk's not going to be able to do really anything about this U out in space. So maybe it was the time. Maybe seeing the play of Vo signals vowels, putting a U out in space is going to be really hard to deal with. And there's the Q. So if Joey doesn't cover that spot, suddenly Joey Malik might come back into this game even without a bingo.
Yeah, that is a big, big, big swing. Stick a U up in space to open the board, then draw the Q immediately, threatening Mark for 51 now. Wow. And I have no idea what Joey ought to do here. Your gut instinct is to try to grab 2 of the vowels and play them off, but still 13 more vowels, 5 more eyes to go. Maybe it's not ridiculous to exchange here. EIIU, just throw them back, try to get your rack as flexible as possible now, and make Joey deal with 7 unseen eyes.
Yeah, this is really, really rough for Joey Kravchuk. He knows he's in good position, but that U out in space is really scary. And what could Joey be keeping? What does he have in store? Does he have the Q? Does he have a big play? You hate to leave that open. And that's part of the reason I just didn't like Vo. It's such a committal play, keeping 5 1-point tiles and just allowing Joey Malik to potentially make plays like this and catch you just, I don't know, tweaking out with terrible tiles. This is tough. Maybe Uni for 9. I mean, Etui for 5. That's pretty much, those are the ways to block, and they're terrible.
I don't know what Joey's going to do here. Do you actually just play Stein, leave the spot open, and say, fine, if you bingo, I just score?
No, I think you play Gunite and just blow the board open and say, okay, well, I failed to control this situation. Now I just have to go for some scoring plays and hope I just outrun you, but it's feeling awful. It's feeling like you've lost control over this game.
Yeah, you've just drawn so poorly for a few turns. We knew somebody was going to pull all these vowels, and Joey's somehow navigated around them. But I just feel like after Gunite, you're going to draw a lot more stuff. Here comes Stein, Josh.
One turn too late, in my opinion, but I think it's still a very good play. Joey Malik is going to come right back with Quag or Quare to open a line. Actually, this is really weird.
He's got Quag, Quare, Mark. Oh, Mark doesn't actually.
Yeah.
That's really awkward.
I figured you'd figure that out at some point. Quag is 42, Quare is 42, Queen is 42, but adding that line, if you reach out to the second to middle column, you can create a line for 7-letter words. So I think Quare is the play here.
Yeah, Quare, especially given that Quare is going to hold MNG. And looking at the unseen pool, all right, give me 1 or 2 of those eyes. I actually welcome them now. Looking at the rest of the unseen pool, it's pretty terrible. Look at the consonants. BD, FG, KP, RSST, YZ. Joey's not going to bingo. I could bingo. Set up the volatility.
Yeah, and man, once this hits the board, this is a little bit of a slow burn. Joey's probably going to get a little bit concerned. He's up almost 100 right now, but look at his rack, EGIIIRU. So we're seeing Quare here, and now what for Joey Kravchuk? Now you have a lane open. You can't really do anything about it. You have 3 eyes, a U. Is it time to exchange? You've lost your lead. You're only up 51. If a bingo hits the board, you're down IOEE for Joey Malik.
Wow. Wow, IOEE. But yeah, Joey Kravchik, I think exchanging makes a lot of sense here, actually. If Malik does hit you with the bingo right now, all of a sudden he's going to be drawing into I-U-U. All right, fine. Bingo. I'll catch up. I'll have the good letters. You'll have the bad letters. I can probably still win. I think you have to exchange here, Josh.
Yeah, and I think you keep ER. Is that right?
I think so.
Yeah, so exchange GIIIU. It can't feel good. You're up 100 just a second ago. Opponent opened a triple. You couldn't do anything about it. Tried to score your way out of it. You drew more eyes. This is really the disaster scenario Joey was hoping to avoid, but a very nice decision to exchange down to ER. And let's see what he draws. He's definitely a little bit antsy, it looks like. Joey Malik has not hit. He's just one tile off of a bingo. So I wonder what he's going to do now. It would have been so much better for him, the timing of drawing a bingo immediately. What do you do now? Do you play to the C in Daltonic with something like mice? You know Joey Kravchik's exchanging at least 2 eyes there, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're Joey Malik, you look at the unseen pool, try to figure out what Joey exchanged. Oh, it's really obvious if you look at that. Oh, boy. Okay. I've got to play off at least one of my eyes here, and I probably want to play short here as well, knowing there's so much dreck in the bag. But how short, and how do you score? Is this actually going to be Emic to the Sea of Daltonic or mice?
Yeah, Emic, maybe a better version. It just doesn't look great to keep Geo and E. The M is so nice. If you could just play like Eco or Ice and set up a better lane, that would be great. But now with 51 points between Joey Malik and Joey Kravchik, maybe you don't need the better lane. Maybe you can play Eco or Ice for 10. And the problem is neither of those set up another ING spot. So if Joey Kravchik tries to block up top, suddenly a lot of your bingos are not going to fit. But the MIGNE combination is so strong. I wonder what Joey Malik's going to come up with here. This is really, really interesting. It feels like he's got 9 lives in this game.
Yeah, I can't believe he's still alive, but Joey just running into so much valve trouble, or Joey Kravchik, I should say. Malik does have Galore, Galore, through that disconnected ALR. I don't like that it holds one of his eyes with 5 more, but I do like that it scores 20 points, Josh.
Yeah, I think this is also about looking at the regular draws. If you're choosing to play something like Eco, which Joey has lined up right now on the right side of his rack, look at the 2-tile draws. If I get an I, what do I draw? Do I draw a bingo? Mingier with an R? What else?
Iteming wouldn't fit on the board.
Yeah. So the more I look at it, the more I don't like Eco as a candidate option. Galore does score very well. Is there a possibility of Joey Malik coming back without a bingo now? If you play Galore, you're scoring not so well. 20 points, it seems really difficult. I think you have to go for the bingo.
Yeah, he's looking at mice now. This just feels a little bit better. You've got to play 1 or 2 eye, or 1 eye, knowing 1 or 2 more are going to be coming your way next turn.
There could be something weird lurking as well as a possible play here. Maybe a setup option. This is a turn you stop and you think about for a long time, and that's what Joey Malik is doing. He knows where to spend his time. This is a tough position. It's a very, very pivotal one as well. Could he come back from a huge deficit over Joey Kravchik? He's looking at mice now. Emic, like we said, a similar option. Maybe a little bit too open, though. Letting Joey play 6 tiles sometimes. But mice it is. 16 points. Let's see. Joey can draw a couple of consonants with another eye. And bingo to make things interesting.
Big draw for Joey Malik. My eyes are right over there. DUY leaves all 5 eyes in the bag.
What the heck is going on? Those eyes must be heavy.
Yeah, and the E's seem to be very light. The E's all coming out early. The I's trapped in the bag. What's going on here? Joey does have a young. That is not a word. No 7s, no 8s for Joey Malik, but the NG combination with 5 eyes to go means you can still try to make some fun stuff happen. Joey Kravchik up by 35 after exchanging his tiles last turn. ABEKPRT. He got the high-scoring tiles he was looking for. He's shed the eyes off of his rack. Josh, I think if I'm Joey, I'm looking to play as short as possible here, just 1 or 2 tiles. Maybe this is just BAL and BI.
BAL, PAL, in that little spot over there. Can't feel good, though. You want to do something about this board. You can't let Joey keep fishing for a bingo. You're going to lose to a bingo most of the time. I don't know. Do you play up top? Do you play something like P8W, setting up a potential triple? Maybe BRAW. Something up there looks potentially good to set up a scoring spot for yourself, but you're only up 35. Maybe you can't afford to set up scoring spots here. Very tough position for Joey Kravchik. Is he going to opt for defense and draw into a bag filled with absolute garbage? He knows there's a lot of garbage left. Joey only played 3 tiles, and Kravchik exchanged 5. This is a really, really difficult position, so take time, think about it. It'd be great if the 1 tile plays could actually draw into something, but partake not gonna work. No A's left.
And, maybe you take the A and play AMICE in some way, but you're going to give an S back hook with any word I can see to play there. You don't want to play KAB or PAK and AMIS, because if Joey does have something like dingoes, you just give him a spot to play it for 1,000,000 points.
And Joey just played an E. Joey Malik just played an E with only 1 unseen from Joey's perspective. I need to start using the last names. Joey Kravchik probably knows that last E is on Joey Malik's rack.
Yeah, you've got to assume that E is on Joey Malik's rack indeed. The question is, what is there with it? If Joey Malik does bingo right now, I mean, he's probably drawing really badly again. He's got the good stuff, which means the bad stuff's all still in that bag. He's going to draw probably at least IIU and maybe worse.
What about, okay, so Joey's looking at Rocky to the I in Daltonic, which is a really cool way to handle that lane that was just set up, making AM that only hooks with an I. In the unseen pool, no A's left, and it's really hard to have an I at the end of the word. I was thinking, what about putter? Something like putter through the UT in the center of the board, keeping the B, the A, and the K to score with, blocking that line a little bit that way, potentially setting up to play something through the R of putter next turn to block even more of the board. That could be an interesting option too.
Yeah, the 2 unseen S's give me some pause if you play putter, or I'm going to pronounce it putter because I'm a golfer myself, but putter, whatever. I don't know. That's a cool idea, but I do like this idea of Rocky. The one thing I don't like about it is BEPT with the assumption that eyes are coming. What do I do?
Yeah, really, is there a setup in the top? Like, can you play BAH, PAH? Set up for 27 next turn. Is that enough? Ugh, so much to think about, and Joey is in the tank, rightly so.
It looks like RAW is being spat out in the chat. RAW would set up KEP next turn.
But I like this. This is a direct approach, saying, all right, I'm going to try and clamp down on these spots. If you don't hit me soon, you will not hit me at all. Rocky coming down. The scores points too, 22, 401 to 344. That's a pretty tough margin to come back from. And Joey Malik already deciding to play off his Y with YOU here. This is a great play, keeping DEGN. But this is leaving the possibility of Joey Kravchik clamping further down on this board. But if he does that, can Joey Malik come back with a scoring play? Look at that terrible pull, BEPT turning into BEIIPTU. Those I's and that U that were thrown back, well, they're back. But Joey Malik on his end, drawing FGI, a little bit too clunky as well. This is going to come down to the next 2 plays.
Yeah, wow. I mean, you knew the U's and I's were going to come out, but to get literally UII on the 3 tile draw is as bad as it could have been for Joey Kravchik. He's going to look at his tracking. He's going to look at the unseen pool. YOU gets played out of most racks from Joey Malik, but if Joey Kravchik can think 2 turns back, he can assume at least Joey Malik has an E on his rack with the inference from MICE. And once you put that E on Joey Malik's rack, oh, this is not looking super hot for me. I don't know that Joey can do anything to address this line for sevens under QUARE, though, Josh. So maybe he just prays that Malik misses and scores elsewhere?
Possibly. I really just don't see a way to block effectively. And what is in the bag right now, from our perspective, IIOSSZ. Those are the 6 tiles remaining in the bag, which I guess isn't really good for either player. But it's crazy. Can't believe what tiles are being just thrown back in the bag, left there to just wait and see at the end of the game. For Joey Malik, though, how do you do anything? Joey Kravchuk plays BAL for 21, saying, all right, let's wait and see. If you bingo, you're drawing 5 into a really awful pool. I should be able to outrun you a lot of the time. There's an S that is very, very good.
Wow. After IIU, then pulling an S, an up and down sequence for Joey Kravchuk. He had PILI available through the Ellen Ulva, deciding to take this spot first and then play Peely. I think I would have gone with Peely immediately there, Josh. I don't like playing 1 and letting Malik just continue to fish for that line underneath Quare that isn't going to go away. But this works out for Joey.
Yeah, and it was about responding to immediate bingos too. You have to think about what happens when my opponent bingos and what happens when my opponent doesn't bingo. If Joey Malik doesn't bingo, you're giving him a lot of chances to do so the next move. But if he does bingo, BAL works really, really well, I think. But yeah, really complex position. Joey Malik with a huge time advantage now. He has to find a way to fish here. And I mean, you can play something like Gammed or Fam to reopen the lane to the right of the M of Mice. Does that ever work if you play Fam? I mean, this is such a weird position. You really want to play off an F and a G, but again, every single turn, Joey Kravchuk is threatening to close the door on that lane on the top of the board in some way, shape, or form. The threat can be stronger than the execution. It looks like Joey Malik needs to try and do something to open more space. GIF lined up, making Ami and Kif. That's a different direction, 22 points, narrowing the deficit to 23 and leaving 2 in the bag. If he gets a huge draw, he could actually win this game without a bingo. But what about something like Fig and EF? Is that crazy to open a lane for an S? I actually don't think it is. I think something like Fig and F might give Joey the best fighting chance.
Maybe something like Figged, Figged, 33 points. Malik trails by just 12 after that. There's SSZ unseen. Maybe I just literally catch up. Maybe Joey drew pretty poorly after his last 2 plays. I'm not sure what kind of inference Malik can make after BAL for 21, the 1-tile plunk, but is it crazy to just pull within 12 right now, Josh?
It isn't. I don't think that wins nearly often enough, as much as you would want it to, but it definitely wins sometimes. There are some winning chances, lots of different lines. If you empty the bag directly now, draw into 6 tiles in the end game, you're giving up a ton of tempo. Even if you get a good draw, Joey could just outmaneuver you ever so slightly. What a complicated position. One of the coolest we've seen all stream long. I love to see this level of tactics and the level of understanding being displayed by both players here.
What a FIG alongside the E in mice?
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah, that's 14. Just create 2 lines, draw something unblockable. Maybe you draw IIS and hit dinghies unblockable in either spot. Like, I guess that's not actually crazy.
Well, we know that that's very, very possible. IIOSZ are the tiles left in the bag. But, I mean, you know, just the fog of war created by GIF for 22 might be worth it. I mean, it's about practicality as well. You might want to optimize here, but what if you complicate the game just enough to induce an error? But Fig, there it is. Wow, what a play by Joey Malik. And he has great chances at IIS. Is he going to draw it?
Dinghies, very possible. Dingoes, also very possible. Will he draw the S? There's the O. There's the Z.
Wow. Okay. IS in the bag. And I think that is good for Joey Kravchuk. He's going to have to just hope that Joey Malik doesn't have. Dingoes, wait, what is going on now, Matt? What if Joey Kravchik plays one tile?
No, I don't think so. Unless you can play one tile and block one of the bingo lines, you'd have to do something like
No.
ET.
No, if you play one tile and the Z is still in the bag, doesn't Joey Malik get stuck with it in the end game? There's one spot with Tiz. Oh my goodness.
Well, 50-50. I mean, there's a 50% chance you leave it in the bag for Malik if he plays dingoes or dingies, but I don't know. I
mean, the normal play is to just play pities and Fs and just hope that dingies and dingoes is not, or seizing as well, still fits under Quer. So maybe you have to try and block that. You're only up 31. I mean, I think you have to play pities, because if Joey's drawn the Z and the S, he's got 60 points with Fs. He can just outrun like that, just like that. So
yeah,
do we play
Zings and EFS killers.
F'd for 12?
I don't think you can do that, because then you could just get straight out run. Dozing underneath the E and Quer probably beats you straight up if you play EFT next turn.
This is an insane position. I have no idea what the best play is here. The margins are just so razor thin. If you try the blocking route, you might get outrun. If you try the scoring route, you're just leaving yourself open. Fig has to keep something specific, probably the S from Joey Kravchik's perspective, but little does he know the S is in the bag. If he plays pities now, he wins.
He can't know that. I mean, pities is also immediately lose to dingies, to dingoes, to seizing, if that's what Malik has. But Joey Kravchik has to figure out what are the odds that Malik has a bingo on his rack right now. Do I just empty the bag, or is there another way? Try to do some kind of blocking. Do I block the more frequent line to hit? Joey is going to play suit.
All right, this loses to seizing, dingies, and dingoes, but maybe his best shot. Wow, this is he's gonna get the good news with IS. But what a crazy game! Joey Kravchik gonna take Joey Malik down. He's up 51. Dozing will just not be enough to win.
Yeah, dozing allows Joey Kravchik to play ZIPS down from the Z, and that'll win the game for Joey. So a breath of fresh air for Joey Kravchik, who had some terrible draws and some really clutch draws, pulling both of the S's late in the game. That one was super cool. Cannot wait to see somebody get on Macondo and break down about 5 straight positions in a wild game for us. Wow. That is how I wanted to end my day, Josh.
This was probably the most interesting game I've commentated in a very, very long time. It's such a pleasure to watch the minds of these two players. Just tactic after tactic, attempt to come back, attempt to maintain the lead, all ending with a very, very close game, but it's going to go to the guy on the left, Joey Kravchik, in a much-needed victory at the end of day 2 of 4, before crowning the 2 finalists. 9 wins, 4 losses, 1 draw for Joey Kravchik. 11 wins, 3 losses for Joey Malik. Unless something insane happens, Joey Kravchik will be taking this one.
Yeah, wow, that was crazy. I think we actually missed even more bingos available in the pool. Ionizes, iodizes, indigos, I think were also in that unseen pool from Kravchik's perspective. So suit putting the S up there, blocks, ionizes, iodizes. Wow.
Yeah, crazy stuff. So many bingos were possible, but Joey avoided all of them. And yeah, is dozing the best play here, or is it Zendo for the same score making SO? Those are the only 2 scoring plays here.
So this is great news for anybody who's a fan of crazy Scrabble on the internet. Joey Malik was a game up on the field. This loss means this thing is still just absolutely wide open. Nobody above 11-3. at the 2026 Scrabble Players Championship. I won't be able to watch the live stream for the next 3 days because I got like a day job. But as soon as I get out of work at 4 p.m. every day, you know, I'm gonna be glued to this on Monday and Tuesday afternoon.
As will I, but by necessity rather than by curiosity. It's such a pleasure to commentate these games, to be in the booth with you, especially Matt. So professional, so much fun to work with you. It's too bad it's the end for us, but we'll have another run at it sometime soon, I'm sure. Dozing on Joey Malik's rack. He fought so hard in this game, but coming up just short, just one tile short after 14 rounds of the Scrabble Players Championship. Huge thanks to NASPA Games for sponsoring the stream, for Woogles for allowing the interface to be used for annotation. Our annotator behind the scenes, making sure you can follow the game, Kristen Chu, huge thanks to her. And Kristen Chu, Andrew K, and Christian K behind the scenes, making sure the stream is running great. Zips for 30 is Joey Krafchick's final play. That's 472. We for 10. That is the final play for Joey Malik. 442, 472, 446 maybe.
Mike.
Overhead mic time.
446.
Oh yeah, I got 4. Yep.
Yeah.
Good game.
Yeah.
Wow. Never easy.
Well,
I saw a lot of combos of fizz gigs from my unseen pool.
Oh,
So
wow.
when you played that, I was like,
so you didn't have the other S with the suit?
right. Yeah, I drew IS.
Yeah.
Yeah, the S's were generous. I drew the S after that, the
Yeah.
first one. When it comes to me and you, I'm just the frickin' golden goose.
Yeah.
I probably won't ever play that again.
No.
Whoa.
Not as good as Shigetsu.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
Shigetsu is so good, they should announce it on the mic.
The same guy thought that Bitumen played to an M.
Hey, you know. Did you finish off with a win today?
I did.
It's a pretty good showing then. So we're both 9.5?
Yeah.
Holy dog smokes.
Holy dog smokes.
That was my
Holy
sentiment for the
dog
stream.
smokes indeed.
Because you didn't need those headphones after all.
I don't believe I've ever heard that expression, Matt.
Play a fig near the end, and what else you might have considered?
Holy dog smokes.
Yeah. I thought about gift for a few more points, maybe, but there's 2 S's out, and there's this lane up here, and there's a lot of eyes left, so I'm going for Denise or something, or...
All right, it's settled, folks. Joey Malik pronounced it.
Are there better
gift.
ideas?
That'll be it
I
for
saw
today.
fig here.
For round 14, 7 games in the cards. Wow, what a crazy way to end things. Matt, it's been a pleasure. 7 games tomorrow, day 3 of 5 of the NASPA Scrabble Players Championship in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Thanks so much for joining us, Matt.
Thank you very much, Josh, for having me. It's always a pleasure. If I didn't have a day job, I would make this my day job. But alas, I got to go. Don't worry, everybody at home. You're in great hands. We'll have Kenji Matsumoto. We'll have Morris Greenberg. And we'll have Will Anderson in the commentary booth alongside, of course, you, Josh. So Scrabble's in great hands. Real question is, we're at the halfway point. Who's going to make it into the top 28? Or the top 2 after 28 games of play. Joey Malik at 11-3, still maybe leading the pack, but this thing is wide open. I'll be watching from the bus after work every day. I'm stoked.
Yeah, I wonder if do we have a way to look at the standings? I did hear from our producer we might have a way to do that. But right now, Joey Malik going to 10-3. Mac Meller is at 9-4. Going into this last game, Jason Lee at 10-3. Is he going to take down Mac Meller in their game? The result isn't in yet. Evan Chester finished his game. He is in 3rd place right now at 10-4.
Wow.
Ori Swift at 9-4. John Lupkeman at 9-5. Chris Cree, we just heard in the post game. I think Joey Malik is still going to be in the lead, even if Jason Lee wins this game. But it depends how much he wins it by against none other than Mac Meller. So those are the standings we have for you at the end of day 2. Lots of results still coming in. Our game ended a little bit prematurely in comparison to the other ones. So the standings link is pinned in the chat. We have some results coming in, but for now, I think that'll be it for us after a very, very interesting day 2. The Scrabble Players Championship 2026. Josh Sokol here saying goodbye, but not farewell. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early at 9 a.m. with Will Anderson. See you soon.
Bye.